While I'm Xing these windows out, because they're taking forever, let's talk about the main topic for today. The thing, I've been putting this off the last 3 episodes because it's such a meaty thing, and I want to make sure that I give it the proper respect that it deserves. And, it is Glenn Danzig and Misfits related very much, and everything that we've been talking about on these episodes. But it's also just about growing up in rock and roll. It's a memoir by this guy. He's the lead singer for a band called Kinghorse. The only band that Glenn ever produced, I guess, besides his own music. They put his name on the record. I believe there was some bad blood. There was a falling out. But at one time, Sean Garrison, who was the singer for a band, a hardcore band called Maurice, and then later in the metal group Kinghorse, and supposedly was the president of the Fiend Club back in the day, although when I asked him about that, he told me that was kind of like not really true. It was sort of just publicized that way. I don't remember exactly what he said. This was years and years ago. But he wrote a memoir about his relationship with Glenn. He had a real kinship with Glenn for quite a while. They were friends. They were good friends. And, Sean was a guy that, Sean was just a guy that he looked up to him. He looked up to Glenn. He looked up to this musician that greatly influenced him. And so he had a band called Maurice, and they toured with Samhain in 85 and 86. And then, he started a new band called Kinghorse, or maybe those guys morphed into Kinghorse. I'm not too familiar with the history behind them. And they put out one album that was, I don't know what, I think maybe they were on Def Jam. I'm not sure. American, I don't know what label they were on, but they were affiliated with Glenn. Glenn was the producer. And I've listened to the record. Not really my cup of tea musically. Nothing against it. It just is what it is. Nothing bad, nothing good. But he wrote this very interesting memoir. It's in 5 parts, so I'm going to read part 1. And it's called Little Fiend, Glenn and Rat, part 1. And you're going to have to bear with me because I'm going to try and read this as clearly as possible, and I might stumble over my words, and I might interrupt the narrative to say something. But we're just going to have a nice little read here. The following essay is the sole property of the author, so stick a banana in your navel. Sean is an interesting guy. I never got to interview him, although I really want to. He is, and I know, I'm not sure if he said this before. He talks about his short stature, and I think that's one of the things that he bonded with Glenn over, because Glenn is kind of a short guy, and I think that it's because and he talks about being bullied for being short, and I don't know, it just seems like it's all connected with his relationship with Glenn. All right, let us begin. 1982, a year of my life, so profoundly jagged and faded out that it's hard for me to recall what the combination of desperation and hope even feels like. I am glad that time has kicked the shit out of my brain to such a degree that I can barely remember my own phone number because it was not a fun year. In fact, aside from the records that were coming out at a truly ridiculous pace, there was not much for me to live for. I was fucked. My friends were fucked. And yet it was also the last year that I thought I could somehow make peace with normal mainstream society. Luckily for me, that did not happen. I think it's worth, again, the words that I'm reading are not my own, and so I don't know, I don't remember what exactly is written in here. There may be something offensive, and I may try to, I don't know. We'll see. But, it's interesting. I think he wrote all this, too, because he just wanted to remember it for the future, That's why he put it out there. He just wanted, to have this memory of this time in his life and his memories of being friends with Glenn, who he calls G-Dog a lot, which I think is kind of funny. You see my little droogies, somehow Fortuna had blessed me with the most progressive record store in our entire state. Okay, I guess Fortuna is a town somewhere. I think he's from Kentucky or Tennessee or somewhere. And it was a 10-minute drive from my house during the worst traffic. Phoenix Records had no business being there, and as it was smack dab in the middle of a redneck shopping district in a hardcore white working class neighborhood. In fact, Phoenix was across the street from where I saw an amazing riot go down in 1975, where badass union guys and their wives threw dozens of billiard balls at the county police for trying to enforce the new law that would import poor black kids into our local schools. I did not live in the... Oh, he's from Louisville, Kentucky. I did not live in the Louisville city limits. I was raised in southwest Jefferson County in a neighborhood called Pleasure Ridge Park. But Phoenix Records was so unbelievably great that I still marvel at how cool those people were to me and my brother, as we were pretty fucking annoying. Okay, I was annoying. Still, the people working there had the most amazing devotion to their customers that I had ever seen. Every week, we would get on the phone with their distributor and ask about certain genres of music with very specific customers in mind, and they would order anything that they thought these folks would want. So, quick thing to mention. So, back in the day, before my time, even, I guess, back in the day, before the internet, the way with the DIY distribution of many different records, not just Plan 9 records, but also, Discord records and Touch and Go records and probably Alternative Tentacles and SST, all these labels that we love. What is the Boston one? Tang Records, I think it is. Is it Tang? I think it's Tang. The way that you go into your local record store in the middle of buttfuck middle of nowhere, right? Or whatever, like mid-America, USA, somewhere. Maybe you're in like Idaho or Iowa or, just somewhere in middle America. And if you wanted something, I mean, this was going back all the way to the 50s, even with like when John Lennon, when the Beatles were still kids, they'd go to their record stores and they would look for American import records. It's the same story. It's just history repeating itself over and over again, man. It's just the same fucking story. And they wanted, he wanted like to listen to Screaming Jay Hawkins on an American import, and that's how England got. That's how the English invasion happened, because sailors would come back from America and wherever and bring back rock and roll records with them. And then the youth of England would listen to that shit, mostly blues stuff, and be inspired by the blues. That's like Keith Richards and Mick Jagger and Paul and John and The Who and Led Zeppelin, all those fucking guys. That's how they got exposed to the music and then got into rock and roll. And including early rock and roll stuff. And then we had the British invasion. So it's almost like the music came out of America, went over to England to marinate. The music marinates, and then it comes back to America in the form of the British invasion. It's fast. It's mind-boggling. And it's amazing how, and that's why, I think there are some times where cultural appropriation is like really shitty. For sure. That Indian headdress stuff is really shitty. But here's an example of cultural appropriation where it's like, if you don't have one type of people, and I guess this is why even with all the tragedies that befall black musicians with, getting their music stolen, but at the same time, it's like, this is what happens. One style of music gets put through somebody's brain, and then when it comes out the other way, it's something completely different. In the same way that the Ramones listen to the Beach Boys, and then they play Sheena's the Punk Rocker, right? Because all Sheena is a punk rocker is it's a fucking Beach Boys song, man. Straight up, So it's just very interesting. And it's the same way of I don't know, in the same way that I've heard Paris Mayhew from the Cro-Mags when I met and interviewed him, and he was like, they were super influenced by the Bad Brains and Motorhead. And when they listened to the Bad Brains and Motorhead, they played Cro-Mags music, which was, I guess, considered to be crossover thrash. I'm not too deeply familiar with Cro-Mags. But they're supposedly very revolutionary, influential with their crossing genre of music, blending of music. But that's what happens. You put it through a new filter and you get something completely different. And that's why, it's good to mix the shit. It's good to mix everything around. So to get back to Sean here at Phoenix Records in Louisville, Kentucky, here he is, ordering records from punk rock labels and trying to get them into the store, because that's what you did back in the day. You wanted to hear the newest Black Flag, but you're in the middle of Iowa, or you wanted to hear, just whatever is going on is coming out. And it's like you had to get that, you had to call up, order it, and wait for your record store to get it into in stock, and then you would go down to your record store and pick it up. And I mean, that's still very much part of the business today if you, go to a brick and mortar record shop. But, back then there was no eBay, there was no Discog records. That was just the way you did things. So, yeah, they get on specific customers' mind. They would order anything that they thought these folks would want. So these guys were very accommodating to people that wanted specific genres of music. I would walk in there, and they would literally bring a box out from behind the cash register filled with stuff that they thought I would dig. And that's the other thing, too, that's the art of the clerk. Like, a clerk making $5 an hour. Fuck this guy. He's a lowly scumdog. No, a clerk is a gourmandizer. He is a taste. He is a taste recommender. He knows he's an expert, an aficionado of a wide variety of things, whether it be movies in the video store or records in the record store. And he takes what in the same way you go to a restaurant. Oh, what do you like to eat? You like this and this and this? Oh, then you love this. And they make recommendations. It's an art, man. It's a lost art in the age of streaming, Netflix and everything. So he would bring from behind the cash register filled with stuff that they thought I would dig. Since there was only about 10 guys in our part of the county who liked punk rock, and we didn't even know each other yet. And that's another thing that I would always hear in my interviews, right? So long before the Facebook group or the internet chat room, or even if you didn't have bands coming to your part of the world, you would meet other people at the record store, man. Like the same four kids in the record store, and like, boom, there they go. That's the band, right? That's how the Stooges started. The Stooges were all hanging at the same record store, in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and that's just how people met. People bond over the things that they love. That's just, it's a part of human culture. Everyone. So let me reread that sentence. Since there were only 10 guys in our part of the county who liked punk rock, and we didn't even know each other yet, everyone had a grab at just about everything new that was coming out. Being idiots who were out of touch with what was going on in the bigger cities, we passed on a lot of the stuff that is worth big bucks now. But we were goober hicks and didn't know any better. So I guess, I don't know if he means punk rock in the bigger cities, or if he means like mainstream music in the bigger cities. I don't know. Because you have like, even back then, even in 82, by that time, punk rock is already mainstream in the sense that the international consciousness of punk rock exists at this point because of the Sex Pistols. And so there are bigger punk rock bands. We have New Wave, as we've talked about. New Wave is out. And then you have like smaller bands, and like much smaller bands, like the Misfits, and just more that second wave of bands that would populate hardcore, which is the underground of the underground, or the first time that that punk rock undergoes a fundamentalist revolution, where it's just about the bros and the muscles and moshing and the same structured hardcore song. This is before we hooked up with each other. This was before we hooked up with the other 10 hip kids who lived on the other side. So he's repeating himself in this narrative. He already said that. It sounds unbelievable these days, but I remember seeing all the early Discord. So he is talking about punk rock. So it sounds unbelievable these days, but I remember seeing all the early Discord singles lined up in a rack on the wall at Phoenix. I walked right past them, but one particular local guy didn't. And he is who inadvertently turned me on to the Misfits. Finally, we get to the the subject at hand, the band at hand. So I got to rewind the tape here a bit. In the wake of the Sid and Nancy debacle, America went from being disgusted and horrified by punk rock to being absolutely terrified by it. So he's saying that when Sid murdered Nancy, and Glenn would promptly write a song about that called Horror Business, where he would juxtapose the murder of Sid and Nancy in the bathroom with fucking, oh my God, I'm seriously losing my memory. This is terrible. Norman Bates murdering Janet Leigh's character in Psycho. The juxtaposition of that. America went from being disgusted and horrified by punk rock to being absolutely terrified because of Sid murdering Nancy. I distinctly remember two of my best friends imitating Elvis Costello's broken leg stance after they saw him on Saturday Night Live. They fucking hated what they saw. I was lucky enough to be shaken awake by my brother Lance at the time to see Devo's SNL appearance, and it was a revelation, but my closest friends reacted to Devo in the way that was amazing to see. Devo made them furiously angry. My brother went out and bought the first Devo LP the following Monday afternoon, so I guess Devo was on SNL probably in, oh God, I want to say it was 78 maybe. And I believe they covered I Can't Get No Satisfaction, but they did it in a really disjointed electronic way. I can't get no satisfaction. Shit, why is that doing that? That is so bad. I hope the sound is coming in okay. Is the sound working, guys? I can't, oh my God, I can't see these comments. As long as the sound is good, even if the picture breaks, that's all that matters, I guess. When my brother liked punk rock just as much as the Saturday Night Fever soundtrack, I seemed to be the only person who knew that the guys who were sucking at Led Zeppelin's teat were completely stupid and out of touch. And of course, I was right. The Clash and the Pistols albums were purchased next, and upon hearing them, my consciousness was instantly and irreparably changed, and no matter how hard I tried to over the decades, I have never been able to undo the effect that those bands had on me. So yeah, there was like, in the 70s, and back then it really was like the jocks versus the nerds and the outcasts, and the jocks would beat up the punks, that sort of thing. Now it's kind of like that whole culture has sort of been narrativeized, has been written onto TV shows and stuff, and we see it in 80 movies as, archetypes. Back then, things really were like that, and the jocks loved Led Zeppelin and, mainstream radio rock and arena rock, and then you had, like, the Misfit kids, and I don't mean, like, the Misfits, the band's kids, like the Fiends, but just, like, misfit kids who gravitated towards this counterculture music called punk rock. I spent all of 1978 and 1979 listening to The Clash, The Jam, The Pistols, and the first Police album because, like a lot of fucking idiots, I was only interested in English bands during that time. Lots of post-punk records were purchased that I liked, but they lacked the murderous rage that I was craving. So yeah, so that's another thing that we never discussed on episode 2. So right around the time that new wave and punk rock and hardcore are all branching off, there's another genre of music that is slowly forming, and it's called post-punk. Here I am about to try and talk like I know what post-punk is. I mean, I know what post-punk is, I do, but when I try to actually put it into words, what is the textbook definition of post-punk? Let's see what it says. I'm kind of curious. Because you hear that all the time, post-punk. What is post-punk? It's music that comes after punk. Post-punk, originally called new music, but music spelled with a K at the end, so music, like S-I-K, like sick. New music is a broad genre of rock music, which emerged in the late 70s as artists departed from the raw simplicity and traditionalism of punk rock, instead adopting a variety of avant-garde sensibilities and non-rock influences. So that's very interesting, and I think that's a very great definition of what that is. However, I would argue that post-punk was even happening before punk, because you look at a band like Television that would easily fall into the classification of post-punk, and they are proto-punk. So I don't really know if post-punk is a great word for post-punk bands. But, yeah. And yeah, they lacked the murderous rage because they were more avant-garde and had different instrumentation. You look at, I'll tell you what a post-punk record actually is. Here's a great example. You have a band like TSOL, True Sounds of Liberty. They put out, I swear to God, I'm losing my mind. I can't remember anything in my brain. They put out Dance With Me, which is a death rock album and also a hardcore album, hardcore punk. They're considered hardcore punk because of that TSOL EP. And then in 1982, they released Beneath the Shadows. They add a brilliant keyboard player, Greg Crewin, who's the father of the Dudes in Fiddler, by the way. And they add all sorts of new instrumentation. They go in this more death rock way, and it's a great fucking album. Listen to it top to bottom. I love every note on Beneath the Shadows. But all their fan base, their hardcore punk fan base, hated them for this because they were going in a more avant-garde direction, which really classifies them just as much of a post-punk band as a death rock band as they are a hardcore band. So he says that these post-punk records lacked the murderous rage that he was craving. I distinctly remember the people at Phoenix Records putting Bullet, Night of the Living Dead, and Horror Business in a box they kept behind the counter. But I passed on them because I just didn't understand what horror movies had to do with punk rock. Wow. That is... what a crazy thing to think about. How horror movies and punk rock don't, like really? I mean, they go hand in hand, and it's fun. It's kind of interesting. It's an interesting thing to say. It's an interesting observation because when you think about it, the Misfits are double fucking punk rock because horror movies are like the punk rock of movies, right? I mean, I guess you could say cult cinema is overall, and midnight movies and, just indie films in general are punk rock too. But horror, which always gets such a bad rap from the mainstream or is written off in the same way that comic books are written off, in the same way that punk rock is written off. Horror movies and punk rock fused together by this band, the Misfits, for the first time. It's double punk, man. They were just so ahead of the time, man. They were just so on the money with what they were doing, the Misfits. Yes, he says they put these records out, but I passed on them because I just didn't understand what horror movies had to do with punk rock. Yes, I was now what we refer to as developmentally disabled during this period. In other words, he realizes how dumb he was that he couldn't make the connection. I was obsessed with London Calling and the first two Public Image albums during 1980 because they were just fucking amazing. London Calling left me speechless. And London Calling, the cover of London Calling is a homage to the very famous Elvis Presley self-titled record. The self-titled Elvis Presley record. There's a great documentary about that you should check out, put out by Classic Albums. It just shows the primitive way that they recorded the Elvis Presley record, and they were just two tracks, man. You had the vocals and you had the instrumentation, and you mix the two together. And that's the way the Beatles recorded Please Please Me in 1963 as well, before they switched over to 4-track. And then at the same time, the Beatles were recording Sgt. Pepper on a 4-track. So London Calling, but it goes back to the idea that London Calling using that Elvis font, using that Elvis cover for their cover, and the famous smashing of the bass, I believe in New York City at Irving Plaza. It just shows that it's circular, man. Everything, it's just a history repeating itself. I would try to tell the kids at school what they were missing, and they wanted nothing to do with it. And I can relate to that. I'm sure a lot of you can as well. I remember discovering punk rock at 15 and trying to convince my friends who were all into the Red Hot Chili Peppers, hey, listen to this song, Last Caress. And everybody was like, you're a fucking idiot. So even way after punk rock was around, people still just not getting hip. In 1981, I was into 999, a band I've never listened to. I've heard the name, never listened to them. I should check them out. The Angelic Upstarts, another band I never listened to. The Exploited, not a big fan. Infra Riot, never heard of them. And the Foreskins, And any other violent and stupid English punk rock that I could get my hands on. And that's kind of like, I guess, what all that is. Just stupid English punk rock. if I really have to, I know people love it, but But then in the winter of that year, the decline of Western civilization hit the local art house theater like a Moab. What is a Moab? I don't know what that is. Let's look that up. Yeah, I like to look up words I don't know so that way I can expand my vocabulary. I don't have to pretend that I know them. A Moab. The Montana Highly Advanced Base is a nationally... What? What is a Moab? That's weird. All right, I don't know what that is. I don't understand what he references like a Moab. And every suburban scumbag who was heavily into punk rock went to see it. So The Decline of Western Civilization is one of the first documentaries, big documentaries about punk rock music. It was directed by Penelope Spheres, and she'd do two more. She did The Metal Years in 1987, and she did the third one about street punks in the mid-'90s, maybe 94. But the first one, The Decline of Western Civilization, had Black Flag, it had X, it had the Germs, Fear. Fear was discovered. Fear got a record deal through Decline of Western Civilization. And there's some great performances of Black Flag doing, and this is right around the time that Black Flag had met and performed with the Misfits for the first times at the Mumbai Gardens, I think it was. But it has two great performances of Revenge and Depression. Great performances of those songs. And their singer, Chavo Pederast, a.k.a. Ron Reyes, who only sang with the band for a short time, and he was unaffectionately called Chavo Pederast on the Jealous Again EP because he left the band in Canada in a lurch. Louisville had great punk rock bands already, but to us they all seemed very safe and new wavy. Of course, most of them were great, but we wanted bloodshed and mayhem, and seeing The Decline made you realize that what we had been waiting for was happening right now, and subsequently there was this massive overnight effort all across the country to catch up with contemporary American hardcore punk rock. If Static Age, all right, so here he's talking about Static Age. If Static Age had been released by a major record label when it was finished, I am quite sure that it would have been impossible to ignore. I don't know, man. I want to think that that's true. And it's kind of crazy that Glenn took the Static Age material to the record label. I believe it was Mercury Records, who took who traded him the blank record name, because Glenn had put out Cough Cool, as we all know, on Blank Records, which he just thought up and I guess registered or something. He owned Blank Records, and then a major record label put out their own single for Per Ubu on Blank Records, and traded Glenn 30 hours of studio recording time in a proper studio in exchange for the name. So Glenn changed the name of his record label to Plan 9. They recorded 17 songs that we know of for the Static Age, and he had the option. I guess there was also the option to see if they wanted to put out what he made, and he went around to a bunch of labels, and nobody wanted the Static Age material. They all thought it was dreck. They told him it would never sell. So Glenn put out the first Plan 9 record, EP, by himself. He had already done it with Cough Cool. So it's kind of interesting how perhaps Glenn, maybe Glenn wasn't, when Glenn was making Cough Cool and maybe it was more of like a calling card to get their foot in the door. I've talked about here before, how amazing it is to think that Glenn had the foresight to have this band for 6 months and already put out a 7-inch single, which is just, just don't hear about that very often. Usually a single comes after a band has been a band for a few years, at least back in the day, back in the 70s like that. They're not just they're not recording so quickly. Or at least in the punk rock world. Maybe in the rock and roll world it's a little bit different. But, there's so many bands that spend years before they start putting out music. I guess the Damned are an example of that. The Damned had the first punk rock single out ever. Not ever. No, Damned had a first for something. I forget what it was. First single for something in 1976. And I don't know when the Damned formed in 76. So they were kind of on the up and up too. But maybe Glenn and Jerry were like, yeah, we'll record this single, we'll put this out as our calling card, and we'll eventually get signed to a major label and put out music like the Ramones or whatever. And when he got rejected, he was like, fuck it, I'll do it myself. I'll do Plan 9. And, yes, there are other record labels that started up around the same time. I mean, you had SST starting up. I believe Alternative Tentacles started up around that time. Maybe that was a little later. Touch and Go would come a little bit later. Tang would come a little bit later. But it's just like, the only way we're going to get our music out is if we put it out ourselves. And it's funny, the independent movie business, the indie film right now is in the same position. And I've been saying this for a while. It's like, I think the best way to go right now is just to put out your own DVD like it's a punk rock 7-inch. That's what I want to do with my, I made a movie called Romeo's Distress. And, I'm just like, I think the best strategy is to just press it up myself and put it in as many brick and mortar mom and pop video stores, hopefully have them put it on like their midnight movie shelf or something. Because there's just no, I'm never going to get into a Walmart or Best Buy or any of that stuff. So why not just be punk rock about it? Why not just do a pressing, And that's what they were doing back then. And that's what Glenn was doing. Glenn was just like, all right, I'm going to press it up myself and put it out there. And so he puts out Bullet. He puts out the Bullet EP. And so to go back to what he was saying, to loop it back around again, to remain in the narrative of what we're discussing, if Static Age had been released by a major record label when it was finished, I'm quite sure that it would have been impossible to ignore. But the Misfits 7-inchers didn't look as punk rock as the first Exploited album did. I don't know why. I can't imagine how he could possibly think that, even in 1978 or 79 when he saw it. So they got lost in this 1978 to 1981 American punk vortex that is still causing Glenn Danzig to act like a dick. Bear with me. I'll get to that in a minute. So this guy has like a very deep, interesting insight into Glenn and his Glenn at that time. This is a fascinating read, and we're going to go through all 5 parts over the next 5 weeks, I'm hoping. Yeah, John says New Rose was the first Damn single. But John, what is the first? But there was something the first for that first Damn single. Like, it was, they had some first milestone in punk rock with that first single. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it's considered to be the first punk rock single. I don't know how it could be. I guess it was. It predates the Ramones. And if the Stooges are proto-punk, and so is the New York Dolls, so I guess that's the first single of the punk explosion of 77 that would come in 77. Maybe that's what that first was. And the Damn formed in 76, so maybe even 75. So Sean is saying that to him, that because they didn't look as punk as the Exploited, they got lost in this American punk vortex from 78 to 81, which, and that's why, and it still causes Glenn Danzig to act like a dick. Bear with me. He'll get to that in a minute. Hold on. I got to take a sip of coffee. Whew. I feel like we're firing on all cylinders today. I know this is like not purely Misfits, but it's interesting to me, and I hope some of you find it interesting. So after the release of The Decline, all of the suburban punks started scrambling to buy any hardcore punk rock we could get our hands on. So that's very interesting. So The Decline of Western Civilization comes out in 1981 in LA, and starts spreading across, gets national distribution, even if it's limited. And all of a sudden, all of the small towns, or just the towns across the middle America, everybody just starts furiously buying up hardcore punk rock. It was almost as if The Decline, kind of like, just in the way that the Sex Pistols broke punk internationally, it's almost like hardcore punk breaks wide open into the mainstream through, or semi-mainstream, or into pop culture, really, mainstream pop culture, or into some level of pop culture via The Decline of Western Civilization. Saturday Night Live sucked in 1981, so hardly anyone saw Fear fuck shit up in their 1981 appearance. But that was the thing. Fear got that 1981 Saturday Night Live. And, back then, Saturday Night Live, even in 1981, even if it sucked, Saturday Night Live is like what you did on Saturday night, right? Like, that was like the thing. It was a big thing back when, it was all about like major network television where there was only a couple of channels, but everybody who watched those shows was everybody. That's why, these old TV stars are so famous, even though they don't do anything and they languish in obscurity. They were in the homes of every American across the country, and so people grow up with them, and they become a part of the pop culture identity, and that's, and it's the same thing with SNL. And so for Fear, for a punk band to be on Saturday Night Live in 1981 is huge, even if he claims that nobody was watching it. I've often heard about the infamous Saturday Night Live with Fear. So John Belushi was a huge punk fan. He used to be into the Dead Boys, and he loved Fear, and he pushed to get them on Saturday Night Live for Halloween. It was Halloween 1981, and a bunch of hardcore kids from Boston and from New York and from DC all came to the studio. A lot of punks claimed to be there. John Joseph says he was there. Harley Flanagan said he was there. Ian MacKaye was there. There's a bunch of kids, and they just like moshing. They're so rowdy. $500,000 TV studio cameras are damaged. It's like crazy. There weren't any punk bands on after that on Saturday Night Live. That was the last time, I think, for a while at least. So he says that's like an infamous, legendary performance. You can look it up on YouTube and check that out. And so Saturday Night Live sucked in 1981, so hardly anyone saw Fear fuck shit up in their 1981 appearance, but it didn't matter much because the Let Them Eat Jelly Beans compilation pretty much fucking blew everybody's minds. Phoenix Records was right there for us and started ordering everything that they could find. So as the music's selling, Phoenix Records starts buying more. The punk rock economy starts booming. And if you and the punk rock economy, this DIY economy, if you think about it, it's really free market enterprise when you look at it, when you look at the economics of it, and it's like the ultimate, it's the ultimate dream of capitalism to just start artistic capitalism, really. DIY punk rock record making in the 80s is like the ultimate version of free market artistic capitalism. And if you brought in the names of bands that you had only heard of, they would get whatever records that were available. So the kids are they're reading in the zines, they're going to the shows, they're seeing, they're trading the tapes, and they're getting these names, and they're bringing them to the record stores. The record stores are trying to, order the stuff. 1981 was the year that Louisville punk band 1981 was the year that Louisville punk rock band Malignant Growth started attempting to play at superhuman speed, but their original singer, being a general fuck up at the time, sorry, I'm not reading the sentence correctly. I apologize for my reading prowess right now. 1981 was the year that Louisville punk rock band Malignant Growth started attempting to play at superhuman speed, but their original singer was being a general fuck-up at the time, and they were on hiatus. The early Louisville art school punk rock types were not into the developing hardcore thing because the guys who liked that type of punk were violent and devoted to just fucking shit up in general. The guys in Malignant Growth were different, and they resolved to make their mark. So there you go. The hardcore thing, that's what it is. It's like taking punk to this hardcore place where we're just it's all about being male. It's all about being muscular and violent and kicking and fucking shit up, I guess. Then John says, not true. Saturday Night Live was punk rock for the time. The satire attacked the fabric back then. I'm not saying that punk rock was not. I'm not saying that SNL was not punk rock, but SNL. I mean, I guess they had Elvis Costello and they had Devo, but they didn't have any of the punk rock bands that were big at the time. They didn't have the Ramones on on SNL back then. You know, it's just kind of like, it's still mainstream, man. It is. Even if what they were doing, you know, National Lampoon, which is where some of those guys came from, was very punk rock, right? But like, it's still very, I mean, it's mainstream television. And John also says everybody watched SNL back then. Yes, I agree. That's my point. So everybody's watching SNL and they're being exposed to this tiny little subculture that Fear comes out of. John says he was 9 when he watched it and he remembers the episode airing. Ryan says Phoenix Records in Waterbury, Connecticut. Sorry, just tuning in. No, Ryan, this is Phoenix Records in Louisville, Kentucky. We're reading from someone's memoir. I'm not going to sit here and explain it to you. Just go back and watch the episode when it's archived on YouTube. It'll explain everything. I'm trying to stay on point here. I'm not going to read any comments. Keeping going. I'll go back to the comments in a minute. So this guys in this band, this local Louis punk rock band, Malignant Growth, were different, and they resolved to make their mark. Then 1982 happened, and great records started falling like persimmons. And every hardcore record that came out that the year before was also scooped up by a small group of guys that were now rallying around Malignant Growth and their new singer. So hardcore is exploding, I guess, in 1982, which makes sense, actually. And everybody's rallying around this local band, Malignant Growth, and their new singer. They have a new singer. The Flex Your Head DC compilation was essential listening early that year, and my new punk friends made me tapes of just about everything that was available. So that's interesting. So, I mean, not interesting, but that's what we've been talking about. You know, the records come out, tapes get made, tapes get traded. That's YouTube, man. That's YouTube before YouTube. The first hardcore record I bought on my own was the Nazi Punks Fuck Off 7-inch, which came with an anti-swastika armband. And that was probably in February or March, I guess, of 1982. I will never forget putting it on my cheap JCPenney stereo. Like many people, I thought it was playing at the wrong fucking speed. That is such an interesting thing that I've heard from so many dudes I've interviewed. That's what they all say. They drop the needle, and the song is so fucking fast. They're like, wait, is the speed on 33 or 45? And it's just like, it's just crazy. John says, true, Fridays had all the best acts. I'm not too familiar with Fridays. I just know that Larry David and Michael Richards were on it. I never watched it really. What could you actually name some of the acts that were on Fridays? I'm kind of curious to know. Put that in the comments. In May of that year, I was in Phoenix Records looking for Black Flag's "Jealous Again" when my brother handed me a copy of "Walk Among Us" and said in his most serious tone of voice, "You need to get this." Before we launch into him discovering Walk Among Us, I'm going to once again plug my thing. Please take a moment, if you have not, to share this stream somewhere you think it will be appreciated. And please head over to my website. I just put it into the comments, www.fromus.com. Click on some of the ads on that page to throw some pennies in my AdSense account. I would appreciate it if you could. Thank you. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. In May of that year, I was at Phoenix Records looking for Black Flag's "Jealous Again" when my brother handed me a copy of "Walk Among Us" and said in his most serious tone of voice, "You need to get this." Of course, in the 2 months, I would do just that, but at that moment, I took one look at the cover and thought they were a heavy metal band. Interesting. So in 1982, this kid who's super into punk rock looks at the cover of Walk Among Us, and his first observation is that they look more like a heavy metal band, which maybe this is why, you know, and I've said this time and time again. I've heard people say this. I heard Jack Rabid famously told me this in his interview. The Misfits get a metal pass. Metalheads love the Misfits, man. And I don't know if it's because, you know, maybe it's partially because Danzig is a metal band and not a punk rock band, but or because Metallica, you know, broke the Misfits mainstream. But it was, you know, they just, even back then, they invoked metal in that sort of way. Tony says the Pistols were scheduled to play SNL in 78. I did not know that, Tony, but they didn't make it. Forgot why. Maybe it was because the band broke up in 78. Maybe it was because, Sid had not killed Nancy yet. Probably because they broke up. Who knows? I don't know. Well, they broke up in December of 78. But the band was very dysfunctional, and it could have been any one number of reasons. Okay, back to this. So he thought it was a heavy metal band. My brother pointed out the number. My brother pointed out the number of the Beast quote on the back. I ignored him. Then he came back with a copy of Iron Maiden's album, Number of the Beast. Holding them both up, he slightly raised the Iron Maiden album, saying, "This is a heavy metal record, stupid." Then he raised Walk Among Us with the other hand and said, "This is seriously crazy, fucked up shit, and you need to get it because you like crazy, fucked up shit." So his brother slapped some sense into him, going, "Look, here's Iron Maiden's Number of the Beast. Here is the Misfits. This is heavy metal. This is seriously fucked up shit." It's freaking cool. This is seriously crazy, fucked up shit, and you need to get it because you like crazy, fucked up shit. He explained that while Iron Maiden were trying to scare people, these guys, the Misfits, were fucking scary. I just said that really loud because he put it in caps lock. The Misfits were fucking scary because in 1982, unlike the internet today where we can look up how many, ass crack hairs, Jerry only had when he was recording, this or that, on The Devil's Rain. Nobody knew what the Misfits looked like back then, apart from the pictures on the album. And we looked like big, hulking, scary guys from New Jersey, the Twins of Evil, Jerry and Doyle, right up front at Black Flag shows. Anybody who's stage diving, they're punching those guys in the legs. That's what they would do. People would stage dive or try to crowd surf over Jerry and Doyle while they're enjoying Black Flag. Jerry and Doyle punching them with their spikes, you know what I mean, in the crowd. The Misfits were fucking scary. I once again told him to fuck himself and walked out with a copy of both Jealous Again and Damaged. God. I spent the next 2 weeks listening to Damaged while crawling and rolling around on the floor screaming. I was truly fucked then, no turning back. So here's this kid who is quite disenfranchised, as you can tell from how he writes about himself in that time. And he is rolling around on the floor while listening to Damaged. And, just never going to be the same again. I don't know with 100% certainty where I first heard Walk Among Us, but I'm pretty sure I rode my BMX bike the 10 miles to my buddy Brett Ralph's house to talk about punk rock, and a copy was lying around. So that's what you did if you wanted to talk about punk rock back then. You rode your BMX bike 10 miles to your buddy's house and talked about punk rock. Well, I guess maybe down in Kentucky. Brett went to my high school and was the new singer for Malignant Growth. So that's why he's talking about this band, Malignant Growth, because the lead singer showed him who the Misfits were. This guy, Brett, was obsessed with Black Flag at the time, and I distinctly remember him saying, "They are schlocky bullshit, man. You can have that record." So he listened to Walk Among Us and was too into the Black Flag side of things to, to really give the Misfits the listen that they deserved, most certainly deserved at that time, and gave the record to Sean. "They are schlocky bullshit, man. You can have that record." I asked him if I could listen to the first track, and he reluctantly agreed. He reluctantly agreed to listen to fucking 20 Eyes. What an idiot. Brett, you're an idiot. Then it happened. I heard old Glenn's voice, and I instantly knew something was seriously amiss in the world. Somehow, the best rock singer in America. So, this is cool, man. This is so cool. So he drops the needle on Walk Among Us. 20 Eyes comes on. This is 20 Eyes. No, it doesn't go like that. I'm thinking of Evil Live. I heard old Glenn's voice, and I instantaneously knew that something was seriously amiss in the world. Somehow, the best rock singer in America was in the weirdest band I had ever heard or seen since I was first exposed to Devo on SNL years before. Not the best punk rock singer, mind you, the best singer in rock, period. So he's saying that he listened to 20 Eyes and determined that Glenn Danzig was the best rock singer, period, not just the best punk rock singer, and that he was in the weirdest band he had ever heard or seen. What an interesting first-time reaction. I had the same visceral reaction that I had when I was first hearing Janis Joplin and Freddie Mercury. The guy had pipes that were almost superhuman, and I instantly asked if he had any more Misfits records. The guitar player in Brett's band had given him the Halloween single because he didn't like it. What is this fucking malignant growth band? Here, take Walk Among Us. It's schlocky bullshit. Here, have the Halloween single that goes for thousands of dollars now or hundreds of dollars now. Yeah, just take it. I don't want it. So he gets the Halloween single, and Brett, being a total bonehead, handed them over as well. So the guitar player gave him to Brett. Brett gave him over to Sean. Score! He says score. Like most shitheads who got into the early hardcore scene, I was raised on FM radio rock. It's nothing like... sorry, let me take that line again. Like most shitheads who got into the early hardcore scene, I was raised on FM rock radio. It's not like Devo showed up and I suddenly liked rock and roll. No. My early favorites were Queen, the Electric Light Orchestra, Kiss, Elton John, and later AC/DC and Cheap Trick, who were probably the last normal mainstream rock band I like. So the last normal mainstream band music that he enjoyed. The problem I had is that I most certainly did not like older kids and adults that also liked rock music, because I had an instinctive and natural hatred of hippies and drug users. The problem I had is that I most certainly did not like older kids and adults that also liked rock music. So he's saying he didn't, because other people like this music, also like this music. He, I don't know what he's saying. Sorry. Let me take that line one last time. The problem I had is that I most certainly did not like older kids and adults that also liked rock music. So he didn't like the older kids that were listening to that same music of Queen and Kiss and Elton John, because I had an instinctive and natural hatred of hippies and drug users. So all older kids to him are hippies and drug users. Devo announced a new world where the nerds and freaks were taking over. Cool. But the Misfits were their contemporaries, and they were almost completely unknown. So cool, so interesting. Because by that time, the Misfits had put out Walk Among Us on Ruby Records. It was a bad deal, a really bad deal. Originally, he was going to put it out on Plan 9. There's Plan 9 version, Plan 9 mixes, and then it got remixed, and it was put out by Ruby Records. And it was put out in Europe as well, too, I believe. So the Misfits are contemporaries, but they're completely unknown. I could not get over that. When a super hip friend taped the Bullet EP for me and told me that I was already 4 years old, I could not fucking believe what I was hearing. The Misfits were a band that got better the further back in time you searched. What an interesting observation. So he listens to Walk Among Us first. He's blown away. They're almost completely unknown. He thinks that Glenn is the best fucking rock singer, period. And then a super hip friend gave him a tape of the Bullet EP, and he was blown away that it was 4 years old. And that when he went further back in time, the Misfits got better. The Misfits were a band that got better the further back in time you searched. What a genius masterstroke it was to just keep putting out single after single after single, Of course, I was totally unaware of what Nancy Sprugeon's death had done to the American record industry. Every punk band being developed by a major label in 1978 were dumped overnight. Interesting. Okay, so remember how I was talking about how, like, you know, they're trying to push new wave and stuff because punk is not marketable. Here's a pillar of an event, or here is a huge milestone as to why that is. Sid kills Nancy, and overnight record labels are dumping lots of bands. And like dozens of other amazing late 1970s American punk bands, the Misfits were denied their chance to bring the record-buying public back to punk rock after that idiot Sid Vicious fucked up everything for all those great bands. So he's saying Sid kills Nancy in 79. I think he's like kind of off because Glenn brought Static Age. Or maybe he's talking about Walk Among Us. I don't know. Depends on what album he's talking about. Point is that Glenn tried to bring his music before Sid killed Nancy. What a douchebag. So the truth of the matter is, I figured out the real tragedy behind the Misfits all on my own. They missed their chance to drop Static Age on an unsuspecting world and essentially never got over it. That's so interesting. And if you go into the 90s and you hear Glenn is so resentful. Here he is successful with Danzig. And anytime that Ricky Rackman or anybody brings up the Misfits, he's just like, fuck you, man. Fuck you. Don't talk about this shit. I tried in the fucking 70s. I tried in the early 80s. Nobody wanted it. It's gone. It's dead. Now it's Danzig. It's all about Danzig. You know, that's the chip on his shoulder. What a douchebag. So the truth of the matter is I figured out the real tragedy behind the Misfits all on my own. They missed their chance to drop the Static Age on an unsuspecting world and essentially never got over it. So to do a little bit of nerdy nitpicking here, he's talking about an event that happened way later after Glenn tried to shop around the Static Age material. Sid killing Nancy. But I think the attitude is still the same. The record labels just didn't want what Glenn was putting down, you know. I finally heard the Ohio bootleg cassette of Static Age in mid-1983. Before that, I had found a copy of 3 Hits from Hell and had other singles on various trade tapes, because that's what kids would do. They're buying the 7 inches when they can, they're putting them on tape, and then they're just trading them around. It's a trading circuit. On the other side of the spectrum, in the hippie counterculture, you have the Grateful Dead, who are encouraging audience members to make tapes and trade them as well. You know, so there's a whole trade route over there on that side of things. It's this whole incredible culture that's, happened around music. So I had heard all of these songs a couple of years before Legacy Brutality came out in 1985. So I finally heard the Ohio bootleg cassette of Static Age in mid-1983. Before that, I had found a copy of 3 Hits from Hell, and I had the other singles on various trade tapes. So I had heard all of those songs a couple of years before Legacy of Brutality came out. So Legacy of Brutality came out in 85, the year I was born. And that contained a lot of some rare songs, and it contained some songs that he had heard before and not heard before. The Static Age material was bootlegged. People did have songs that were not on the Bullet EP. Some people did have them. There were tapes that were made by the band of those songs, and those songs were handed out by Doyle and people of that ilk. Whoever. Everybody had tapes. Eerie Von had tapes. Everybody had tapes of the Static Age material, and slowly it spread. And as Tank, as Jonathan Grimm would say, when you're dubbing a tape and you're doing it in fast forward, so you don't have to wait for because when you're recording tape to tape, you have to wait the length of the tape in order for the copy to be made. It's not instantaneous digital transfer. So if you do speed recording, you are warping the timing of the original track, and it almost warps the song. The song becomes completely different. There's hiss, and the song is slower or faster or whatever you want to call it. Slower, I think. And so that's how you have these really weird bootleg versions of the Static Age material that popped up that people thought were Static Age demos. So I had heard all the songs that had come out a couple of years before Legacy Brutality came out in 1985. In the period after Walk Among Us, I had naturally bought copies of Evil Live, Earth AD, and the Die Die My Darling 12-inch single that was post-breakup. So yeah, Die, and came out post-Misfits. Earth AD also came out in December of 83, I believe. Someone correct me on that if I'm wrong. But it came out in December of 83. Yeah, it was December of 83. So the band was already kind of broken up there as well. So he says he bought copies of Evil Live, Earth AD, and the Die Die My Darling 12-inch single that was post-breakup. And while I loved those recordings, he says he loved those recordings as well, it was just fucking amazing to me that as a live band, they absolutely sucked monkey balls. How? Why? Why the fuck did that happen? Why the fuck did that happen? So he loves the studio stuff, as we all do, but then, you listen to the bootlegs, as we all do, and yeah, it just sounds like, vacuum cleaner in a blender. The studio stuff was amazing, but I would get live tapes during all of 1983 that were just appallingly bad. In fact, and wow, this is so sad. In fact, I didn't bother to go see them play the one chance I had because I could just not take seeing some of the best pop songs ever recorded in history be butchered by a band that was obviously seriously fucked up in some tragic and fucking idiotic way. So he missed his one chance to see the band in 83 because he had heard live songs, thought they sounded terrible, and thought of them as some of the best pop songs ever recorded in the history, and didn't want to see them be butchered by a band that he thought was obviously seriously fucked up in some tragic and fucking idiotic way. Wow. I bet he's kicking himself in the butt, though, to have missed that. I wonder if he saw the reunited version. Probably would be against it. I'll have to ask him sometime. Great live recordings of the pre-Doyle Misfits just didn't fucking exist. But they do. Ha! Yeah, no, they do. A little bit. Fans would hear legends about how great the shows were at the start through the Bobby Steele era and just beat their heads against the wall with frustration and misery. And there's something to be said about the truth of the fact that, Bobby Steele had the finesse. He had a lot of finesse in his guitarmanship, and, the band sounded good with Bobby, man. They did not sound good with Doyle live. You can't put all the blame on Doyle, though. It was Jerry too. Jerry's not picking anymore. He's not using a pick, or he's not picking nicely anymore. They're going in a hardcore direction. Googie and Robo are, both like meat and potato drummers. It just imagine if the Misfits were around in 1982 with imagine if the Misfits were around in 1982 with Bobby Steele and Mr. Jim, right? Bobby Steele on guitar and Mr. Jim on drums. What a smoking lineup that would have been. Would have been interesting. Yes, I just called the Misfits a pop band because anyone who disagrees that pre-Earth AD Misfits records are not filled with classic 1950s inspired pop hooks is a fucking moron. Whoo-wee! I respect that opinion. But wow. I don't know if they're a pop band, but they're, there's a lot of, the DNA is there. We've talked about it at great lengths. The DNA is there. I'm not going to go into all that now. Moving on. The Misfits chose the 1950s as an artistic basis, exactly like the Ramones had chosen early 1960s rock as a bedrock for their sound. True. Very true. But maybe more in the vocals, because the Ramones and the Misfits instrumentally are very much the same, while the melodies and the vocals for the Misfits are the 50s. Bobby Steele once said that the Misfits were the future of the 1950s rock and roll. I thought that was so interesting. So if this was the 1950s and we had a time machine and we went into the 1970s, the Misfits were the future of the 1950s rock and roll. I don't know. Does that make sense? I think it makes sense. And the Ramones, as I had said previously, he's saying 1960s rock. I'm thinking of like bubblegum pop in the same way that the Misfits were like, Elvis and, Everly Brothers and stuff, apart from the Doors. The Ramones are the 60s with, bubblegum rock and, girl groups and Beach Boys, man. If you can't see the direct connection between Dion and the Belmonts or Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons and the Misfits, I have no idea what the fuck to do with you. Elvis, sure. The Righteous Brothers, yes. But the truth of the matter is that the Misfits were inheritors of the classic New Jersey rock and roll. Dion and the Belmonts may have been from the Bronx, but the connections are unmistakable. Rock and roll from the boroughs and the small Jersey towns just across the river from Manhattan had a certain flavor that is just fucking unmistakable. So let me take that back one more time. Let's marinate in this. But the truth of the matter is that the Misfits were inheritors of classic New Jersey rock and roll. Dion and the Belmonts may have been from the Bronx, but the connections are unmistakable. Rock and roll from the boroughs and the small New Jersey towns just across the river from Manhattan had a certain flavor that is just fucking unmistakable. Working class guys raised by the World War II generation, close families with Italian or Irish ancestry. The Misfits were the natural next step in the East Coast rock lineage. Born in the late 50s, they weren't rebelling against crap like Patti Page like the early rock and rollers were. They were raised on 1960s kid culture, TV, and their older siblings' record collections. For guys like Jerry and Glenn, Elvis never stopped being cool. Ever. Of course, I am not telling a Misfits freak anything they already don't know. True. But it took years before I understood the cultural gap that made my relationship with Glenn so impossibly irritating for both of us. He was 12 years old when I was born in the 1968 comeback special. He was 12 years old when I was born, and the 1968 comeback special that Elvis did on NBC was still fresh in his mind when I popped out of my mother's privates. Elvis is an entirely different person to a Southerner from my generation. Let me say that again. Elvis is an entirely different person to a Southerner from my generation. He was the guy who pissed everyone off at first, then won everyone over, and then lost his fucking mind and made all these horrible movies. To most Southerners, he is both a source of demented pride while simultaneously being an outrageous embarrassment. You see, Glenn and I never saw eye to eye on what the definition of cool was, and this caused no end of miscommunication and aggravation to the guy while he was actually doing everything he could think of to help me have a career. Let me take that again. You see, Glenn and I never saw eye to eye on what the definition of cool was, and this caused no end of the miscommunication and aggravation to the guy while he was actually doing everything he could think of to help me have a career. So for those of you who might be tuning in, again, this is a guy who was produced by Glenn Danzig. In his band, Kinghorse, was produced by Glenn, and this is his memoir about his relationship with Glenn. And this is kind of the introduction episode of this. And we'll be doing this for the next 4 weeks after this one. And if you want to watch, you can watch it on YouTube when I archive it there. And again, if you're just tuning in, please share this stream in a place where you think people might enjoy it, so we get more of an audience maybe. And here is my website. If you've not gone already, please take a moment to click on some of the ads for the AdSense, yada, yada, yada. You know the deal. Help a brother out. Moving on. So he thought Elvis, because he's a Southerner, he thought Elvis was just lame as fuck. And Glenn never stopped thinking he was cool. You know, because of course Elvis fell out of popularity on some level with kids, at least. Maybe not in like the mainstream. But like with the young kid generation, you know, it was Elvis and then, you know, whatever, like the Beatles, whatever. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. But for Glenn always thought Elvis was cool. To Glenn, Elvis is fucking awesome. To me, Andy Kaufman doing an imitation of Elvis is fucking awesome. Think of Glenn as Fonzie and me as a punk rock Ralph Mouth, and you can see how things didn't work out. Happy days, they were most certainly not. And that is the end of part one of our special retrospective here with this material. We will dive in, as I said, further into this in the coming weeks. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I had a great time rereading that. I've only read the first 3 parts. I've never read 4 and 5. I really, really, really think it's just fascinating writing. It's an interesting perspective. It really says something a lot about the history of everything. Also, for those who missed it, we also talked about Little Richard at the beginning of the episode and his sort of punk rock ties. I got a couple of housekeeping items that I want to go over real quick. My computer sucks balls. I can't stand it. Blah, 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 blah. Really annoying. Really annoying. Oh my God. My voice is like dead from talking so long. Here, let me see if I can pull it up on here actually. Since my thing wants to be a bitch and a half. Pocket full of rainbows. Yeah, but that is it's just interesting, man. It's interesting to hear someone's perspective on music and counterculture, and from like Middle America. I'm very interested. Again, like I said, I only read the first 3 parts. I'm trying to remember what happens in part 2 and part 3. Okay, so the thing that I wanted to talk about from last week, housekeeping thing. Curtis, I think it was, or somebody in the group a week or so ago, or 2 weeks ago, or something, mentioned that when Samhain came to the Metro in 1986, they were at a Rick Astley, the "Never Gonna Give You Up" guy. They were at one of his concerts the night before. So imagine the guys in Samhain going to see the dude singing "Never Gonna Give You Up," playing live the day before a Samhain show. It's kind of funny. So I asked Erie about it, and because this information came from London via Curtis, and I wanted to hear it from what's his face's perspective. So I messaged him, and this is what he wrote back to me. I didn't even open the message. Wow, man, this is really annoying. Been too many problems. Here it is. Okay, pulling it up. All right, here's what he says. We went to see Charlie Sexton the night before so it was Charlie Sexton, not Rick Astley. We went to see Charlie Sexton before the night before the Blood show. He was playing, and we could get in for free. All right, I guess that's pretty standard. No, nothing special there. So yeah, there's that. Trying to think if there's anything else I got here. Anything else, guys? We talked about, did we mention that the final, here's something, another thing. So the final number for the catalog that was sold. So the catalog was the new Misfits catalog, and it was a songwriter. It was not a record label. It was not Jerry Only. It was a songwriter a songwriter from that band who was selling his stake, his life rights, to his catalog, to his share of the catalog. And I couldn't tell if the catalog was valued at if the yearly royalties were 12 grand for the year, or if it was really 48 grand for the year. And meaning, is it 12 grand for the year and his split of that is 4 grand for the year, or is it 12 grand his split of 48 grand? That's what I was trying to figure out, because he sold, the final number on that was the final number was just shy of $138,000, $137,200. Yeah, man. So almost $138K. And now, what's interesting, what's really interesting is if his share of the royalties is 12 grand for the last month, you have to think that he just got, by selling off his life rights, he just got a massive advance on the next 10 years. So let's do the math here. 137, 200 divided by 12. What is that? 12, 277 equals. So for the next 11 years, he just got an advance on royalties as the catalog is popular now. So maybe it could be that the catalog gets more popular in the future and he really loses out. But as of right now, and if whoever owns that stake in the catalog, if they're smart, they'll try and get those songs licensed somewhere so they'll actually make more money. What else did I want to say? There's something else I wanted to discuss. Oh, yeah, let's go back through these comments real quick about what we just discussed, and then I think we'll call it a day. I'm going to refresh the chat here. Boop, 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 boop. If you haven't been over to the They Came From Lodi Facebook page, go check out Doyle's set list from his first show, that one I was talking about where where they opened for Screaming Jay Hawkins. It was written on the back of 2 taped together 3 Hits from Hell posters, and it was in Salby's possession for over 30 years. He was at the show. He grabbed the set list at Doyle's first show and kept it and kept it and kept it, and recently returned it to Doyle, which I thought was a really nice thing to do of Sal. And because he probably could have sold that thing for a lot of money. Probably would have gone for a lot at an auction. Let's see here. So Tony, all right, I'm going back through the comments, guys. Just a moment. Oh, wow, there were a lot of comments that I missed. Jeremy says it's like the gospel of music. I believe we were talking about how going to a rock show, going to a punk rock show, going to see a live bands live, punk rock bands live is like going, it's like a religious experience for some. It's a religious experience for me. Not that I'm tied to religion, but just that it's spirituality for me, man. I just love going to see live music. And it's like jumping up and down, the revelation of, it's a catharsis of emotion, going to see your favorite songs played live, whether it's for sadness or for anger or for whatever you feel in that catharsis as you listen to that song. In the same way that punk rock songs, are cathartic for someone who's very angry and feeling very disenfranchised, So yeah. So Jason Misfelt says mother of all bombs. So earlier in what I was reading, I saw Moab, and he's saying it's mother of all bombs. But where's the H? Mother of, it was M-O-H. It was M-O-H-A-B, not mob, not M-O-A-B, M-O-H-A-B, Moab. Mob. I don't know. Maybe it was just a typo. John says New Rose was the first damn single. We already talked about that. All right. We talked about SNL. Blah, 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 blah. So Fridays, Donald Pleasance hosted Fridays. That's pretty awesome. If he did, I would like to see that episode. So Fridays was like the cooler version of SNL that was more hip to counterculture. The Pistols were scheduled to play SNL. We already talked about that. Tony says the Clash were on Fridays. That is cool. I did not know that. Jim Carroll Band was on Fridays. Stockpile, Stray Cats, Kiss, the Clash. There you go. This is what John says. What attracted us to the Misfits, right? Because John was from back then. Okay, so this is John's POV. That was what we just read was Sean's POV. This is John's POV. John was watching earlier. I don't know if he's still watching right now. What attracted us to the Misfits back then was the lifting of the famous Monsters of Filmman magazine font, the use of the Crimson Ghost, please none of that Fiend bullshit, and the song titles. They borrowed all of these images and culture and made us buy a record we hadn't heard out of curiosity. That's interesting. We didn't even know back then that Jerry and Doyle were brothers before the whole Metallica thing. Hard to imagine now. Yeah, man. I mean, that's a pretty amazing thing. So, like, back in the day, you couldn't just go on your phone and go to Spotify and listen to, like, the new song, deciding if you want to buy it. If you have a soul in that, you listen to something on Spotify and actually support the artist by buying the record after you listen to it. And there's no YouTube to preview stuff. Back then, there was one way to listen to, or there's one way to preview. There were three ways. I'm going to say there were three ways. There are four ways. 4 ways to preview stuff, right? Go see a band live, right? That sometimes record stores have, you can put the record on the listening station. You can preview the record. Somebody gave you a tape and you listened to it via tape, or you heard it on the radio. And so it's a testament to what John is saying about his personal experience discovering the Misfits. John, was it 82, I believe? I think you've said this before. You said 82 is when you discovered the band. So, John would see the art that Glenn Danzig's creating on these albums and the imagery that they associated with their music and go, I don't know what they sound like. Sight unheard, music unheard, notes unheard. I'm going to buy this because of how this looks. In the same way that Glenn saw the first Black Sabbath record and sight unseen, notes unheard, he purchased it and had to listen to it. So I think that's pretty cool. And yeah, I mean, that's part of the fanaticism, the first wave of the fanaticism for the band. It's like, they're so mysterious. They're doing the coolest thing in the world. They're blending the punk rock of of the eyeball with the punk rock of the ear and delivering this multimedia experience. Because remember, going to see a Misfits show is kind of a multimedia experience depending on what era you saw. If you saw them at the Monster Movie Club at Club 57 in 1979, which is a whole thing we'll talk about at some point, then you're seeing the band burst out from behind a white paper screen that was easily rippable. That would play Night of the Living Dead. The Night of the Living Dead would play, and then the band would burst out and burst into song. There was a huge visual element there. So they're combining all of these things together. John then says, "You're absolutely right." And read Mike Stack's Ugly Things interview with Jerry from the 90s. He mentions how that era should have been the launch pad, and it wasn't. John, are you referring to? I don't know what you're referring to, John, because I could think of several different things that would be the launch pad. Are you talking about 1950s as a launch pad? Or are you talking about the burst of hardcore music in 82 or 78 or whatever? Like, I'm not sure what you're talking about. You got to specify, please. I'll catch you later in the comments if you're still listening. Tony says, in my opinion, the Misfits were not at all radio friendly. That's why a major didn't pick them up. They were too raw. Yeah, Tony, but like, what else was going on? What else was going on in 78 when fucking... Ah, man, I guess you're right, though, man. I mean, think about Bullet. Like, even the Ramones, man, like, even those Ramones songs had some, I'm sure, I don't know, they must have gotten some radio play. Well, even though they never had a number one hit, they were signed to Sire Records and definitely got some sort of record exposure. But could something like Bullet ever be on the radio back then? Apart from like something like Tim Sommers' Noise the Noise Show. It's interesting to think about. Tony says he saw them 3 times with Bobby Steele and they were ferocious. Tony, let's talk, man. Let's hear all about that. Tony, I am inviting you. This is what I'm doing, Tony, if you're still listening. Tony, I'm inviting you to DM me your phone number on the Facebook page, and what I will do is the next broadcast I will call you up and we will hear all about your experiences seeing the Misfits live with Bobby Steele back in the day. So that's my invitation to you. If I don't hear from you, I will follow up because I really, really, really want to hear about that. Rue says, my 2 favorite bands, the Misfits and the Ramones. The Misfits, man. Yeah, man, it's true. It's friggin' true. And we've reached the end of our comments. Well, that was quick. I'm going to refresh here. Mind you, I can't see my comments in real time because my connection is so bad. My computer is so slow. But I only had 3 drop frames, which is pretty good. I might try go back to the other way next week so we won't have the border. But I'll be able to broadcast to more different platforms. I don't know. Voice is raw here. I'm just checking to see if I can find. John is saying static age era. Okay, so to go back to John's comment, I just saw what John said. So John says, you are absolutely right. Go back and read Mike Stack's Ugly Things interview with Jerry from the 90s. He mentions how that era should have been their launching pad, and it wasn't. And when he says that era, he's referring to static age. And Sean, in his memoir, is saying that that's the Misfits' biggest chip on their shoulders, that they should have broken wide open with Static Age because the material was so incredibly good and so incredibly ahead of its time and so incredibly original and so incredibly unique. An interesting note, John brings up Ugly Things from the 90s, and it's very interesting to hear Jerry-only interviews from the mid-'80s to the early 90s, before the band reformed. And Jerry got very into much a PR mode and very much like, started to become a little revisionist when he was reformed, when he reformed the band and was doing interviews. But before that, that's a very interesting time to hear a Jerry-only interview. It's a lot more, what's the word I'm looking for? Unskewed, I think. There's no influence there. Sorry, Jerry, but, there's no agenda from Jerry. Jerry wasn't trying to reform the band at the time, so he was tied up in lawsuits, but he wasn't, I don't know. I just feel like it was a more pure take on the time and place. So it's interesting to hear those interviews. And I believe that Ugly Things interview is from '93, if I'm not mistaken. So they were almost there. They would probably have the idea. He had the idea in his mind by '93 that he was going to reform the band. It was just a matter of wrestling the name away from Glenn, which really should have never happened, if you ask me. I mean, I'm happy that those guys got to have the success that they had, but I wish that they had just used a different name. That's all, you know. Let me see if I could find any more comments here. Let's see here. All right, here we have some more comments. See, that's what's annoying. The comments aren't showing up here, but they're showing up on my phone. The old Phantom of the Opera film was projected on the screen at Irving Plaza when Glenn punched through it. Amazing. And Tony says, "Sure thing, man. I'm down." Tony, send me your number. I want to talk to you. We should talk. I want to hear it. We'll talk on air. I want to hear all about it, man. I really do. So that's I never knew that. So it wasn't just Night of the Living Dead. It was also Phantom of the Opera. So Tony, curious, did you know Dave Street at all? Did you know Natasha, George Harrington? Did you ever go to the Monster Movie Club on Club 57? Sounds like you were just on the scene back in the day. It's very, very interesting time. You probably got to see some really, really, really cool shit. Well, we know you did because you saw what you saw. When Phantom of the Opera was projected on the screen at Irving Plaza, was that 1980 or 19? Oh no, it's 79, right? You said 79. So that's that's when he's wearing the face paint for the first time, right? Confirm for me right now in the comments. It hasn't populated yet. Let me know if that's true. So what you're saying is the night that all those famous photos were taken with Glenn wearing the skull paint, dressed as a skeleton, probably like the best photos the band has ever taken, in my opinion. Those are, like, if I have to show someone photos of that band and be like, this is who the Misfits were, I want to show them those photos. What a cool era for that band, really, truly. Not that I don't love the hardcore version later. We all know we all love all versions of the band, 77 to 83, of course. But funny how 77 to 83 is also the release was also the window that all the Star Wars films came out. A New Hope was 77, 80 was Empire, and Return of the Jedi was 1983. Both eras of these things, the Star Wars craze and the Misfits craze both happened at the same time. Although I wouldn't call it a Misfits craze because it was an unknown phenomena. But it does line up also with my observation that Misfits fans are the Star Wars nerds of the music world. Let me see if I can find any more comments. If not, we'll cut it off. All right, so I've been going for an hour and 47 minutes. We'll go for 13 more minutes. I'll round it out to an even 2 hours for YouTube.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Jeff. So I've decided to make a Patreon. What is Patreon? I don't know how to define a Patreon. Let me look it up. Patreon is a membership platform that makes it very easy for creators to get paid for the things that they're already creating. I want to do it full time. I want this to be my full-time job. In my efforts to make that happen, I've set up this platform. Is it going to work? Is it going to be successful? I don't know, but I would rather try and crash and burn than not try at all. The goal is to create enough passive revenue so that I can continue to do this full-time, uninterrupted. Why? Because I love to do this. I love creating content. I love making videos. I love shooting films. I love doing podcasts. In case you couldn't tell, I love to talk and I never shut the fuck up. So right now I've kept the Patreon incredibly simple. There's 2 tiers, and that may change in the future. The Murdergram is a simple way to extend support for all of the hours and hours of free content on the channel for nothing more than $1. 38 cents goes to Patreon. What's $1.38, eh? It's less than a cup of coffee, but it's a great way that you can show support for very little effort. When you divide that $1.38 by the hours and hours and hours of time spent listening to this endless drivel of content, the dollar cost average works out. Next up is the YouTube Casualty for $6.66. The YouTube Casualty is loaded to the gills. Enjoy the archive ad-free, as well as ad-free early access to special docu-style podcast videos, music reaction commentaries, and the like, a month before they drop on YouTube, loaded with ads, I might add. You're also going to get exclusive content and behind-the-scenes content that is not available on YouTube or anywhere else. So you get to peek behind the veil. And believe me, there's a couple of choice pieces. Most of all, more than anything, whether you join the Patreon or not, I just want to thank each and every one of you that comes to the channel, that watches all the shows, that leaves comments, that participates, that subscribes. That's really the most important thing. This is just trying to find a way to earn a living as an artist. And with that, thank you for my TED Talk. Join the Patreon because we need you!
66 cents.
We just went on. We're now going to dive in. Let's see how long this is. God, this is pretty long. All right. Oh, my God. I have to read it, though. We're going to dive into Little Fiend Part 2. This is a 5-part deep dive retrospective into Sean Garrison, who's the lead singer of a band called Kinghorse, and his relationship with Glenn Danzig. If you missed last week's segment, go back and rewatch. It's important for this week's segment because we're continuing on. But in a nutshell, dude was in a band called Kinghorse that was produced by Glenn Danzig. He was signed to Def Jam. He used to be in a hardcore band called Maurice that used to tour with Samhain. And at one point, he was rumored to have been the Fiend Club president, but it was kind of bullshit. He's not really the Fiend Club president. It was just like a sort of a title that was given to him that wasn't really true. I don't know. And he just has a very unique perspective. He wrote a memoir about his very sort of like his relationship with Glenn Danzig. So we're going to continue on here right now, and I will try my best to read it. Whew. Okay, let's take a sip of seltzer before we do. Again, if you have not already, or if you're just joining us, please take a moment to share this stream around town. And please go to www.fromus.com, click on some of the sponsored ads that I have on there because it sends pennies to my AdSense account, which subsidizes my website, which I really need at this time in COVID. Doesn't cost you a dime, just a move of your mouse and a click of it as well. Okay. Ready. In my town, there are 3 kinds of people. Those who think Louisville is a southern city, those who think it is a Midwestern city, and those who know the truth, as discovered by F. Scott Fitzgerald when he visited Louisville. It is neither of those things, and it has both of those things at the same time. Okay, so it's a southern city, it's a Midwestern city, and it's neither of those things and both of those things at the same time. I have to repeat this back to myself sometimes, so I am absorbing what it is that I'm reading. The customary approach among the natives is to sort of choose one of the first 2 false narratives and kind of run with it. In my case, I was definitely from the town that had a huge sign saying Gateway to the South at the Kentucky end of one of the bridges connecting us with that horrible Morador that is the southern half of Indiana. Had a huge sign saying Gateway to the South at the Kentucky end of one of the bridges connecting us with the horrible Morador that is the southern half of Indiana. So he's kind of like really in the middle of the country. This may not mean anything to you, Fiend Clubbers, but it is an important part of understanding why old G-Dog, my affectionate name for Glenn. So he calls Glenn G-Dog. I thought that was kind of funny. That's just his pet name for Glenn Danzig. Part of understanding why old G-Dog was always so utterly frustrated and perplexed by most of my behavior. As he always told me, weird is bad, but wild is great. To someone like me, this sentiment was pretty much the exact opposite of what and who I fundamentally am. So what you are fundamentally weird, so Sean is saying that fundamentally he is weird, and weird is great, and wild is bad. I don't know. The exact opposite. The inverse of that is weird is great, and wild is bad. But Glenn thinks weird is bad, but wild is great. To me, the weirder something was, the cooler it was. And I could just never get Glenn to admit that he was more weird than cool. So the mere fact that Sean likes Glenn and his band because he's weird and likes weird things, sort of like puts him at odds with Glenn, who thinks he's wild. He's on the wild end. Glenn doesn't see himself as weird. Glenn sees himself as wild, while Sean sees them as weird, and which is the things that he gravitates towards. So it's just a conflicting shift in perspectives. It was like trying to get a dog to stop licking his balls. Fruitless. So again, to me, the weirder something was, the cooler it was. And I could just never get Glenn to admit that he was more weird than cool. It was like trying to get a dog to stop licking his balls. Fruitless. I distinctly remember a cartoon drawn by Glenn in the punk rock fanzine that illustrated the way that Jersey rednecks would give him constant shit about his somewhat disturbing appearance. I was unable to locate this gem of punk rock history on the interwebs, but it was super hilarious considering the way they described their experiences visiting San Francisco in various fanzines. Okay, so just super quick. So Frisco, as Glenn calls it, or San Francisco, there was a show where they were playing. I think Joe Biafra was there. They were playing. I forgot what other bands were on the bill. Kids were throwing beer cans at the Misfits. Googie started to chuck them back. Doyle, so there's many different... this is like the mythology of the band. One of the first rumors you hear about the Misfits when you get into them is that Doyle, a young man of all of 18, takes his guitar, his Ibanez Iceman or his Iceman knockoff, and El Kabong someone right in the friggin' dome, like just cracks him in the skull with his guitar. And you've heard that like the guy was never the same again, or that he had to go to the hospital, his head was split open. There are, if you can find pictures of the guitar, a piece of the guitar just straight up broke off. Doyle's brother Rocky claims that Doyle was trying to corral someone with his guitar and sort of hit him in the head in the process. God bless Rocky, the sweetheart. I don't know. I mean, I want to say that's the truth, as Rocky was there. He was roadieing for the band on that tour, but I don't know. Who knows what really happened? It was very violent. The Misfits fought the people in the audience. They basically retreated, and supposedly Joe Biafra was there with like pitchforks and torches. They retreated. They ran off the stage. They did not finish the show, and they locked themselves in the dressing room until everybody left, and then snuck out the back, or snuck out of the place somehow. And Doyle was incredibly upset, and yeah, so the kid got El Kabonged, and it was a whole big thing. And Maximum Rock and Roll, which was a zine back then, wrote a whole piece about it and lambasted. And listen, anybody who either was there that might be listening to this or knows more about it than I do, please correct me please add detail to what I'm saying. I'm trying to think of this off the top of my head. It's not exact and precise. But yeah, that was the gist of what happened. And the Misfits never came back to San Francisco, or never wanted to, and Maximum Rock and Roll wrote really badly about him. And in this analog, pre-internet punk subculture that spanned across the United States, the Misfits were known as these meathead bullies, and there were comics that were drawn about them, with like dicks coming out of their devil hocks, just all sorts of jazz like that. So that is what Sean is referring to. So going back to that, I was unable to locate this gem of punk rock history on the interwebs, but it was super hilarious considering the way they described their experiences visiting San Francisco in various fanzines. Of course, the hysterical riot where Marxist shitheads grabbed bricks and sticks and forced the band to hide in a dressing room until the cops arrived is stuff of legend. But the interviews were fucking priceless comedy considering how many gay friends Glenn and Jerry had during the early days. Okay, so, Sean writes, Sean's writing from, he's writing very firsthand, as if we are going to know every single little thing that he is talking about. It is kind of hard to make some of the connections here, but So he claims, so according to Sean here, they grabbed bricks and sticks. This is after the incident that I just described. They grabbed bricks and sticks and forced the band to hide in the dressing room. Again, I've heard otherwise that the band retreated to the dressing room because they were outnumbered. And the cops arrived, but I've also heard that the cops never came and that they had to sneak out through the back. So whatever, there's many different. That's the part of the beauty of mythology, right? Like, there's this side, there's that side. We don't know what the truth is. We really don't know what the truth is. I'm sure it's probably a fusion of the two. But I've heard that Doyle was very, very upset. He's just very upset. Let's just put it that way. And the interviews were fucking. I don't know who he's talking about. The interviews, if he's talking about Glenn and Jerry getting interviewed, the interviews were fucking priceless comedy, considering how many gay friends Glenn and Jerry had during the early days. So I guess in these interviews, I am not going to say this word because I don't say that word, and I think it's a terrible word. And this word is. I don't care what anybody says out there. This word is now the equivalent of the N word. So we call it the F word. So the F word. So Sean writes here, F word ? Certainly there were no F words around when they would go hang out at Max's Kansas City, which speaks to what he's saying. He's saying that Glenn and Jerry had many gay friends because Glenn and Jerry, I know Tony just said, they weren't really around until that damn show at Haraz, but they, Tony's speaking from his point of view, which is a very valid and truth point of view, but I've heard elsewhere and from other points of view as well that, they were, but they were not really, it wasn't like they weren't known as men. They were playing Max's Kansas City in 1978 on a semi-regular basis. Peter Crowley remembered who they were. So they were there. They were just not. I think playing with the Damned is like what really sort of put them out there. And as Tony made the connection for me that I never would have made. Think about it. They played with the Damned, and the next thing you know, they're actually. They're headlining. When they would do those Max's Kansas City shows. When they would do those Max's Kansas City shows, they were one of many bands on the bill, and you've seen the flyers in the back of like the Village Voice, or whatever, those little columns with all the bands that were playing. They're playing with the Victims, they're playing with this, they're playing with that. But after playing with the Damned, now they're headlining Irving Plaza and have the Mad opening up for them, who were just coming to prominence in 1979. As Tony would say, they were popular, which makes a lot of sense timeline wise. They were popular they were really, really, really big for like a year and a half during that the blossoming of the hardcore. And we named those bands Kraut and the Stimulators and all that. And then they kind of died off. I think they died off when Screamin' Mad George left New York, and I think the band dissolved because it was something he did while he was at school. But was probably shocked that he had made such a splash, and it became more than just, maybe it was more than just a side project. In any case, so the Misfits were definitely around, and you can see there's pictures of them with like this guy Spacely, who with one eye patch, who's the star of a Troma movie called Gringo. So he's hanging out. They're hanging out with Spacely, and there's pictures of Jerry. There's pictures of Jerry with Joey Ramone. You know what I mean? Stiv Bators. So they were around. They're just not. They're not, but their band is not very well known. And at that point, they've only put out two things. They put out Cough Cool in 77. They put out Bullet in 78. Did they put out were both Night of the Living Dead and Horror Business? Yeah, in 1979. Sorry. Right. So for all of 78, all they had was the Bullet EP. That was their calling card. That's what Peter Crowley got when Peter Crowley booked them at Max's Kansas City. That's what he had. That's what he heard. That's what he was given in order to like know whether he should have this band play or not. Peter Crowley, for those who don't know, Peter Crowley is the Max's Kansas City equivalent to Hilly Crystal at CBGB's. So you had Hilly Crystal and you had Peter Crowley doing all the booking at Max's and CB's, and there was the CB group of people and there's the Max's group of people, and obviously there were a lot of little clubs in between. There's the Mud Club, Club 57, Hurrahs, Peppermint Lounge, Great Gildersleeves. I'm sure I'm forgetting a million of them. But the two main camps for punk rock then were those two sort of situations. And it's funny how even though hardcore bands the earliest hardcore bands did play at Max's Kansas City, but hardcore really blossomed at A7 and at CBGB's. And as Max's Kansas City fizzled out in the very early 80s. So Glenn and Jerry were definitely around a lot of gay people, but here they are using F-bombs. I don't know. That's what Sean's writing about. Again, we are reading from Sean's memoirs here about these guys. At that time, so let's keep all of that in context. This is Glenn and Jerry in the 80s as remembered by Sean Garrison, which is the piece of writing that we're reading. These are not our opinions. We are not making these opinions here, okay? Just reading from a memoir to get historical understanding of what we're, But the interviews were fucking priceless considering how many gay friends Glenn and Jerry had during the early days. F-bombs, certainly there were no F-bombs around when they would go hang out at Max's Kansas City. I remember a conversation I had with him on the phone about the stupid shit they would say. So you guys got out of the van in San Francisco wearing skin-tight clothes, very carefully coiffed hair, covered in leather, sporting your big new muscles, and you were surprised when gay dudes hit on you. Do you know how fucking funny that is? So Sean is commenting on the irony of their muscle-bound appearance, their leather and their coiffed hair, and they're in the city of San Francisco and they're getting hit on by gay guys. Let me read his quote one more time. So he's talking to Glenn about this incident. So you guys got out of the van in San Francisco wearing skin-tight clothes, very carefully coiffed hair, covered in leather, and sporting your big new muscles, and you were surprised when gay dudes hit on you? Do you know how fucking funny that is? Glenn's response to that was, I don't give two fucks. Of course, he was laughing too. So Glenn is laughing as he's talking about this. I don't give two fucks was his reply. Of course, he was laughing too. This is how things went. Like Henry Rollins, deconstruction of the carefully formed facade was unthinkable to G-Dog because the truth of the matter is that it was a great facade. Facade? Am I saying that right? What is that? Facade? F-A-C with a weird little thing at the bottom. A-D-E. Is that facade or facade? A facade is like a veneer you put up. I don't know. Again, never said that word out loud. Someone please correct me if you think you need to or whatever. So, like Henry Rollins, deconstruction of the carefully formed facade was unthinkable to G-Dog because the truth of the matter is that it was a great facade. Like I said above, I considered the Misfits a tragic rock and roll story. They were cursed by bad timing, hard-headed stubbornness of Olympian proportions, a basic working-class Italian upbringing, and the fact that poor Glenn knew that his ideas and his songs were great. Interesting. So what makes the Misfits a tragic rock and roll story? They were cursed by bad timing. They had hard-headed stubbornness of Olympian proportions, a basic working-class Italian upbringing, and the fact that poor Glenn knew his ideas and his songs were great. So Glenn, knowing his ideas and songs were great, probably fueled hard-headed stubbornness of Olympian proportions, compounded with the fact that, they were a working-class Italian upbringing, hard-working people, hard-working, blue-collared people. So they were willing and able to put in the work that it took to rehearse and practice and do shows and do everything that's involved with making a band. And the fact that bad timing, as Tony mentioned, Tony said, and this was a very interesting perspective that I never thought of, because last week Sean was bewailing in his memoir about why weren't the Misfits on the radio? Like, how crazy is that? And Tony's response, Tony's rebuttal to this is this week, from what I gather, it's not like he's responding to Sean, but in a way it kind of complements what Sean is saying, or doesn't compliment it, in the fact that because there was nothing raw on the radio. At the time, you could only have polished songs. You could only have something that was properly recorded and polished in a studio that would get airplay. So you're not going to have like rough, raw, President Bullet red body on the street, playing on the radio. Bad timing. He was acutely aware that music that lasts is grown underground and is generally intolerable to the typical American music fan. That is, wow, what a wonderful, what a very, very insightful perspective that Sean has. He's right. He's right. Well, at least this is his perspective, what Glenn's perspective was. Glenn knew that his ideas and his songs were great. He was acutely aware that music that lasts, so the music and the Misfits music has last, right? It's grown, it's last. They're incredibly influential. It's grown underground, and that's what happened in the 80s. The Misfits died, and then the music grew underground to astounding proportions that was further amplified by the biggest band in the world, Metallica, wearing their shirts on stage and in videos and stuff, and furthermore is generally intolerable to the typical American music fan. Why is that? Because anything that is good, as Sean only likes things that are weird, anything that is good, shit, I just lost my place. Anything that is good, anything that is worth its salt, anything that is truly wonderful is not going to be liked by everybody, because what's liked by everybody is generally shit. Why? Because it has to appeal to a massive demographic, and when things have to appeal to a massive demographic, they're stretched really thin and they get really bland and they're really boring. And anything that's liked by a couple of people is probably going to be way fucking cooler. And plus, it's part of the what makes the whole idea of having a secret club so appealing. He was right, of course. He was right about almost everything, and that's why over the years he just got more and more pissed off. So Glenn was right about almost everything, and that's why over the years he just got more and more pissed off. When I was with the Samhain guys, people only wanted to ask about the Misfits, and it was almost tragic to watch. So Glenn breaks up the Misfits. He's doing Samhain, and now all anybody ever wants to talk to about is about the Misfits. After Glenn is done with the Misfits, Glenn's poured his heart and his soul and his blood and his sweat and his tears into the Misfits. Nobody wants to give him the time of day. And now that they're no longer, and that's the ultimate tragedy of Glenn Danzig in how he became grumpy Uncle Glenn and now grumpy Grandpa Glenn. Although he's lightened up over time. I was certainly guilty of this crime, so Sean himself would ask all the time about the Misfit stuff during the Samhain days. I was certainly guilty of this crime, but for some reason, he did not find me irritating at first. I'm getting ahead of myself again. Sorry about that. So Glenn would entertain these questions that Sean would ask. Something happened when Doyle joined the band. Woo! This is a big one. All right, so this is also going to speak to everything that Tony was just saying on the line. Something happened when Doyle joined the band. Look, this is what I mean, Tony. I'm telling you, I hear some of the things I hear from so many different people that I either speak to or I interview, and it's like all the running threads make me think, oh, this is the truth, And so the fact that what you said and what he says, they're the same thing, so it must be true. Two completely different perspectives from two different times, from two different timelines, and two different geographical areas. Something happened when Doyle joined the band. Look, I'm sure that Doyle is a nice guy if you know him well, but in my opinion, he just can't fucking play. Doyle, I love you and I think you're great. And it's probably about to get really rough right now. He just can't fucking play. His guitar sound is shit. He is sloppy and careless. He seems more interested in posing and flexing than playing well, and brought a whole new level of New Jersey jockism to the table, which was probably fun for the band to unleash on the world, but just made them a complete joke as a live act. And you can hear in Tony's comments, listen to what Tony says. What does Tony say? Tony's like, I was expecting to see Bobby. He was not there. And here's Doyle in his place, and he just doesn't, the sound isn't good. And suddenly Tony is very, oh shit. No. Oh shit! Sorry. So weird to hear yourself as you're trying to talk about something else. Let me turn the volume way down. So Tony sees that Bobby is not there. He hears that the band does not sound that great, and suddenly Tony is pretty much lost the interest in keeping track of the band, right? So again, as Sean says, something happened when Doyle joined the band. Look, I'm sure Doyle is a nice guy if you know him well, but in my opinion, he just can't fucking play. His guitar sound is shit. We talked about why that is. And again, it's not just him. Again, too much blame on Doyle. Let's blame Doyle and Jerry. And you know that Glenn didn't have any say or opinion on the way their guitar tone sounded when they played live, because those guys were in charge of that shit. That was their fucking thing. They're probably like, Glenn, fuck you. He is sloppy and careless, and he seems more interested in posing and flexing than playing well. And you can see that in all of the fucking photos there's so many photos of Doyle posing in just the right way. And not that Jerry isn't posing, but I kind of like could see what he's talking about when I look at those photos on the internet and stuff. Yeah, they brought a whole new level of New Jersey jockism. And it made them a complete joke as a live act. And it seemed to not matter because by that point, they're switched over to the hardcore scene. Hardcore kids are, there for the intensity and ferocity as much as they are there to hear the music. A part of it is the live experience, the catharsis of going apeshit and crashing into each other and moshing, all the things that turn Tony off. And he also mentioned that girls stopped showing up, and that's true, too. It's like the hardcore scene was a boys-only scene. It was a boys-only club full of, meatheads beating the shit out of each other, and what better focal point for that than these two twins of evil with Glenn in the middle, singing. Yes, he is the perfect embodiment of the Misfits look, which is what the Misfits started to care about more. But everyone knows that Glenn played the guiding guitar tracks on both 12 Hits from Hell and Walk Among Us. While a lot of early fans maintain that the sheer volume of their later sets kept the band from being able to stay tight, I must unfortunately call bullshit. Bullshit. So he capitalizes that bullshit after he says bullshit. So let's take that back again. So Glenn, and yes, there's an interview in Alternate Guitar Magazine, if anybody can find that, where Glenn is talking about, there's a lot of different guitar tracks on Walk Among Us, and while Doyle is playing on those tracks, Glenn's laying down the guide and Doyle's thickening it up. I don't give a rat's anus about the 1981 footage from Bookies, which is a very popular, it's the earliest known footage of the Misfits available publicly is from 1981 from Bookies in Detroit. And you can find, it used to be utter garbage, but there are some pristine copies that have popped up over the years. And Doyle's live playing just goes downhill from there. So people have said to Sean clearly, and that's why he's saying this right now, that, Doyle sounds reasonably okay in 1981, at least compared to 1982 and 1983. So, and I'm sure if we had interviewed Tony years and years earlier and his memory was not recalling from 42 years ago and maybe only from 3 years ago, maybe if we were interviewing him in 1985, he could probably say better that Doyle's playing at that first show with Doyle was a hell of a lot better than the playing, at that convention show that he saw them at. But who knows, man? And again, Tony's perspective is interesting because Tony saw them at such a pivotal transitional point from the Bobby Steele horror business version to the Doyle hardcore Walk Among Us version. He got to witness that shit live, So Sean doesn't give a rat's anus about the 1981 footage. Doyle's live playing just goes downhill from there. If you watch later footage of the band, Jerry holds his bass vertically half the time and is just sloppy, flailing away. So maybe someday if I can properly stream the footage without getting too many drop frames, you'll see. You'll see. Do I have anything? So here is like Jerry. This is like Jerry in every video. So yeah, he's playing like, if you could imagine this is lower, he's playing, and then all he does is go, That's what he's doing. That's what Jerry's doing. He's holding it out vertically, and he's going, bum, rum, 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 rum. The vacuum cleaner in a blender going, rum, 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 rum. It's Robo that kept the songs from completely flying apart into a massive steroid-fueled, hysterically funny musical sauerkraut. Ouch. So he's crediting Robo for keeping them on the tracks, as Tony said, and we talked about. Well, he was talking about the '79 band, but even later, the human organic element that adds slight imperfection, that adds to the performance, was suddenly way out of control, and you have the band is literally like a freight train going 1,000 miles an hour, barely holding on to the track as Robo is trying to keep the rowboat going. If you were to take Robo out of the equation, what do you think those live sets would sound like? Absolute goat manure. Now, I don't give a flying fuck. Wait. Boy, his stream of consciousness in his writing, okay, I'm going to try and say this in one sentence. Ready? Now, I don't give a flying fuck at a rolling donut. I don't give a flying fuck at a rolling donut. That's what he's saying. Absolute goat manure. Now, I don't give a flying fuck at a rolling donut, what Glenn was saying at the time. His famous quote, I think from the set at Al's Bar, and here's the thing, and there's many of these famous quotes from the bootlegs, and so if you're a real fucking fan, like if you're a real fucking Misfits fan, like a true fan of this band, you know when you hear another person across the room say, if you don't know what this song is, then what the fuck are you doing here? Or the other one is, we pound these things like jackhammers, or when they're tuning up, or another one is, I think you want me to throw firecrackers at you, something like that. A lot of great live things, and as you know, there's the alternate lyrics to Bobby Steele lyrics to Teenagers from Mars, and there's Glenn today during the reunion shows going, do you like my fucking pump? Oh, that's something we never... Tony, I did not ask you... We did not compare and contrast what it's like to see the Misfits at Madison Square Garden and what they sound like today with Doyle and on the stage, and versus seeing them in 1982 or 1980 or 1979. That was one thing we did not really dive into, which would have been good. But if you have any comment on that, please put it in the comments for this for right now. So now I don't give a flying fuck at a rolling donut, what Glenn was saying at the time, his famous quote, I think from the set at Al's Bar in L.A. We don't fucking care about making mistakes. Fuck that shit. If you want that shit, go see some cock rock band or some shit. Is probably one of the funniest things he ever said from the stage. I am not saying that, in my opinion, he was actually embarrassed by how sloppy and unprofessional they had become. No, I'm saying that he was extremely embarrassed by Jerry and Doyle because he told me straight to my face that he had been. So this is interesting. So post-mortem, after the Misfits break up, and Sean is friends with Glenn during the Samhain times, and as Curtis, who has said in the past, you know, you could, back in the 80s, you could get a hold of Glenn's number and you could call him up and he would just talk to people on the phone and answer any of their questions. And, you know, and while I've never spoken to Glenn, I have spoken, I'll never forget when I got Peter Crowley's number, who's the guy, that guy I was talking about earlier from Max's Kansas City, this legend in my mind, equivalent to Hilly Crystal, who it's criminally insane that he's never published a book, who I called that, like, told me to call him late at night and sat there and spoke to me till 2 a.m, talking to me about music and rock and roll, didn't know me out of a hole in the wall, and just loved to talk about music and things. And I feel like Glenn was one of those types of guys, when I hear about how he could just call him and he'd talk to you on the phone. In the same way that the Dead Boys, Jimmy Zero once told me that they would call up James Williamson, who they revered, the guitar player, the latter guitar player for Iggy and the Stooges during the Raw Power era. And they just call him up just to pick his brain and talk to him on the phone. So So again, Glenn talks like this. We don't fucking care about making mistakes. Fuck that shit. If you want to see that shit, go see some cock rock band or some shit. It's probably one of the funniest things he ever said from the stage. I'm not saying that in my opinion that he was actually embarrassed by how sloppy and unprofessional they had become. No, I'm saying that he was extremely embarrassed by Jerry and Doyle because he told me straight to my face that he had been. So Jerry and Doyle, they're working at their dad's factory like crazy. They're working at Pro Edge. Jerry and Doyle's father, Jerry Sr., Jerry Caiafa I think first, although, yeah, because Jerry Jr., a.k.a. Jerry Other, I guess he'd be Jerry the third. Although maybe Jerry's grandfather was also Jerry, so maybe he's Jerry the fourth. I don't know. Jerry Caiafa went to Lodi High School. He went to high school with the guy who runs Benson, who runs Cardi Sugar Bowl. Went to high school with Jerry's dad. Jerry's dad was I think he had patents or something. He had contracts with NASA. They used to make X-Acto knives. It was a machinery plant. And it was a very, 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 I think the business has since gone the way of the dodo, but those guys would work in this shop. And that's how they would fund the band. They'd fund recording sessions, and they would, in addition to having financial backers like George Germain and the T-shirt money that would come in, they would machine. That's how they would get these jigsaws and machine chop the shit out of their guitars. And eventually when they left the Misfits, they would become their next band, Christ the Conqueror, was sort of like a guitar workshop in the sense that they learned how to really make their own guitars and then write songs on them. Because those songs that they play and those songs from the 90s and stuff, they sound more like metal songs because kind of the guitar tone that they have a little bit. So in addition to just, wanting to move in a more metal direction that they did, their instruments were kind of built for it. I don't like the way those guitars sound at all. I don't like the way the Devastator and the Annihilator guitars sound. I don't think they're good. But the reason why I bring up the machine shop is because that's what Jerry and Doyle had gotten working full time, those good, hardworking, blue-collar Lodi boys, or even though they came from a well-off family, are working in their dad's shop, and then, doing the band. And they started to get sloppy. Things started to get sloppy. They didn't want to do shows because they were too busy working, which might be one of the reasons why they never played out as often as they could. Tony says they were great at MSG, but hard to compare with the early 80 version, a different band again. Misfits Mark 8 or 9. Well said, Tony. Well said. So Glenn was extremely embarrassed, though, by the direction that the band was going. They're playing faster, they're getting sloppier, and it's not working out. So he says he told Sean straight to his face that he had been embarrassed by Jerry and Doyle. Yes, and that brings me to the famous question about whether Jerry and Doyle were coked up like disco dancers during the last year of shows. Okay, so again, I am just reading from a fucking memoir. I am not saying that Jerry and Doyle were on drugs. I don't know if they were. There are other sources out there that talk about this. Again, I'm just reading what's written on the stage. I am not saying that this is fact. I have no fucking idea. But I'm just reading this because it's an interest. This is a perspective of a guy, Sean, by way of Glenn, back in the early 80s. Let's just give it the context of what it is. I don't know if Doyle was into that shit, but many, many, many people told me that Jerry was. So Sean is claiming that many, many, many people told him that Jerry was super coked up in that last year. It may be some complete fucking bullshit story to explain the ridiculous guitar smashing, inability to tune their instruments, and general lack of musical tightness, but it doesn't really matter because I have no proof for half the shit I am telling you. I can only relate what I heard with my ears from the mouths of very depressed, angry, and frustrated musicians and fans, because back then, happy people had no interest in punk rock. So even here, he is posting a disclaimer that he doesn't know if Doyle and or Jerry were coked out in that last year, but he is also explaining that this is what he heard from other people. So this is like fifth-hand information here. Let's take that with a grain of salt. So perhaps now you can grasp why the Misfits are a tragedy of sorts, and this story needed to be firmly implanted in your mind because their misfortunes and missteps are entirely reflective of 99% of what happens to all American bands. Let me say that one more time. Because again, Sean is an eloquent writer, but he likes to convey very complex thoughts in long sentences. And I don't know about you guys, but me, I need to read the sentence a time or two again to really sort of marinate in what he is saying because I'm not picking it up. So perhaps now we can grasp why the Misfits are a tragedy of sorts. And this story needs to be firmly implanted in your mind because their misfortunes and the missteps they took are entirely reflective of 99.99% of what happens to all American bands. So let's just say for a second. So let's put this in additional perspective. So not only are you a band, you're a band that's made it, right? Or made it to a point where you have a following. You could do it in a semblance of DIY professionalism. That's what we'll call it. It's not straight up professionalism. It's DIY punk rock professionalism, which I would say the Misfits were doing, right? And even there, think about all the bands outside of that realm that don't get to the spot where the Misfits had gotten through hard work and doing everything that they were doing, that they fall into this 99.99% category. A lot of bands fall into this 99.9% category. And the way that Sean writes it, he's really talking about all American bands are 99.9% of this category. Are entirely reflective of 99.99% of what happens to all American bands. Timing is everything, and the fucked up truth is the Static Age was recorded in February 1978 and was being considered by various labels for release, but in October, sorry, I'm having a terrible time reading this. Let me say this one more time. So the missteps. So the Misfits' missteps and misfortunes are entirely reflective of 99.9% of what happens to all American bands. Timing is everything. And the fucked up truth is the Static Age was recorded in February 1978 and was being considered by various labels for release. But then in October of that year, it was pretty much a foregone conclusion that everyone in America playing punk rock was never going to get on a real record label because all the fucking English idiots who had Jesus Christ. This is it's not a run-on sentence, it's just such a long thought. Timing is everything, and the fucked up truth is that the Static Age was recorded in February of 1978. It was being considered by various labels for release, but then in October of that year, it was pretty much a foregone conclusion that everyone in America playing punk rock was never going to get on a real record label because a fucking English idiot who had moved to New York City passed out in the Chelsea Hotel, and while he was on the floor drooling in his idiotic this is really poorly written. I'm sorry. This part is really poorly written. This is the longest fucking sentence in the world. I can't even read it. So look, Static Age was recorded in February 1978. It was being considered by various labels for release. In October of that year, nobody was going to be able to get on a real punk rock or a real record label because Sid Vicious had passed out in the Chelsea Hotel, and while he was on the floor drooling, his idiotic whore of a girlfriend was stabbed by a heroin dealer. Okay, but we don't know. Okay, but we don't even know if she was stabbed by a heroin dealer. She might have been stabbed by Sid. We don't know. No one knows. No one knows what happened. Point is that after she died, after Nancy Spungen died, all of a sudden, labels were no longer considering punk rock. Man, we should have talked about this. I would have loved to hear Tony, we're saving this for our interview. I'd love to hear your opinion on that as well, Tony, about that. Do you agree with that statement made? Thanks, Sid. I'm not going to try to reread that sentence a fourth time for the impatient people watching this, if there are any. I feel terrible butchering that as I did to begin with. The Misfits were ahead of their time and were sabotaged by the historical time period they existed in. Wait, but there's more. All right, I'm going to try and read this one more time. Ready? Timing is everything, and the fucked up truth is that the Static Age was recorded in February 1978 and was being considered by various labels for release, but then in October of that year, it was a pretty much foregone conclusion that everyone in America playing punk rock was never going to get on a real record label because a fucking English idiot who had moved to New York City passed out in the Chelsea Hotel, and while he was on the floor drooling his idiotic horror of a girlfriend, was stabbed by a heroin dealer. Thanks, Sid. Because, you know, you expect the sentence to end, like, in a logical place, and it just keeps going. And I keep looking here and then looking back to read. That sentence was nonsense. The Misfits were ahead of their time, and they were sabotaged by the historical time period that existed then. Wait, but there's more. If you want to understand the full story here, there's another aspect to this tale that you probably can't grasp fully unless you were there, but I'm going to try and make you understand it. Ready? In 1982, a fanzine appeared called Maximum Rock and Roll. We just started talking about Maximum Rock and Roll. Okay. So now he's probably gonna explain it a lot more eloquently than myself. Or at least more context as to the zine that lambasted the Misfits after the San Francisco incident. A fanzine appeared called Maximum Rock and Roll that from the beginning, waged a passive-aggressive war on any and all bands that didn't subscribe to their full left Marxist views. This fucking magazine single-handedly killed American hardcore because its hippie fucking editor, Tim Yohannan, born in 1945, had absolutely no sense of humor and was too fucking idiotic to understand the words fun and irony. His first rag was called All the Drugs You Can Eat and was published during the start of the Nixon administration. Yes, in the same year that great records were falling from the sky like rotten lemons, a fucking hippie decided he was going to single-handedly take over an entire subculture, but instead of taking over and controlling the narrative of what American punk rock was supposed to be, he only succeeded in pissing off 75% of the bands and fans to such a degree that within 2 years, every band who was still together either changed dramatically or broke up from sheer miserable frustration. So Sean is breaking up. Sean is blaming Maximum Rock and Roll for 75% of the bands changing or breaking up out of miserable frustration. You see, if punk rock was telling other people what to do and how to live, a lot of us decided that punk rock was lame. And the little Mohawk sporting clones were the enemy. And that's interesting because that's what it becomes, right? Like, you know, it becomes, they become Mohawk sporting clones, you know? It becomes when a subculture reaches the mainstream and is no longer a subculture, is now a part of the mainstream, and therefore needs to have criteria that define what it is to be something, whether you believe in its, you know, what's it called? Whether you believe in its dogma or not, right? Or it's whatever, its thing or not. And so everybody now, all the hardcore bands are becoming cookie cutter, and you have everybody is wearing a mohawk, and that's what makes you punk if you're wearing a mohawk or a leather jacket or this, that, and the other. The Misfits definitely caught up in yet another shitty vortex of stupidity. And like dozens of other bands, they just decided to turn up every aspect of their identity that did not conform to this new political dogma to 11. So Maximum Rock and Roll comes in, starts like, you know, attacking everybody. And the Misfits, he claims, in another shitty vortex of stupidity, and like dozens of other bands, they just decided to turn up every aspect of their identity that did not conform to this new political dogma to 11. Bands like the Bad Brains, the FUs, Black Flag, the Meat Puppets, Husker Du, and many others just decided that anything that was going to piss off the assholes at Maximum Rock and Roll was good, and that anything that placated those preachy hippie fucks was bad. In my opinion, this is what caused the Misfits to start doing stuff like call homosexuals F-bombs. There you go. So he thinks that the sudden shift in the Misfits using that sort of language was to piss off Maximum Rock and Roll, that there was no problem as they were fixtures on the late 70s New York punk rock scene where there was many a gay person constantly, and suddenly started to amp up this part of their personality, which happens to coincide with the hardcore punk, sound and circles that they're starting to run with. So it all sort of just blends together, I guess. In my opinion, this is why the Misfits started to do stuff like call homosexuals F-bombs, started doing steroids, conjecture, and listening to Van Halen much as possible. I think those last two in particular are aimed at Jerry and Doyle. Jerry, particularly Doyle, was a huge Van Halen fan. Huge. And even wanted to musically go in that direction, and might even possibly be part of the reason why Earth AD is so fast instead of the slow, atmospheric record that Glenn was hoping, or that Glenn had a vision for initially, supposedly. Both the Misfits and Black Flag got completely carried away with this shit, writing songs and saying idiotic but funny crap in fanzines that would bum out any and all people who thought that Jello Biafra was some sort of prophet, which is also fucked up because Jello was friends with those guys, but he was not friends with the Misfits. Jello hated the Misfits because of the El Kabong incident that happened in San Francisco where Doyle cracked the guy over the skull with the guitar. Anyway, the way that fucker Tim Yo was telling every punk in America how to think certainly didn't help the first wave of bands see that the punk rocks. Sorry, again, dude, the way this dude writes, it's just the sentences are so fucking long. I keep expecting there to be a period. Anyway, that fucker Tim was telling every punk rock in America how to think certainly didn't help the first wave of bands see that the punk rock scene was something to be embraced anymore. In fact, most of them started looking for the escape hatch, including your humble narrator. So the Misfits broke up, but that wasn't the end of G-Dog's frustrations and misery. The moment that the band split up, all of Glenn's pals in punk rock, in the punk rock scene, started tape bootlegging any and all Misfits music that Glenn may have given them out of friendship, because for all of his faults, Glenn Anzalone is a generous motherfucker. So, yeah, so even as far back as the Static Age, we talked about this last time, mixed down tapes would get made, whatever, tapes that Glenn had. Glenn would give these things to people, not expecting them to be bootlegged. And no wonder later on when people would come and get that shit signed, he'd be like, I want to break it because these people have it because I gave it to them, and it went and got bootlegged. The moment that the band split up, all of Glenn's pals in the punk rock scene started tape bootlegging any and all Misfits music that Glenn may have given them out of friendship, because for all his faults, Glenn is a generous motherfucker, and I've heard story after story where that is incredibly true. He gave away stuff because he liked doing it. And all during 1984, everyone basically betrayed his ass and started copying anything and everything that they had promised not to copy. And I think I think that speaks to a larger sense of their culture, of the Lodi Italian New Jersey culture of there's a generosity that comes with being like Italian. I don't know what it is, like this gregarious generosity of like wanting to like genuinely make someone's day and give them something or do something for them. And again, you hear Jerry doing this all the time. You don't really hear much about that from Doyle, but you hear about it from Glenn a lot. So I think that is, and in my experience with Lodi Italians, and I've had quite a few experiences with a bunch, that has always been the case. Just fucking salt of the earth, wonderful generosity. So here's Glenn handing out, tapes, man. He's handing out all these fucking tapes, giving them to people, friends and whatever, and they're fucking bootlegging that shit. So, and that happened during 1984. It was pretty fucked up, and I myself had a watered-down copy of Static Age mentioned above that Barry from the Necros had first copied. No doubt saying to the next asshole, "You have to swear that you won't copy it again." And that goes back to what we spoke about last episode, where one person bootlegs this tape or copies this tape, which copies this tape, and it warps the timing of the track and yada yada yada. So Sean got his Static Age tape from Barry and the Necros overall, and you've heard of Todd Swalla. His name comes up all the time when talking about the Misfits because he was almost like the ceremonial. He was almost like he was like a fifth member in the sense that he was always filling in for the drummers. When they were in a pinch, they'd call on Todd because Todd knew all the songs because Todd was such a huge fan. So Corey, Barry, Andy, and Todd from the Necros were huge fans. Corey Rusk, the bass player, who is part of Touch and Go Records, had a U-Matic camera. And when they were in Toledo, they're from Toledo, Ohio. And when the Misfits were out that way, Corey filmed a music video for the song Night of the Living Dead, where the Misfits were parading around a cemetery somewhere in Ohio, knocking over tombstones. No one has ever seen the U-Matic tape, but pictures, stills from that video have been used for Misfits flyers back in the day. Pretty freaking cool stuff. So the Necros were like a brother band to the Misfits and were huge Misfit fans and very much Fiends, like the first wave of Fiends. And they were young fucking guys. And great, just a great hardcore band. Man, those dudes probably have incredible insights, and they were there. They toured with them. They were there for the New Orleans grave robbing incident, and just they were there at the last show. They played the last show with the band, and Todd had to fill in on drums. He played the last show because their drummer brain damage. Oh, that's something we'll unpack someday. The brain damage point of view of that show. And you know what's sad? Russ Gibb, who was a DJ. Who supposedly coined the whole conspiracy that Paul is dead. He died, man, but I got to talk to him on the phone before he died, and, the Misfits stayed at his house for that last show. And he had a story about them sitting around the table and eating breakfast and nobody saying a word to each other. Although apparently Glenn was ready to leave the Misfits or had broken up and left the Misfits prior to that show, even though there was supposedly a Germany tour planned to support Earth AD, but he had broken up he had already been ready to leave the band after the Great Gildersleeve show and was doing one last commitment because they knew there would be such a loyal hardcore following out in Dearborn, Michigan, where they would play from time to time. So basically, everybody's bootlegging. Barry's giving this tape over to our narrator here, Sean, and you swear you won't copy this tape again. By the time I got a hold of it, the guitar solo in Some Kind of Hate sounded even more like a saxophone, which blew my fucking mind. That's crazy. So as we were talking about, dubbing from tape to tape to tape, the song is warping, the timing is warping, and he says that and you can still find them. I have them somewhere on my computer, because what happened is those tapes would then be put out as 7 inches, man. People would make 7 inches from these bootlegged tapes that had been bootlegged 10 times. And then he called them the Static Age demos. And they sound like they could be whole new recordings because they sound so warped. And so he's saying that the guitar solo in Some Kind of Hate sounded like a saxophone, which blew his mind. We were convinced that it was a saxophone, and that made us like the band even more than we did before. Amazing. The mythology, the imagination, like nobody knows anything, I don't know. It's just so interesting. So I guess it was early 1984 when my pal Julian Bevan got his slimy mitts on a stolen calling card number and Glenn's home phone digits, and we started calling him and asking him all kinds of stupid questions. Interesting. So his pal Julian got his slimy mitts on a stolen calling card number. What does that mean? Was it a calling card, like the way you used to have a calling card if you wanted to call something and it had money loaded on it? And Glenn's number was on that calling card, I guess, whatever. And they would call him, and they'd ask him all kinds of stupid questions. This was the beginning of my, and he puts in quotations, my friendship with G-Dog. We were both very excited about the new band that Glenn was supposed to be forming with the guys from Minor Threat, even though it sounded like a combination of dudes that would never work together in a million years. Sorry, I misread that. Glenn was supposed to be forming, guys, I'm so sorry. My reading sucks today. We were both very excited about the new band that Glenn was supposed to be forming with the guys from Minor Threat, even though it sounded like a combination of dudes that would never work in a million years. So that's the end of Little Fiend Part 2. And that's his beginning. So he first started to really talk to Glenn, I'm guessing, it sounds like the fall of 83, right? Or maybe early 1984. He has befriended Glenn via stolen calling card, and they're calling up Glenn just to talk to him. And back then it's like, what is it? It's like Friday, Saturday, Sunday night, or, whatever, in the middle of the week. You get home from school, or they're just like, whatever, just a couple of kids just shy of 20 or just under 20. And what do you do to entertain yourself? You pick up the rotary phone, you dial the fucking number, and you call up Glenn Danzig and ask him tons of stupid questions, and he sits there answering them for you. And so that concludes this week's episode of Facebook Evil Live. That was a lot of fun.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Jeff. So I've decided to make a Patreon. What is Patreon? I don't know how to define a Patreon. Let me look it up. Patreon is a membership platform that makes it very easy for creators to get paid for the things that they're already creating. I want to do it full time. I want this to be my full-time job. In my efforts to make that happen, I've set up this platform. Is it going to work? Is it going to be successful? I don't know, but I would rather try and crash and burn than not try at all. The goal is to create enough passive revenue so that I can continue to do this full-time, uninterrupted. Why? Because I love to do this. I love creating content. I love making videos. I love shooting films. I love doing podcasts. In case you couldn't tell, I love to talk, and I never shut the fuck up. So right now, I've kept the Patreon incredibly simple. There's 2 tiers, and that may change in the future. The Murdergram is a simple way to extend support for all of the hours and hours of free content on the channel for nothing more than $1. 38 cents goes to Patreon. What's $1.38, eh? It's less than a cup of coffee, but it's a great way that you can show support for very little effort. When you divide that $1.38 by the hours and hours and hours of time spent listening to this endless drivel of content, the dollar cost average works out. Next up is the YouTube Casualty for $6.66. The YouTube Casualty is loaded to the gills. Enjoy the archive ad-free, as well as ad-free early access to special docu-style podcast videos, music reaction commentaries, and the like, a month before they drop on YouTube, loaded with ads, I might add. You're also going to get exclusive content and behind-the-scenes content that is not available on YouTube or anywhere else. So you get to peek behind the veil. And believe me, there's a couple of choice pieces. Most of all, more than anything, whether you join the Patreon or not, I just want to thank each and every one of you that comes to the channel, that watches all the shows, that leaves comments, that participates, that subscribes. That's really the most important thing. This is just trying to find a way to earn a living as an artist. And with that, thank you for my TED Talk. Join the Patreon, because we need you!
66 cents.
So this week we're on part 3 of Little Fiend. That's Sean Garrison's personal memoir. It's a memoir about his relationship with punk rock and the friendship that he developed with Glenn Danzig. He got to know Glenn pretty well, and Glenn ended up producing his album for Def Jam Records, the debut and only album from Kinghorse, with the Pusshead artwork. And yeah, it's just very interesting. He's a fantastic writer, although sometimes his sentences he tacks so many thoughts on into the same sentence it's hard to read them succinctly. And now we're going to dive into Little Fiend Part 3, and then after Little Fiend Part 3, we're going to experiment with a new music segment that you will either love or hate. And if you don't like it, you can let me know and say, Jeff, don't do that again. And if you really dig it, if you dig that crazy-ish, we will do it again. More people can send in tracks. Little Fiend Part 3, October 21st, 2015. Before I dive into this third installment, I want to make something perfectly clear. The Misfits are not my favorite band. He says that, but I don't think so. I think the Misfits... Maybe he says that now, like as an older man, but at that time, the Misfits were totally that dude's favorite band, I think. Well, he's saying that now. He's saying the Misfits are not my favorite band. I have spent 3 times as much time listening to the Smiths, Queen, The Clash, and Elvis Costello, and I have spent 3 times as... Yeah, he wrote this weird. All right, let's try this one more time. Before I dive into this third installment, I want to make something perfectly clear. The Misfits are not my favorite band. I have spent 3 times as much time listening to the Smiths, Queen, The Clash, and Elvis Costello and the Misfits or Samhain. But he's saying he's listened to those bands more than he's listened to the Misfits or Samhain. But if you like thinking and talking about punk rock all the time, as I did from 1982 to 1987, the Misfits provided an endless supply of amazing, head-scratching, confusing, and hilarious tidbits to obsess over. So there you go, man. Like, literally what this shit is all about. Like, what we do week after fucking week is what this dude's talking about. He listens to all these other different bands, but if you love talking about punk rock, as he did from 1982 to 1987, the Misfits provided an endless supply of amazing, head-scratching, confusing, and hilarious tidbits to obsess over. The lineup changes, the bizarre and amazing first incarnation of the band, Cough Cool as a Triumph, the almost non-stop development of their stage appearance, their complete and absurd devotion to staying in character in each and every situation. So Sean here is now completely contradicting what Glenn is saying in that interview we just listened to. Glenn's saying, this is us. We are not posers. We are like, this is us all the time, 24/7. And Sean is saying that, they're just staying in character 24/7. There is another angle of these guys. This is not them in their entirety. It is, there is more to them than this, which I think is realistic and true. Their complete and absurd devotion to staying in character in each and every situation, the freaky combination of poetry and science fiction, because that is what it is, man. All those songs on Static Age, on all the songs, even though the songs are not rhyming, they are fucking poetry. The freaky combination of poetry and science fiction, the vibrant Americana that they reflected in their open and unashamed worship of TV. Wow. What an insightful statement. That is exactly what they're doing. The vibrant Americana that they reflected in their open and unashamed worship of TV. Look at the song TV Casualty or Static Age. Glenn's combination of uber generosity and grumpiness. Right? Uber generosity and something that I think he's kept up to this day. He's uber generous and he's grumpy. The endless search for the unreleased tracks. It was like being into the Beatles because there seemed to be no end to the story. And that's true about the Beatles as well. There's no end to the Beatles story. As much as I'm a fan of the Misfits, I am equally a fan of the Beatles. I love the Beatles. The Beatles were my first fucking band. You know what I mean? And I've read that story a million times in a million different books in the same way that I pour over the Misfits story over and over again. And there's endless things to explore within the Misfits mythology. Why is that? Why are the Misfits something where you can endlessly explore but not say other punk bands? I guess there are a few other punk bands that are like that, but not many. And it's a fascinating criteria to explore. It was like being into the Beatles because there seemed to be no end to the story. That is why a lot of Louisville kids talked about them all the time when there was nothing else to talk about. We were never going to figure it out. We were never going to understand the New Jersey Guido mindset, and we were never going to truly get it. I'm not sure if Guido is an offensive word. If it is, please enlighten me and let me know that I should not be using that word, but I'm going to use it for now. If you were raised... I lost my place. We were never going to understand the New Jersey Guido mindset, and we were never going to truly get it. That was why there may be the most interesting. That is why they may be the most interesting of all American rock bands, right? That's why they're so interesting, because we're never going to truly get it. If you were raised in a Louisville household, these Italian guys for New Jersey were constantly oscillating between extreme hilarity and headache-inducing stupidity that caused horrific exhaustion and aspiration. Since they correctly felt the same way about us, the total lack of incompatibility was the reverse of boring. I can't help but quote South Park's Sheila Broflovsky when she was explaining to the townsfolk about the New Jersey mindset. You can't just tell people from Jersey you don't like them. No matter how obnoxious they are, they will convince themselves that you actually think they're cool. Truer words were never spoken. Louisville punks knew that being cool means being a tiresome idiot, and we liked being idiots because being idiotic is fun. Everyone I have ever met from the Misfits, Samhain and Danzig crowd is simply incapable of not only accepting that they are... I'm sorry. It's like so funny though. Like this is so funny to me. Like he is such a great writer, even though I like cannot read his writing, and maybe it's not his fault. Maybe I just like suck at reading, but that's just so funny. Let me start again. I'm reading from the thing. I personally don't think everybody from New Jersey is an idiot, but this is just funny to hear how he and them thought about this. Ready? You can't just tell people from Jersey that you don't like them. No matter how obnoxious they are, they will convince themselves that you actually think they're cool. Truer words were never spoken. Louisville punks knew that being cool means being a tiresome idiot, and we liked being idiots because being an idiot is fun. Everyone I have ever met from the Misfits, Samhain and Danzig crowd is simply incapable of not only accepting that they are an idiot. Sorry. I'm sorry. It's just funny to me. All right. Everyone I have ever met from the Misfits, Samhain and Danzig crowd is simply incapable of not only accepting that they are an idiot, they are utterly incapable of ever considering it. The only exception is London May, who is not from Jersey and is generally a big sweetie. I don't know, man. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all. I know a lot. I know a bunch of these guys too, not all of them. But that has not been my experience, man. Everybody who I've ever met has been really friggin' like awesome and not idiotic, you know. Whatever. In any case, this is Sean's opinion here about these things. So when G-Dog and I started our phone relationship, I love how he uses the word relationship because that's what it's like. He's writing about an ex-lover when he writes about this shit, you know. It's like, you know, it's like. I mean, I guess it's like, you know, it's hero worship, you know, it's like, he clearly looks up to Glenn, you know, but it's just interesting how he says how we started our phone relationship. So when G-Dog and I started our phone relationship, I can't exactly remember when. I'm going to say that they started it in late 1983, early 1984, because the Misfits were gone. Samhain was just beginning. He says that when they started their phone relationship, a few things became instantly apparent. First, Glenn was always home. You got nothing to do on a Saturday night? Call Glenn. Can't stop trying to figure out what 138 stands for? Call Glenn. This is great. Sorry, I got to start this over because it's so fucking great. A few things became instantly apparent when he started his phone relationship with Glenn. First, Glenn was always home, probably in his basement, with his things. You got nothing to do on a Saturday night? Call Glenn. Can't stop trying to figure out what 138 stands for? Call Glenn. Want to talk about how awesome wire are for 30 minutes? Call Glenn. Need to tell someone about the gigantic bowel movement you just had? Call Glenny Poo. Need to tell somebody about the gigantic bowel movement you just had? Call Glenny Poo. Can you imagine there was a time where you had Glenn Danzig's mother's and father's home phone number, and that you could just call the fucking house and just like talk to Glenn, and Glenn would just talk to you? It's crazy. I mean, as I've said in previous episodes, this is not the first time that I've heard this. I've heard this from a lot of people. People that had his number, you could just call him and he would just talk to you. And I've had that, as I said, I've had that experience myself with this guy, Peter Crowley, who is the booker from Access Kansas City. He'll just talk to you. Doesn't know you out of a hole in the wall. Just talk to you. Talk to you about stuff like, music and stuff. It's pretty fucking cool. I think the fucker wasn't home to answer the phone maybe once in all the times I called his house. And I was not the only kid who did this shit. I can think of 5 of us who would call the guy when we were bored, including my pal, Kevin Mitchell, whose insane hillbilly accent Glenn loved to listen to. Listening in on the extension when Kevin and Glenn started bickering on the phone was so much fun, I'll never be able to describe it. Glenn with his absurdly funny Fonzie accent and Kevin's voice reaching a crazy high hick squeal as he asked Glenn what Richie Cunningham was really like. That shit was comedy gold. Glenn, what's Richie Cunningham really like? I mean, that's so funny. I mean, and you think about it too, like, in the decade before last, so not in the 2010s, but the decade from 2000 to 2010, Misfits Central was very, very, very was like this online forum. I've talked about it before. It was everybody. We were all on there talking about the Misfits, blah blah blah. But you have to think, and then in the 90s, it was like the Misfits emailing list that Mark Kennedy had started. But in the 80s, it was actually talking with Glenn himself. You know what I'm saying? Like on the phone. That's like kind of like the vibe that I'm getting. Hours of entertainment, just listening in on the line as Glenn would talk to, these kids from Louisville. Sometimes Glenn would space out while on the phone, sort of forgetting you were there. And yet he was too polite to tell you to get lost. Lost. Yes, polite. I remember when SCTV was on, we would both turn on NBC and laugh our asses off while we were watching at the same time. It was like sitting on the couch with the guy. So he would call up Glenn and then sit on his couch, call up Glenn from Louisville, sit on the couch. Glenn's probably in the basement at 49 MacArthur Avenue, and they'd watch SCTV together and just like, laugh at the same time. What I learned from those phone sessions and the visit to his parents' house, so eventually he would visit his Glenn's parents' house, was that the guy was only comfortable in his parents' basement surrounded by his collectibles and keeping company with the TV. Wow. What I learned from the phone sessions and the visit to his parents' house was that the guy was only comfortable in his parents' basement surrounded by his collectibles and keeping company with the TV. Lodi, New Jersey was a tiny town full of assholes where they gave the guy endless shit in the 1970s because of his long hair and then gave him mountains of shit once he cut it all off. This is exactly what my life in PRP was like. I hid in my parents' basement and had no interest in getting a job because a job wasn't going to solve any of my goddamn problems. Could you imagine that for a minute? So everybody's seen the picture of Glenn from high school where he had super long hair, probably because he was into Black Sabbath and whatnot. Everybody's giving you shit for having long hair. So then you finally cut off all the long hair and everybody's giving you shit anyway because you have a fucking devil lock. It's like you can't win. You can't exist. I don't know. I just totally get that. There was no hope in trying to get along with the people on the surface of the earth because all you heard out of their fucking mouths was about how weird you were. To this day, I have feelings of sympathy for Glenn's plight, because it's basically my plight. Don't even get me started on the short guy angle, because like being black or a female, if you haven't experienced it, you have no idea what the fuck you are talking about. That's interesting. I think I spoke at the very beginning about that. Asked that thing in particular. I think it was Tesco V of the Meatmen who told me when Maurice was playing with Samhain in Dearborn, Michigan, that right after the Misfits broke up, Glenn's longtime girlfriend dumped him abruptly without warning, but I have no idea if I am correct about this. I know it was somebody who had known him for a long time who told me that, but I can't really remember it clearly. So Maurice, before he had Kinghorse, Sean, who's writing this memoir, he had a hardcore band named Maurice, and they used to play. They did a whole string of tour dates with Samhain. So right after the Misfits broke up, so did Glenn break up with his longtime girlfriend, and he thinks it was Tesco V who might have told him, but he's not sure. He doesn't remember. Tesco V is Tesco V of the Meatmen, and also one half of Touch and Go Records, as I recall, and he's from Ohio, Toledo, Ohio originally, and he was very, very close with Glenn for a spell. I know it was somebody who had known him for a long time who told me that, but I can't remember it clearly. Another unremembered person told me that she was involved with his t-shirt business and helped him silk screen and ship stuff out, and that this breakup was what was responsible for the massive shift in his general attitude. So interesting. So part of, and so, Glenn had a t-shirt business on the side, and I've spoken about it a little bit, but when he, in 1979, when I think he really got serious about it, he was selling shirts. He had shirts that were selling in like punk boutique shops like Natasha's and I think even Manic Panic in New York City, and obviously through mail order, through the Fiend Club. And that's how he was earning money. He was subsiding off of that, as well as living rent-free in his parents' house. But he had a whole operation going on. And it wasn't just Misfits and Samhain shirts. It was a variety of shirts. And I have a couple. I've shown them. Go to episode 2 for a whole explanation on how Glenn and later Erie would make those shirts and what they would do and yada, yada, yada. I'm not going to go into it here. So the girlfriend helped with this business, and so when they broke up, the breakup is what was responsible for the massive shift in Glenn's general attitude. I do remember Tesco saying, "This is not the same guy I knew. He wasn't bitter and rude before." I don't know if any of this is true or not, but I didn't just pull that story out of my ass. As for the rumors of old G-Dog swinging both ways, I will only say that I never saw him hit on a female in all the time I spent with him, and once when an outrageously handsome skinhead guy was close talking Glenn, not only was G-Dog not even getting remotely aggravated, he was blushing like 99 red love balloons. The truth is that the hunching side of life is something we only discussed twice, and both exchanges lasted 10 seconds and were about my sexual habits. What? Okay, let's rewind here. Again, as a disclaimer here, this is a memoir from Sean Garrison that I am reading from. I'm going to read it, but none of these are my opinions or anybody's opinions but Sean's. So, as for the rumors of old G-Dog swinging both ways, I will only say that I never saw him hit on a female in all the time I spent with him. And once when an outrageously handsome skinhead guy was close talking Glenn, not only was G-Dog not getting even remotely aggravated, he was blushing like 99 red love balloons. The truth is that the hunching side of life is something we only discussed twice, and both exchanges lasted 10 seconds and were about my sexual habits. I don't fucking care about what gives the guy a boner anymore than what gives Ian MacKay a boner, or what gets Lady Gaga's nipples hard. Let me take that sentence again. I don't fucking care about what gives the guy a boner any more than what gives Ian MacKay a boner or what gives Lady Gaga's Lady Gaga's nipples hard. I only care about people who can sing their balls off and who get really carried away with their own personal weirdness because that's all they really have. That side of life has always been something I am uncomfortable with, and until I was married, I considered it an unfortunate aggravation that usually interrupted my plans and almost always made me look like a fool, but enough about me. So I guess he's talking about being involved in relationships, always interrupted his plans and almost always made him look like a fool. And that's Sean talking about himself. And, yeah. So, like I said before, Glenn's generosity to me was pretty goddamn astounding. When Samhain first started playing shows, old G-Dog was, as I suspected, still sitting on a surprising amount of Misfits stuff, and he just wanted to put all of it behind him. I would send him stolen animal skulls and collectible toys from our attic, and the guy would send me stuff that would now bring a king's ransom. That's amazing. So you could trade in those days. You know what it sounds like? It sounds like something out of the Lorax. You know, three, you know, when he goes to the Onceler, he wants to hear the story about the Lorax, and he's like, 3 tin pennies and the shell of an old grandfather snail. It's like, send Glenn Danzig some skulls and some collectible toys, and he'll send you stuff that's worth a king's ransom in Misfit stuff. A short list of the stuff he sent me in 1985. Ready? One of the gloves he wore on the cover of Walk Among Us, a mint condition bullet promotional poster, a copy of Beware the Misfits, still in shrink wrap, mint copies of Horror Business and Night of the Living Dead, rare Misfits buttons, a mint copy of Cough Cool, and other stuff I can't remember. After Maurice broke up, I was so disgusted by my experiences with the Samhain guys. After Maurice broke up, I was so disgusted by my experiences with the Samhain guys that I gave all of that stuff to my then girlfriend, who liked the Misfits way better than she ever liked me. Being a total fucking idiot, she didn't lock her locker at U of L's gym, and her leather jacket was stolen. Huh? Glenn's glove was in one of the pockets, and I was both insanely pissed off and delighted by this development because I was sick to death of the Misfits, Samhain, and her. So she lost one of the gloves because it was in a leather jacket that she had that was in her gym locker, and it was stolen. So he was pissed off and delighted. However, Glenn and I were still on friendly terms at the time. This girl and I went to visit him in Lodi with our other friend Nathan Hodge at some point, and he laid even more Misfit stuff on her. And I'm getting to that. I apologize about not being able to keep the timeline straight because this was a long time ago and I'm getting old and I can't remember jack shit. I also have a lot of protein buildup in my brain from being hit in the head with sticks tens of thousands of times. Sue me. It is kind of amazing that this dude is like, he's like putting this all down on paper, the proverbial paper now. And I'm kind of glad because it's like, it's an interesting perspective and it's being preserved the way it should be preserved, you know? Okay. My first FaceTime with G-Dog was in Bloomington, Indiana at the first Samhain show that was in this area. I can't remember who drove, but Stevie D, Will Oldham, and Britt Walford were with me, and the show was fucking great. When they busted into Die Die My Darling, we went absolutely apeshit. I remember grabbing Erie by his collarbone during All Hell and shaking the fucking shit out of him. They were just like any other guys from the hardcore scene in that only time they seemed to be happy was if the crowd was going totally fucking bonkers. But after the show, they were back to being bitter, bored, and behaving as if anything and everything were a huge imposition on them and that they were dying from some sort of disease that made them a total fucking drag to deal with. I didn't give 2 fucks about that. I walked right up to Glenn, introduced myself, and started giving him the Louisville treatment. Cool. So they were just like any of the other guys from the hardcore scene in that the only time they seemed happy, right. So, I mean, it speaks to this idea that, you know, Glenn talks about much later and that I've heard from other musicians where it's like, you're on tour, you're out there in the world, you're on tour, and for 23 hours out of the day is all about getting to the next show or just leaving the next show and surviving and taking care of yourself and yada, 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 and blah, 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 blah. And then for that 1 hour, you remember why you're doing all that other shit. You know what I'm saying? Like for that 1 hour, that 1 hour makes the other 23 hours worth it because... And I guess I can kind of speak to this a little bit. I've toured with a band one time. And the funny thing is, and this is what I've noticed in general about people and about bands, and something that everyone should remember when they go to see their favorite band live or want to meet the musician that they've been listening to for some time. When you see someone, think about someone that you've known for years and how many times you've seen them over the years, right? So let's say that you see someone once a week for 10 years, right? You see them once a week for 10 years, but you see them an hour out of that one time. You see them an hour out of that day. So 52 times 10, 520 times 520 hours spread out over 10 years. Maybe that's a bad example because let's do the math on that. 524 hours divided by 24 hours is 21 point. So out of 10 years, you've spent roughly 21 days and 6 hours with that person out of 10 years. Think about how distilled that is, right? Now, when you're on tour with someone, you're not seeing them for that. And here's the other thing about that 1 hour. They are at their best for that 1 hour. They're seeing you and they are firing on all cylinders socially, with their mood, the temperament of their mood. Like everything is perfect. They can be their best. They can be their best selves for that 1 hour, But what are they like those other 23 hours out of the day? And when you're on tour with someone, you can maybe only see someone once for 2 months and tour with them like for 2 months and then never see them again. But them, if you've been with them for 2 months, that's like knowing them for 10 years. If you saw them 1 hour, for 1 hour per week for 10 years straight, you know what I'm saying? It's roughly the same. As a matter of fact, it's twice as long. Sorry if that didn't make any sense. My point is that like when you see someone for 24 hours and you're traveling with them and you're in close proximity, that's how bands break up, man. That's how like people get on each other's nerves because you're not only seeing them for that 1 hour where they're absolutely at their best, you're seeing them on that other hour, the reverse of that 1 hour, that maybe it's like 12 hours later from that 1 hour. You're seeing them also at their worst. You're seeing every moment of their day. You're not just seeing them when their light switch is flipped on. You're seeing them all the ugliness. You're seeing every in-between mood. You're seeing everything. And it can make life really difficult, and it can be really difficult to be around. And then imagine that's just for one person. Now imagine you're around 5 or 6 or 7 people that you're traveling with you're seeing those sides of them 24 hours a day. And you wonder how any band stays together for like 30 years or 40 years, constantly. And so I think there's something to be said that like, sometimes you go to see your favorite band and you don't get them at that 1 hour out of the 23 hours where they're perfect selves. You get them at one of the in-between moods where you're like, oh, I want to take a picture. I want to ask you 1,000 questions. And they just don't have the fucking bandwidth, man. They don't have the bandwidth. They're fucking tired. They're fighting with their girlfriend. They didn't get paid last night. They're hungry. They're angry. They're lonely. They're whatever. There's like 1,001 problems. Someone's sick in the family and they're super far away. They haven't spoken to their kids. It's like there's so many reasons why someone might act. So it's like it doesn't necessarily mean that someone's a dick. It just means they're not firing on all cylinders for that 1 hour where they're like the magic. And maybe it's not 1 hour.Maybe it's like 3 hours where like you're your perfect self, or where you're that perfect sociable self. I don't know what it is for me personally, like how much time where like I'm like the perfect sociable me, but eventually at me as anybody else, because I think it's a part of the human condition, is you reach the end of your rope. You reach the end of your rope and you have very little patience for anyone or anything. And so that's kind of like that's like a more detailed, nuanced version of what Sean is talking about here, about how like, oh, they're on stage, they're doing Die or All Hell, and they're like fucking like having the time of their lives. And then once they're off stage, it's like, oh my God, we're fucking on tour, and like we got to drive to the next city in a van, and life is fucking like really hard right now because we can't, maybe we can't take a shower, or maybe we have to sleep in the van tonight because we didn't make enough money, just like all sorts of shit. So yeah, I think that's interesting. Back to this. I walked right up to Glenn, and this was after the show. I walked right up to Glenn and introduced myself and started to give him the Louisville treatment. He was used to this from our phone conversation, so he was smiling and laughing with us the whole time. We bought the first Samhain record, and I think we bought T-shirts too. He was really nice to us, and we had exactly the type of positive experience that a kid wants when they meet a musician that they admire. I'll never forget. On the same time that I was on tour with a band, we were in Nashville, Tennessee, and I'm supposed to get an interview with a musician. It was that was playing at another venue across the street from where we were playing. And they were it had been prearranged with their management. I'm not going to name the band. You definitely have heard of them. The band that I was supposed to interview, the guy from the band I was supposed to interview. I show up, I rush out as the band that I'm with finishes their set. I got my camera set up. I'm supposed to interview them for this thing. I run across the street. I get backstage. I'm backstage. The handler, manager guy, whatever, points me, says, wait for them. They're literally finishing their last song. He walks up. It's been arranged for me to interview him right after the set. You know what I mean? The dude makes a beeline for the exit, just a straight beeline, tunnel vision. Keeps walking. I'm rushing to catch up with him because I have a window of time. The band I'm with is breaking down. They're loading up. We got to drive to the next city. I have no time. There's no time. But this was all prearranged. There shouldn't have been an issue, right? So I rushed to. It's like I'm chasing after him. I'm calling him out by name, and he's ignoring me. He's got his back to me. Will not friggin'. And so I'm starting to think, I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Why isn't this guy turning around for me? And this is a guy whose albums, I've been listening to his music for over 15 years at that point. No, that's an exaggeration. Maybe like 12 years at that point. I had been listening to that guy's music. I was very familiar with the band. I was a fan of the guy. I still love his music, but I was like really turned off by the experience. And I keep calling him out, and he's making a beeline for his bus. And he turns around finally. I'm trying to remember this off the top of my head. And I go, hey man, like, you ready to talk? He's like, I have to go. He's like, I have to go. He's like, I can't. He's like, I can't, or I got to get on the bus, or I'm going to bed. Sorry. Good night. He was just so short with me. And literally, you have to realize that this is like 2 hours later. So like we got the okay 2 hours ago. So at some point in between the 2 hours, unless there was a miscommunication, although I don't understand how that's possible because I had already cleared it. I'd been with the manager, handler, or whoever guy who would let me into the show. You know what I mean? Like, I don't see what, like, I couldn't fathom what had happened. Something had happened, or something was plaguing this guy, or maybe he said yes to people please or whatever. But I was totally snubbed, and I came back empty-handed, and I was so embarrassed, and I was so frustrated, and I was so annoyed. And that was the United States leg of the tour. And then we're in Europe. This is the European part of the tour, and we have a very seasoned tour manager with us who's been a tour manager for a lot of high-profile punk bands, a lot of which you definitely have heard of. Sweetheart of a guy. Who's no longer with us, by the way, R.I.P. But I'm talking about the story. I'm relating the story and how mad it made me and how upset I am. And he brought me this perspective that I never heard before. And he was just like, dude, he's like, because I expected him to go, oh, what a dick. That guy was so uncalled for, that guy. And he just looked at me and shrugged, a guy who had probably nobody's more seasoned than this guy, who's done every tour under the sun and just knows for 20 years, he just knows his stuff. And he goes, man, you caught the guy on a bad night. He's like, who knows what was going through his head, Maybe he was just having a bad night. And like, I had never considered that. I just assumed that this guy owed me what was promised to me and that he needed to give me what I wanted. And for whatever reason, he decided that he couldn't. He didn't have the bandwidth. He didn't have the capacity or whatever. Maybe he had a beef against the band that I was with. I don't know. It was a weird situation, but this guy, this tour manager, when we were in Europe, he really, really, really made me see it in a new light, in this idea of like, you know, you're getting someone is, and here's the other thing, and maybe it was a faux pas on my part too. It's like, you know, the worst time to approach a musician, the absolute worst time you can ever, apart from the situation I was in where I had a window of time, the worst time you can ever approach a musician is before or after a show. Before the show, because this is their personal time where they're decompressing and they're about to give 150% on stage. They need their space to like get into the mindset to get ready for the performance. And after the show, where they've just given everything on the stage and they're fucking exhausted, give them some fucking time. Give them 30 minutes. Don't try and fucking chase them as soon as they're off the stage for an interview, which was my big mistake. I should have given the guy some breathing room, you know? Maybe if I had knocked on the door, you know, 20 minutes later, which the time that I probably didn't have, I was so dead set on getting that interview that I didn't even consider any of these things. You know, just the sheer fact, you know, people fucking shit on fucking Doyle or, you know, shit on Glenn Danzig or shit on whatever. It's like, or on Jerry. It's like, think about that. Jerry, night after night, is fucking performing. Even when he was doing his Jerry Fits thing, night after night, he's fucking performing and performing and performing. And every fucking night he finishes his set and he's signing everything and talking to everybody and taking pictures. Same thing with Doyle, whether he wants to or not. Same thing with Glenn, for the most part, on some level. You know, or a guy like Steve Zing, who I have seen Steve over and over again, a whole slew of times. Not a lot of times, but a slew of times. I've seen him walking around, and people fucking just like, he gets fucking bum rushed. And never without hesitation, like always fucking takes a photo, always like down to like and friendly and personable to chat with someone for a few minutes. It's like all these guys, that's what they do. You know, they're so generous. They're so generous with their time. And fans and concert goers, they just don't fucking get it. It's like these people are like living their lives off the stage too. And it's like, who knows what they're fucking thinking about, you know? And so when people like, bemoan like, you know, Doyle said some pretty boneheaded things about the meet and greets that he does. But like at the same time, it's like there's something, you know, and maybe it's his fault for making it like transactional. Because when you make something that's transactional, like, people have an expectation. I paid $50 to meet you. Like, fucking you better fire on all cylinders. I can understand both sides of the argument. In any case, I digress. Back to what I was saying. Rue says gratitude. Tony says Glenn was a big Wire fan. I guess he was. The Wire is a great band, by the way. Yeah, you should have gratitude. You totally should have gratitude, because these are the people that allow you to do what you do by showing up, by supporting you. Which is, I suppose, is why they have the temperaments that they have when they do all that stuff, when they're down to take 100 pictures and sign autographs and stuff. But my point is simply this. It's like that these are human beings too. And they just like, you know, it's hard. It's hard when you have to give so much of yourself and then like you have so little for yourself. You know, you're maybe it's like, oh, it's only it's 23 hours out of the day where you have to yourself. But at the same time, it's like, that's not when it's like, you know, it requires a lot of energy to like be on, you know, I don't know. In any case, back to this. However, okay, ready? We bought the first Samhain record, and I think we bought t-shirts too. He was really nice to us, and we had exactly the type of positive experience that a kid wants when meeting a musician they admire. However, that was the last time he ever acted like that around me. From then on, he behaved like a pissed off and bored brat who couldn't wait to get to the next comic book store. Back then, I really didn't understand that being away from home and his stuff really, really bothered him. And it was almost impossible for him to be comfortable except when he was doing nerd stuff, looking for books, toys, records, and comics, or talking about TV, movies, comics, toys, and other stuff today that we call fandom. Interesting. Let me take that one more time. From then on, he behaved like a pissed off and bored brat who could not wait to get to the next comic book store. Back then, I didn't understand that being away from home and his stuff really, really bothered him. I mean, he's talked about that in interviews really recently. when he says that he's going to like stop touring with Danzig because he likes to be at home with his projects, or really with his things, with his stuff. Maybe it's worn on him more and more as he's gotten older. But that's, you hear over the years, for the 30 years, that's what Glenn did. He would tour and he would go to the local book, comic, toy stores and look for stuff and explore stuff. Or talking about TV, movies, comics, toys, and other stuff that we call fandom. Now it's an acceptable hobby enjoyed by millions and populated by mega beautiful cosplay chicks. But back then, guys like Glenn and my brother, they got along famously. We're used to not being able to relate to anyone who is not 100% into that very tiny world, and I definitely was not into that particular type of nerd stuff. So from then on, we just had nothing to talk about. Interesting. Now, and it's true, it's funny as well, because I'm rewatching Family Matters, and I was looking at the idea of what a nerd was. And what a nerd was a guy like Steve Urkel. Steve Urkel is a nerd, right? But today, what kind of person would Steve Urkel be today? He would probably have his own YouTube channel. He probably would be getting tons and tons of girls. He'd probably be, sleeping with all those cosplay girls that Sean was just talking about. He would probably, be an Instagram influencer with all his nerdy ravings and rantings, or, have like a science channel about science. Who knows, man? It's just it's amazing how that culture has changed. Now it's an acceptable hobby enjoyed by millions and populated by mega beautiful cosplay chicks. But back then, guys like Glenn and my brother that got along famously were used to not being able to relate to anyone who was not 100% into that very tiny world. And I definitely was not into that particular type of nerdy stuff. So from then on, we just had nothing to talk about. I would be reading about the 14th century and he would be totally bummed. If I had been reading a Batman comic or something, he would have been a lot more comfortable, alas. And that concludes Little Fiend Part 3. And that's as far as I've read in the series. So the next time and you know why that is? Because the next time he wrote about it was 2017. So 2 years passed. And and I remember saying, dude, you got to do more. You got to do more. I want to hear more. And I thought that, I thought he had finished the series. And then when I saw that there were 2 more parts, I was like, man, I got to do this about, or I got to do a deep dive on this. And I don't know that maybe there will be even more parts. The last 2 parts were written in 2017. So maybe it's done. Maybe that's the end of Little Fiend, but who knows? Maybe maybe he'll be inclined to write some more.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Jeff. So I've decided to make a Patreon. What is Patreon? I don't know how to define a Patreon. Let me look it up. Patreon is a membership platform that makes it very easy for creators to get paid for the things that they're already creating. I want to do it full time. I want this to be my full-time job. In my efforts to make that happen, I've set up this platform. Is it going to work? Is it going to be successful? I don't know, but I would rather try and crash and burn than not try at all. The goal is to create enough passive revenue so that I can continue to do this full-time, uninterrupted. Why? Because I love to do this. I love creating content. I love making videos. I love shooting films. I love doing podcasts. In case you couldn't tell, I love to talk and I never shut the fuck up. So right now I've kept the Patreon incredibly simple. There's 2 tiers, and that may change in the future. The Murdergram is a simple way to extend support for all of the hours and hours of free content on the channel for nothing more than $1. 38 cents goes to Patreon. What's $1.38, eh? It's less than a cup of coffee, but it's a great way that you can show support for very little effort. When you divide that $1.38 by the hours and hours and hours of time spent listening to this endless drivel of content, the dollar cost average works out. Next up is the YouTube Casualty for $6.66. The YouTube Casualty is loaded to the gills. Enjoy the archive ad-free, as well as ad-free early access to special docu-style podcast videos, music reaction commentaries, and the like, a month before they drop on YouTube, loaded with ads, I might add. You're also going to get exclusive content and behind-the-scenes content that is not available on YouTube or anywhere else. So you get to peek behind the veil. And believe me, there's a couple of choice pieces. Most of all, more than anything, whether you join the Patreon or not, I just want to thank each and every one of you that comes to the channel, that watches all the shows, that leaves comments, that participates, that subscribes. That's really the most important thing. This is just trying to find a way to earn a living as an artist. And with that, thank you for my TED Talk. Join the Patreon because we need you!
66 cents.
So now we are going to dive into Little Fiend Part the 4. This one was written, so this is when there was a jump, because the first 3 are written in 2015, and then this one is written in 2017. It's almost 2 years later that our buddy Sean picks up his narrative. I don't know why he stopped. Maybe he just lost interest in writing. Maybe it was too painful, but he felt the need to keep going, and I'm grateful for it because we have more content to go over. Let's see here. So let's just get started. Let's dive into this. It's late. Don't want to be here forever. Little Fiend Part the 4. In 1954, an asshole named Frederick Wortham published a book called Seduction of the Innocent, which was a screed. A screed. What's a screed? SCREED. Screed? Screed. A screed, a long speech or piece of writing typically regarded as tedious. Gotcha. He published a book called The Seduction of the Innocent, which was a screed that blamed a lot of American juvenile delinquency on comic books. Yeah, this guy was an asshole. I know okay, now I'm right. Comics Code. That's what this is about. I've never read this one before. I'm going in blind for this one. I read the other 3 previous to us poring over them. They blamed a lot of American juvenile delinquency on comic books, and the previous year, there were congressional hearings on the topic. I wasn't around back then, but I had family members, aunts and uncles that totally bought into it and considered comic books to be really evil and the doorway into some purgatory world of permanent failure. And even in the 70s, a majority of parents still felt this way. And they showed real concern and horror when any kid showed interest in either movies or comics past the age of, 11 or 12. I only bring this up because if you really want to understand the Misfits and the type of people who were fans of the band when they were still around, you have to understand the history of fandom to some degree. The world of fandom has changed to such a degree that what goes on at Comic-Con is diametrically opposed to the experience of somebody who lived through the 60s. Trust me. Super hot girls like Batgirl did not exist. So this is the Comics Code, which I guess really got enforced the year Glenn was born in 1955 during these trials, these Salem witch hunt trials, made it so that comics had to abide by certain morality standards. They couldn't, because the ECC comics, Tales from the Crypt, Shock Suspense stories, I've showed you the books. I have a couple of them now. And mind you, they never really went away in the sense that in the 70s they came back. You had Creepy and you had other comics. But at that time, that was the end of those books. And they were just, and those stories, those stories would later be adapted for the 1989 HBO series Tales from the Crypt. It's hard to believe that HBO put out a show called Tales from the Crypt. Doesn't that kind of blow your mind when you think about? Of course, I love HBO and they're doing cool stuff today, but it's just kind of blows my mind that in the 80s that was one of their that was appointment viewing in the 80s. I wish we still had Tales from the Crypt on HBO today. I would totally give one of my pinky toes for another 9 seasons of that show. What's funny? As I say that, I'm legitimately serious. I would forfeit a pinky toe for 9 new seasons of Tales from the Crypt. Who needs a pinky toe? What do you need it for? Balance? As I say, pinkies are like pennies, widely in circulation and utterly useless. So he's talking about the world of comics when it was just like, just a bunch of guys, like none of these super hot cosplaying chicks at Comic-Con. In 1965, if you were a young boy in America and you were into regular Hollywood fandom and had pictures of movie stars all over your walls of your bedroom, you probably lived in a pretty hellish world and were most likely relentlessly fucked with because the terror that everyone felt at the possibility of you being gay, especially during the Cold War era of extreme macho crapola that dominated everything. Let's take that sentence again, but that's fascinating. In 1965, if you were a young boy in America and you were into regular Hollywood fandom and had pictures of movie stars all over the walls of your bedroom, you probably lived in a pretty hellish world and were most likely relentlessly fucked with because of the terror that everyone felt at the possibility of you being gay, especially during the Cold War era of extreme macho crapola that dominated everything. And there you go, 1965, Glenn is 10 years old. The next level of hell was for people like Glenn Danzig and my brother, sad kids who worship comic books of almost every type, sugary cereal, monster movies, science fiction and fantasy novels, bizarre rock and roll. What is this fucking frozen? Son of a brachiosaurus. Come on, you jerk. No. It's like Chrome is frozen on me right now. I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to reload this to make it work. In the meantime, I will just do a tap dance. What's going on? Oh my God. Okay. Chrome has crashed. God damn it, Chrome. I'm going to pull that back up in just a second for you. So this will be a short episode, I think. I don't think this is going to be too long. The remaining stuff we got here. Is there any stuff that anybody out there wants to hear about that we should explore? What should we explore next after we're done with Little Fiend? Next week will be the conclusion of the saga. Actually, I was kind of hoping to have a surprise. I'm not going to make any promises, but I'm hoping to have a surprise. All right, I'm here. I got Little Fiend back open again. I'm going to miss reading Little Fiend. I've been enjoying this. God, this guy's insights are so great. There we go. Come on, you fuck. There we go. Come on. It's like something's going on. Here we go. Little Fiend Part 3. Part 4. I have it all in my Google Docs. I don't know if it's the Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi being a silly little bitch. I hate that shit. Almost there. What? Oh, no. So what else is going on with you people? Anything? While I'm trying to scroll through this thing. It's laggy as fuck. Here we go. We're at part 4. We're almost there. Here it is. I felt like I was drinking a cold, an ice cold glass of water, or perhaps a warm beverage, and then it was pulled away from my lips, and I'm craving and thirsting for it, and I can't get to it. All right, here we go. Found it. Okay. The next level of hell was for people like Glenn Danzig and my brother, sad kids who worship comic books of almost every type, sugary cereal, monster movies, science fiction, and fantasy novels, bizarre rock and roll, and other types of FAGGOT media. And mind you, Sean is putting that in quotations. He's not using it as... He's using it within the context of what people thought that media was back then. That's why I'm spelling out the word. That was for arty dorks, for the working class families that had every reason to engage in hardcore escapism at any and every opportunity. Back then, if you were this type of kid, you were fucked with pretty much relentlessly, especially if your father was a military guy who could clearly see the writing on the wall about where you were headed and was having none of it. If you didn't show any interest in sports, but you liked looking at pictures of Vampirella and her big boobs, the adults of that period figured you were probably not a HOMO, so they sort of doubled down in their attempts to make you a man. So basically, if you're looking at pictures of Vampirella and her boobs, they don't think that you're gay, and they're double downing on, anything that they can to make a man out of you, in their sort of, blue collar, Lodi, machismo, whatever you want to call it, sort of situation. In New Jersey, it was probably pretty bad, but lowbrow culture was sort of part of their glorified greaser past. But down here in the lower Midwest, if you were a comics dork, you were pretty much fucked. Interesting. So he says, back then, if you were this type of kid, you were fucked with pretty much relentlessly, especially if your father was a military guy. Glenn's father was a military guy, who I think worked for the post office. Who could clearly see the writing on the wall about where you were headed and was having none of it. If you didn't show any interest in sports, but you were looking at pictures of Vampirella and her big boobs, the adults of that figured you were probably not gay, so they sort of doubled down in their attempts to make you a man. In New Jersey, it was probably pretty bad, but lowbrow culture was sort of part of their glorified greaser past. But down here in the lower Midwest, if you were a comics dork, you were pretty much fucked. Jerry Only and his brother were totally raging jock dickheads, but also liked a lot of that stuff that apparently was acceptable as long as you were on the football team and got decent enough grades. Our pal Glenn was a wrestler, so his arty side probably was not such of an impediment. But after high school, he didn't become more jockey. He became a lot more arty. Add a healthy dose of clinical depression and a paranoid streak, and you get a special breed of American asshole that created a lot of what came to be called punk rock. So Sean is profiling Glenn at this time. Glenn's a wrestler, but instead of getting more jockey, Glenn's getting more arty. Add a healthy dose. So I guess he's claiming that Glenn was clinically depressed and incredibly paranoid, and you get the type of guy that creates some of what they call punk rock. I would much rather have been some type of teacher's pet jock who picked up the occasional comic book or spent 10 minutes now and again watching a rerun of some classic horror movie. But being horrifically emo and very, very depressed after my father died, that was never going to happen. So Sean was horrifically emo and very, very depressed after his father died. So he was never going to become a teacher's pet jock who picked up the occasional comic book. Neither my parents nor my stepfather gave a fuck about sports, and since I stopped growing at fucking age 12, I knew that such pursuits were a massive waste of time and effort, so I ended up with the same charming combination of interests and circumstances that a lot of hardcore punk rock idiots had. Working class pride and shame combined with hatred and jealousy of jocks and rednecks, while simultaneously being both patriotic and totally disgusted by other people who were patriotic. Unless you were there, you just can't understand it. Hardcore punk rock kids lived in a universe of massive and irreconcilable contradictions that made living in America a fucking nightmare. Playing in a rock and roll band, I lost my place. Playing in a rock and roll band came to be the escapist dream that many of us chose. Seeing underground music as a way to build chops and contacts that we could possibly capitalize into a real music career later down the road. Seeing underground music as a way to build chops and contacts that we could possibly capitalize into a real music career later down the road. So that's like they're out, in the same way that maybe some communities, in the same way that some marginalized communities rely on sports to get out of where they are. socio-economically. In a weird sort of parallel way, I feel like that's kind of what Sean's saying here about, these kids in the early 80s, late 70s, early 80s, disenfranchised youths who are, dealing with just all this stuff, and their shot at getting out is to, hop in a van like Black Flag and just tour everywhere and make a name for yourself. I mean, that's what Henry Rollins did. Henry Rollins was doomed to spend the rest of his life making $5 an hour scooping ice cream at Haagen-Dazs, and he was fiscally responsible, and he had a car and he had an apartment, and that was just going to be his life. And then he saw that opportunity to get out. He saw that opportunity to travel the world, and he took it. And so I feel like Sean's speaking from that same place, but from a much less successful, place than, say, the Misfits or someone like Henry Rollins. The problem with the plan was that many of us just didn't have talent. There you go. Although some would say that Henry Rollins didn't really have much talent. I wouldn't say that, but in terms of Henry Rollins would probably tell you that. Actually, Henry Rollins would be the guy who would, what's it called? He would be, sorry if it was a little shoddy there. I think my connection just went out for a second. Henry Rollins would be the first one to tell you that he's not a talented guy and just did what he did to get by. But I'm sure Henry Rollins probably relate a lot to this reading too. Who knows? The problem with that plan was that many of us just did not have any talent. But fandom was not the only gulf between the people, But fandom was not the only gulf between the people Glenn's age and the people who were 10 years younger than him. But fandom was not the only gulf between the people that were Glenn's age. There was missing a were. Between the people that were Glenn's age and the people who were 10 years younger than him. So Glenn surrounded himself with people that were 10 years younger than him. Erie was 10 years younger than him. Steve was 10 years younger than him. Doyle was 10 years younger than him. Pete Marshall was 10 years younger than him. Damien was 10 years younger than him. London May was way younger than him. He played with all these guys, these young guys, it's kind of interesting. So Sean is saying that fandom was not the only gulf between him and these younger people. The other factor I mentioned earlier was massive, and that was what the definition of cool really was, and how one sought to deal with the hippie problem, because hippies were definitely something that the most intelligent people... Because hippies were definitely something that most intelligent people were just fucking sick of looking at by 1976. I know I was. So that's the end of that episode. That was short as fuck. Or maybe I just didn't have a lot of commentary in between the things. I don't know. I thought it was pretty straight. No, it was pretty short. That was a short one. And then the last one is about 3 pages. And then that's all we get. And no, it's not. Whoa. Yeah, no, it is. Okay. So page 28. All right. I don't know if part 5 is the end of our story. It might be, it might not be. But yeah, we'll pick this up next week. I'm glad that I pushed myself to record. I was so lazy. I didn't even do the Photoshop this week for the episode. But like I said, this is my 11th week in a row. I've been very prolific. Despite the quality of the material, I've been very prolific. I've been very happy with this material. If you enjoyed it, please go to my website. Just click on Frumus.com. Click on some of the ads there. It puts pennies in my ad space account, which ends up subsidizing the yearly costs of running my website, which needs a drastic makeover. Those are probably the next steps I need to take during this quarantine time. I've been quarantined, I guess, 11 weeks. Holy crap. My first week was the first episode of this broadcast. So here's the thing. We're going to conclude our saga with Little Fiend We have the last episode, which I've never read before. So this is blind for me too. We're going to read this and probably conclude our episode altogether. Again, 12. This is our 12th week doing this, and I didn't want to miss a week. I know we don't always have a lot of people, but I really like doing this, and I'm really starting to develop my podcasting muscle. And so, yeah. So let's get into it. I reached out to Sean, by the way, and I was like, yeah, Peter says sugar daddy. Exactly. She had a sugar daddy. Onassis was a sugar daddy. And Glenn's writing about that. He's writing about, like, Onassis, Jackie O, rise Jackie O. This is what is your fate after your husband has died. That's what Glenn is sort of saying. So I reached out to Sean, who writes Little Fiend, and I said, Sean, you got to keep writing, man. I don't know if this is the last part. This is the last part that we have, but if there's more to the story, you got to tell it. Because, we've been doing this every week. I want to know. I want to know what happens. We're going to find out right now. Maybe it ends here. Maybe it doesn't. But we'll go through it. And that will be that. So, oh shit, who's calling me? No one's calling me. It was WhatsApp. What's up? Okay. Little Fiend, episode 5. The period between Heartbreak Hotel and Beatlemania was 1956 to 1963. And I suppose that the psychedelic era didn't take hold of the wider public imagination until 1968. But those first 7 years of rock and roll sort of stayed in people's minds as a golden age of pre-hippie romanticism with and for people who never really rebelled against anything, but saw rock and roll as a definitely youthful, but not really anti-establishment. So I think that's an interesting concept, because I guess if you put it that way, then punk rock is not only the second wave of rock and roll. We've talked about this before, how punk rock is all punk rock is rock and roll. It's rock and roll that is anti-establishment. It's rebelling against the status quo. A return to roots, DIY culture, all sorts of jazz. And so it's interesting to think that there wasn't that much, but you have subcultures in England, like the Teddy Boys. They were surely anti-establishment. The Mods were anti-establishment in one way or another, because they sort of went against the status quo. They had their own little, ideologies and subculture and whatever. So that's interesting. I could say a lot more about that, but I'm not going to right now. There's the golden age of pre-hippie romanticism. Interesting. Great writing, Sean. Artie Lang does a great job explaining the mindset of New Jersey music fans of that generation in his biography, Too Fat to Fish. So we're talking about the period of 1956 to 1963 for New Jersey music fans. And Artie Lang says, Artie Lang explains that for a lot of people like his parents, when the Beatles got weird, most of New Jersey didn't get on the old yellow submarine sandwich, but sort of lived in a musical holding pattern around the time when the public became aware of the existence of Sha Na Na and the magical year of 1969. Let's take that again. So he's saying that people of New Jersey, or in general, New Jersey music fans, never got psychedelic with the Beatles. They kept a holding pattern, and they kept that holding pattern of that early era of rock and roll until Sha Na Na in 1969. It's interesting to think that really does. I guess, yeah, right. Heartbreak Hotel is 56, and Beatlemania starts in 63. But I guess rock and roll predates 56 too a little bit. It's not like totally, I don't think it's totally, I don't know, I'd have to look that up. I was only 2 years old, so I don't really know what Sha Na Na's performance at Woodstock did to the public imagination, or if it made much of any impact at all. But 2 years later, an episode of Love American Style aired a short feature called Love and the Happy Days, which was an edited version of an unsold TV series pilot starring Ron Howard and Anson Williams, and the great nostalgia craze for the pre-Beatle the pre-Beatle era of 56 to 63 vomited forth, spurring George Lucas to make American Graffiti in 1973. The smash success of the film caused the original Richie Potsy pilot to be jumped on with both feet by TV executives. Now, this is interesting. So, what he's talking about is essentially the very, very first rock and roll revival. We've had many revivals over the years. You know, in the last 50 years, there have been various revivals of things. In the 90s, there was a swing music revival. Remember that? Remember when Brian Seltzer, whatever his name is, the orchestra guy, you know, jump and jive and then away. You know, that was popular. Cherry Poppin' Daddies, throw back a bottle of beer. Swing had a revival, and so did ska. Had a few revivals. There was a revival in the late 70s, early 80s, and there was a revival in the 90s that was known as the third wave ska revival. Bands like Goldfinger and Mustard Plug and Sublime, you know, riding that, Real Big Fish, you know, all riding that third ska revival wave. So what Sean is talking about is the very first one of these things was in the 70s. In the 70s, nostalgia for the 50s returned. And I think the most, Peter says squirrel nut zippers. Right, that's right. Zoot Suit Riot. That's what it's called. Thanks, Rob. Zoot Suit Riot. Throw back a bottle of beer. So, you know, the most popular example of the 50s nostalgia revival in the 70s is probably Grease, right? Grease is like, you know, if you think about it, it's like Grease came out in 77, but the play had been around, I don't know, earlier, since 73, which lines up with what he's saying. Grease was like, Grease is the 50s with 70s sensibilities. Isn't that kind of funny to think about it like that? And this touches back, wow, connections. So this is interesting because this lines up with what Bobby has said about the Misfits. In my third interview with Bobby Steele in 2012, Bobby said that the Misfits were the future of the 50s and the 70s for greasers. What? He said the Misfits were the greasers of the 50s, future in the 70s. Something like that. But it was essentially just saying like it's essentially saying that, you know, they were greasers. They were the 70s version of greasers, the Misfits, by way of punk rock, you know, at least at certain points, you know. I would say really more than any time in 1979, 78, 79, 80. Because after that, they were just fully devil-locked. I mean, I guess still, but that's when you think of them in the four leather jackets in 79. That's when they sort of had that kind of going for that Ramones uniform look, except like the Nightmare version of the Ramones. So he's talking about how, so because of Sha Na Na, this Happy Days pilot takes off and reignites, because that was, you know, Happy Days was huge in the 70s, and Happy Days takes place in the 50s. And I'm sure it's interesting, you know, you have a lot of people that are now in their 40s or, you know, their late 30s, early 40s, maybe even late 40s, wishing it was still the 50s, the idealism of the 50s. And that is kind of like the bedrock for the formation of the Misfits within punk rock. 1974 brought the proto-punk film Phantom of the Paradise, and nobody really gave a shit because in January of that year, Arthur Franzarelli felt like manna from TV heaven. And why I love the Fonz with all of my skeevy, sugar-buzzed heart, I didn't think that the 1950s nostalgia was going to be a part of the future of rock and roll. Okay, so first of all, Phantom of the Paradise is one of my all-time favorite movies of all time. I fucking love this movie. It's directed by Brian De Palma. If you've never seen Phantom of the Paradise, please, please, please seek it out. It is so fucking good. It's just a phenomenal movie. There's a band called The Undeads, which is kind of funny. And there's an idea that Kiss actually got Kiss and Phantom of the Paradise came out right around the same time. And people are not, it's unsure as to who had that makeup first. The Undeads had Kiss-like makeup. It was really Dr. Caligari, black and white German expressionist face paint on their faces. But, then Kiss kind of like did their own thing. They did like animalistic totems with the same makeup. But, and also the Phantom has a Darth Vader like chest plate box on his that allows him to speak, which is very, very interesting because you think about how George Lucas and Brian De Palma were friends. George Lucas is floundering a little bit. He does apart from American Graffiti, which was a hit, and probably took great inspiration from seeing that on the Phantom for Star Wars for Darth Vader. So, and the songs are great. They're written by this guy Paul Williams, who wrote the Rainbow Connection. He wrote Carpenter's "Why Do Fools Suddenly Appear," like that whole thing, and it's just it's a fusion of all these amazing classic stories. It's Faust. It's the painting of portrait of Dorian Gray. The Phantom of the Opera, Frankenstein, all set to a backing of rock and roll. And within this, and I think he's about to get in this. And within this, there's a band called the Juicy Fruits. And when 50s nostalgia is in the movie, and the song opens with the song "Goodbye Forever, Goodbye," or "Goodbye Eddie, Goodbye." And it's just like a 50s doo-wop song, and it's great. Just seek out this movie and watch it. I really, 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 really like it. Peter says, I think Theme for a Jackal is about Ted Kennedy. Yeah, we talked about this on another episode. That Theme for a Jackal was about Ted Kennedy. We did a whole deep dive on it. I'm not going to do it here now, but yeah. Yeah, so that was Bob Benkovic, Robbie Bloodshed's dad, put that forth, which I found very interesting. Let's see some of these other comments real quick. Try to stretch this out with some comments, right? Some Kind of Hate really has that vibe. Yeah, if you're talking about the 50s doo-wop vibe, I mean, yeah, of course, man. Like, that's what I'm saying. Remind me sometime to share the. I recorded an a cappella version of Some Kind of Hate that is really fun. You really appreciate it. Jeffrey Moon says, aside from Bullet, She, and Who Killed Marilyn, did Glenn write any other songs about historical figures, incidents? Well, he did write Hollywood Babylon is based on a book of the same name, which is about, Hollywood lore, like lots of gossip. And so there's that. And then what else? Definitely there's more. I'm sure. Well, Horror Business is about Sid and Nancy. I say this like every week because I love saying it, but it's Sid and Nancy juxtaposed with Psycho. It's Sid and Nancy and Psycho. What else is there? Night of the Living Dead is about junkies wandering around on the streets, juxtaposed with zombies. Trying to think if there's anything else specific. Violent World is written about a magazine called Violent World, which Bobby used to have issues of. And on the cover is literally pregnant mothers in Mexico give birth to stillborn monster babies. That's literally where he took the line from. So I'm sure there's there's various other little things. But, yeah. Aaron says, I always felt Glenn based his look off of Milner. Milner. Okay, I got to look this up. Who is Milner? Milner. Let's see if you're right. We're going to get back to reading this, you guys. Hold on. Milner. James Milner? You got to clarify for me, Aaron. I don't know who you're talking about. Some soccer player got pulled up. I don't know who Milner is. Okay. So let's see why he brings up Phantom of the Paradise. Nobody really gave a shit about Phantom of the Paradise because in January of that year, Arthur Fonzarelli fell like manna from TV heaven. And while I love the Fonz with all of my skeevy, sugar-buzzed heart, I didn't think that 1950s nostalgia was going to be part of the future of rock and roll. How wrong he was in 1974. How wrong he was. Because as Jerry Ole wants us all to know, hey, guys, I'm Jerry. John Miller, American Graffiti. Okay. I'm sorry. I've never seen American Graffiti. It's on my shame list. You know what a shame list is? A shame list is, it's a shame that you haven't seen it yet. I'm looking this up right now. John Milner, American Graffiti. Let's see. Glenn, let's see first before I talk about, really? Really? You think so? Aaron, I do not agree with that. I don't know, man. He's just a guy in a white t-shirt with rolled up, cigarettes. Glenn took his look actually from Captain Harlock. Take a look at Captain Harlock as a Japanese anime that Glenn was really, really into. At a time where that stuff was very unknown in America. It was very, 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 you had to be super, subcultured to be into Japanese stuff at that time in America, in Americana. And if you look, Glenn had the Captain Harlock skull, and he started to grow his hair bushy in the front. People say Eddie Munster, people say all these different things, but also Captain Harlock. So I think Captain Harlock was a huge influence. He says early 70s incarnation, maybe, Aaron. I guess if you're thinking about the Static Age photo shoots, where they're walking around industrial sections of Lodi, kind of, maybe, a little bit. So, yeah, how wrong Sean was that he didn't think, as Jerry only likes to tell us, Project 1950, don't you know? Rock and roll is the template for punk, blah, And he's right. He's not wrong. He's right. That is the second revolution of rock and roll. A lot more antisocial, a lot more counterculture, a lot more underground. 1974 was the year of Killer Queen, Teenage Rampage, and mere months before Ziggy Stardust would come and bum out the rednecks big time. Because for rednecks, the artier side of rock and roll didn't even exist. I mean, I didn't know a single person who was into Lou Reed, the Dolls, or knew about Destroy All Monsters and other junky music until after Kiss happened. And they only found out about it. They only found out about this stuff because of New York Rock and Roll Scene magazine, who was covering Kiss before they really broke through with Alive. So a lot to digest there. So yeah, so glam, a lot of the punk rockers before they were punk rockers were glam people. Jerry Only Today likes to go talk about how he saw David Bowie, Ziggy Stardust on that tour, and that's what made him want to be a rock and roller. But Joey Ramone was sang for a glam band. There was glam was a thing, and at the center, sort of the Venn diagram. Peter, you just said it. I was about to say it. the Venn diagram of both, 3-chord rock and roll revolutionary and glam, combining the two things together brilliantly, is the New York Dolls. And the thing about the New York Dolls that makes them so they were so ahead of their time. They were a decade early. Every hair metal band in the 1980s is nothing more than a cheap corporate plastic, like just over-exaggerated rip-off of the New York Dolls, with a Johnny Thunders guitarist and a David Johansen frontman. It's just all bullshit, man. It was all a rip-off. Those guys never got them. And they're not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. How crazy is that? Green Day is in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The Red Hot Chili Peppers are in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Yet the MC5 are not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The New York Dolls are not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The Bad Brains are not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Such influential bands these were. It's a crime. It's truly a crime. And so, so the glam thing kind of, and what is glam really doing? It's like it's a fashion. It's expressing rock and roll through fashion, but I guess that's always been the case. Even in the 60s, people were expressing rock and roll through fashion. That's nothing new. So I'm not even going to go with that statement. I'm going to pull that away, push that away. Rue says more like Eddie Munster. Yeah. There's obviously Eddie Munster going on there too. It was just interesting how they were just evolving this look and this lifestyle. And that's why 1979 is such a pivotal year for the Misfits. It really is. It's a turning point where they go from, trying to figure out who they're going to be and really just running with it. And they do that in 1979. And then, he's talking about New York Rock Scene magazine. Back then, how else did you find out about stuff? We didn't have blogs. There wasn't YouTube. There wasn't anything. You found out in rock and roll journalism, and you had it on a bunch of different levels. You had it on the zine level later on, and early you had magazines like Cream and New York Rock Scene magazine and Rolling Stone, just all that stuff. That's how people found out about bands. They saw these guys in these magazines. You could break if you got a lot of radio play and you opened up for the right band and you got seen in the right magazine. Being a rock journalist was a really important, today everybody, I don't want to diminish the arts of photography in the rock and roll sector, but it's really become infiltrated by hobbyists, in the same way that videography has become infiltrated with cell phones. Anybody with a cell phone, you'd be surprised how many people go, oh, I don't need to professionally shoot that. I'll just shoot it with my cell phone. This has 4K, But back then, man, being a rock journalist was like super necessary and important and like just a very specialized niche job that was needed. And then this reference to Kiss before covering Kiss before they really broke through with the live. Kiss had recorded 3 albums or 4 albums. I think it was 3 albums before they finally recorded a live album, which wasn't very live at all. As a matter of fact, most of it was recorded, pre-recorded or recorded in studio. I think the drums were live and everything else was redone. Scandalously, so was It's Alive by the Ramones. So they, but the breakthrough for Kiss was this album called Alive. Okay, moving on. If my scroller will let me scroll. What's going on here? Should I just read from my phone? Maybe. That might be harder. Rue says, the live album is what put me on the map or them on the map. I'm not sure what you're trying to say here. Yeah, this is not, you meant them, yeah. Yeah, man, that was, and they did 4 of them. They did 4 Alive albums, kind of amazing to think. And it was the same thing with the Ramones. That was a big, big monumental hit for the Ramones, like doing that, the It's Alive album. Something about live albums in the 70s. People wanted them, you know. I guess because, you know, arena rock concerts were really the thing. And it's like, if you don't have the money to go to a concert, but you want that feel, just arena rock it. I mean, just pick up the live album. I love live albums. I think they're great when they're done right. Hold on here. I'm so sorry about this. Let's refind my place. Yes, Rue, I agree. Ramones Alive is awesome, but it's also sad because the only thing, apparently, scandalously, the only thing that is actually live in It's Alive are the drums. Everything was re-recorded in the studio. I know, right? The Ramones, you would think. But yeah, it's not. And if you look at the way Dee Dee is jumping around on that stage with those bass notes, it's heavily... Look, I'm not going to say what is or isn't in Ramones Alive. It's Alive. But I will say this. It's a heavily processed album, which is unfortunate. Sorry, I'm almost here. I'm going on my phone because this is not... Something happened to my Computadora. Oh, there it goes. Now it... Wow, this is annoying. Here we go. All right, fuck this computer. Sorry, stay with me one moment. Oh, now it's back. Great. But now it's crashing again. All right, well, we'll just close that up. All right, we're over here now. Never knew that about It's Alive. Bummer, but makes sense. Yeah, Aaron... It is a bummer, man. But back then, you know, again, Tony brought up a great point. Tony Matera, who did that interview the other week. You know, to get on the radio or to sell an album, you had to have something that was really, really polished. And that's what they would do. They would polish the fuck out of that stuff. Rob says, I heard about Kiss Alive, but wasn't sure if that was a rumor or not. Yeah, Rob, totally true. Kiss Alive... Okay, here we are. I found my place again. We're back to the reading. I mean, I didn't know a single person who was into Lou Reed, the Dolls, or knew about Destroy All Monsters and the other junky music until Kiss happened. And they only found out about that stuff because of New York Rock Scene magazine, like we said. Okay. It was the way that the 1956 to 1963 era was seen that created the major cultural gap between the original 1976 to 1977 punks and the people who would become the second wave of their fans. Wow. Wow, that is fascinating. In short, being 20 in 1975 and being 8 in 1975 was the difference between a legitimate love of early rock and roll and being slightly embarrassed by early rock and roll. Because by 1979, it was impossible to not see the world before Beatlemania. Because by 1979, it was impossible not to see the world before Beatlemania as hopelessly square, conservative, and vaguely associated with the Fonzie-esque, cheesy cool because of the crap like American Graffiti and Happy Days. So, you know, Sean and Glenn come from two different generations. Glenn grew up in the era when that music was king, and Sean grew up when it became nostalgia. And what is anything nostalgia? Nostalgia is for older people, generally speaking. So, you know, of course it's going to be uncool to disenfranchised teenagers, which therein lies the rift that he's talking about in the previous episodes, where Glenn thinks Elvis is legitimately cool, while Sean thinks Elvis is a joke, is a goof. And that is the difference. Somehow, against all odds, the Misfits personified everything about 50s nostalgia that the rock and roll... Sorry, I messed this up. I am the worst. I am really the worst. Ready? The Misfits personified everything about 50s nostalgia that the Rocky Horror Picture Show got so horribly wrong. I disagree, man. Those songs are fucking great. And, you know, I would say Phantom of the Paradise, which was also a midnight movie like Rocky Horror, is its spiritual cousin, which predates Rocky Horror by a year. In fact, a good way to judge how somebody would react to Minor Threat just a few years later was to ask them how they felt about Rocky Horror. You see, Darby Crash was gay, but Rocky Horror was for FAGS. And when he says that word, I think he's not saying it like he's saying that. I think he's saying that in the way it was viewed at the time. I know it sounds horrible now, but this is how we viewed the world. So there you go. He's giving context. Again, I'm not an apologizer. I believe in context, right? As you notice, I spell out the word. I don't say it because I know it's a very hurtful, harmful word, especially today. But the point is that we still need to have the context of these things and these ideas and however ugly they may be. Biscuits from the Big Boys was gay, but Rocky Horror was for FAGS. So he's trying to say that there's a difference between being gay and being into some FAGS stuff, or that stuff was for FAGS, as if there was a connotation in the same way that maybe Chris Rock did that. I'm not going to even say the sketch, but he does a sketch where he's differentiating between two types of people that he is very familiar with. And it's got layers, that joke. That joke has many, many layers. On the surface, though, it's... Oh, shit, did I leave this camera charging overnight? That was stupid of me. On the surface, though, it's, one thing, but underneath it's another. He says, sorry, not sorry. It was the way the Misfits made 50s nostalgia demented, scary, and very, very hateful that made the Midwest the first area of the United States to understand the band and recognize the musicality that now makes them classic rock in the same way that Bowie is or Kiss is. Whoa, let's take that again one more time. Sorry, not sorry. It was the way the Misfits made 50s nostalgia demented, scary, and very, very hateful that made the Midwest the first area of the United States to understand the band and recognize that the musicality that now makes them classic rock the same way Bowie is or Kiss is. The difference was that the Misfits were the true soundtrack to our arty Fight Club. The scene that sprung up when Kiss fans realized that they were not going to wake up tomorrow and have a girlfriend who looked like Stevie Nicks. Ooh. Oh. That is brutal. Take that one more time. So he's talking about, he's relating it in the idea of I guess in the way that Fight Club sort of encapsulates, this brotherhood of male toxicity and machismo and whatever you want to call it in 1999. In a way, the Fight Club back then was almost like 80s hardcore. And it was for guys. It was the scene that sprung up when Kiss fans realized that they were not going to wake up tomorrow and have a girlfriend who looked like Stevie Nicks. Maybe guys who couldn't really get girls of that caliber or were not, the right type for girls of that caliber. Let's just put it that way. The Misfits are what happens when you realize that you are most certainly not going to rock and roll all night and party every day. Whoa. Hang out in a graveyard and practice stage dives off of tombstones? Yes. Wow. I wonder when that was. Hang out in a graveyard and practice stage dives off of tombstones. I wonder if that was, could that have been in New Orleans? Could that have been some in the local Lodi cemetery? Who knows? Cut the heads off of dead cats to make decorations for your big black motorcycle boots? Yes. Yes. Okay. So Sean is saying that the band would collect dead cats and cut the heads off of them to make decorations for their big black motorcycle boots. The fucking Misfits, man. And that's it. It ends. So as it turns out, there is no ending to Little Fiend, sadly. After 5 parts, there's no fucking ending. And as I said, I spoke to Sean and was like, dude, you got to write some more. And I'm assuming this is not the end, and he never answered the question as to whether it was the end or not. I invited him to come on the show for an interview, and he said it was he was very much politely declined. We chatted for a little bit. Very nice guy. But I'm going to see if I can get him on here, because it'd be great to just hear him talk and not just his writing. Let's hope we get some more parts. Those last ones were written 3 years ago, so we're due for some more. But that concludes the series for now. So that's it. That's the end of Little Fiend, sadly. And man, if we don't talk for the next 10 minutes, and this will be the shortest episode yet in 12 episodes, which would also be a shambolish shame. So does anybody else have anything that they would like to add, maybe about what we read? Any questions about the project, the retrospective horror business? That's it. I'm officially titling it. It's called Horror Business, A Year of Punk in 1979. That's what I'm going to call. That's what I'm going to call it. Rue says, burnt my apartment down in 1979 thanks to watching Kiss on PBS Network. Then Ramones the same year on the Uncle Floyd show, fans ever since. And the Misfits fit right in when I heard them on WFMU radio back in 1987. So here's something interesting that Rue brings up. First of all, he watched the Ramones on the Uncle Floyd show. The Misfits were also on the Uncle Floyd show. But it's interesting that it wasn't until 1987 that he had even heard of the Misfits, which goes to show that, the Misfits, for, whatever splash they made at the time, were a very, very underground thing. They were a very underground thing. You could watch, Rue is proof that you could watch the Uncle Floyd show when it was on and still not have the Misfits on your radar by simply just not catching the broadcast. Uncle Floyd, apparently those tapes exist somewhere. I have a story about Uncle Floyd that Rocky tells about Doyle and Uncle Floyd. I don't know how interesting it is, but yeah. John Zeno says Uncle Floyd was taped at the Channel 68 studios in Paterson, New Jersey, later to become U68, which eventually was better than MTV as far as metal punk videos. They played shit MTV wouldn't even consider. Yeah, that's interesting. There was a lot of stuff that did not get on MTV. I mean, prime example, there was the whole Mother controversy with Danzig. Peter asked, did I hear Harpies in the Night? I mean, I don't know if you caught the earlier episodes of this show, Peter, but we went over all of this stuff. I honestly am so tired of talking about it. Not like in a bad way. I just I'm all talked out. I talked about it. Go back and listen to those episodes. I would say episodes 1 through 5 cover all of that stuff. And episodes 1 through 3 cover the really good stuff. We talked about Harpies extensively there. Sing like harpies in the night. Well, that's one. That's the Stevie Lynn Harpies in the Night. And then apparently what I heard was, I'll rip my guts out for you. Yeah, man. Harpies in the Night. Peter says, I heard that there is an audio tape of the Misfits on Uncle Floyd. Yeah. So there is an audio tape. Well, here's the thing. We don't know if the archive still exists or not. We don't know. Floyd is a stickler for letting his stuff go out there. He does. He's still around. He does like special appearances and stuff as Uncle Floyd, and he's like public access TV for people who don't know. And lots of punk bands used to go on the Uncle Floyd show, including the Misfits, the Ramones, Adrenaline OD, and he had a puppet named Oogie. And it was like a kiddie show, but it was also like a punk rock public access show. There's actually something very similar in Chicago called Chicky A Go-Go. So check that out. They have like interesting bands and stuff. You know, it's kind of my dream before all this took place. I kind of want to do that myself, like be like an Uncle Floyd type guy and have bands come on a show in a way that's kind of like what Rock and Roll Cooking could have been. Sort of. We were sort of trying to do that. And we had, we did 15 episodes, and it took a lot to produce that show and a lot of coordination. Supposedly that episode's master tape was chewed up not too much later, says John. Yeah, but I've heard rumors that the audio still exists somewhere. So who knows, man? Maybe we will hear it someday. There's so many unreleased gems out there. There's the Night of the Living Dead music video Umatic tape in the possession of Corey Rusk of the Necros, which the Misfits film that sometime in 1981 or 1982. That might be what Sean was referring to when he was talking about stage diving off of tombstones in the cemetery. So yeah, who knows? Also, what else was I going to say? Supposedly there is tape there was tape the very first night they played at CBGB's, which, by the way, I was reviewing something, and Glenn claims they did 3 CBGB showcases, not 2. So there might have been a third show, which is why, as much as I love Misfit Central, and there'll be plenty of Misfit Central in next week's episode, you really don't know. Peter says they need to release an updated Misfits box set with Manny's tapes on it. I can't talk about this publicly, and it's not like to try and sound fucking cool, Oh, it was? John says the audio portion of the Uncle Floyd show, Uncle Floyd show with the Misfits was on YouTube. John, are you sure about that? I feel like I would have caught that. I don't think it was. Are you sure, man? What Peter says about an updated Misfits box set with Misfits tapes on it, all I'm going to say is this. And this is not to sound fucking like trying to sound cool or hip or in or whatever. All I'm going to say is that I took, at the time, this was about 3 years ago, I took serious steps to help facilitate that process and make that happen. And I won't go into the details of how or why or who or what or where. But attempts were made. And I don't think it's going to happen. I don't know. Yeah, who fucking knows? I don't know. What the fuck do I know? Again, I'm just, as I said the very first time I started doing this broadcast, I'm just a fucking guy who loves the Misfits and loves talking about this shit. That's all I am. So, okay, we hit that hour mark. That's good. You guys got anything else for me, or are we done here? Should we wrap it up? Trying to think if there's anything else. Oh, man, there's some. Oh, God, I got to tell you, there's 2 sections of this of next week's episode that I'm like, I think you're gonna really like. Again, it's kind of fun because it's like I really have to think outside of the box in order to like sort of recreate what I'm trying to recreate. It's not like it's not like exact. Andy Halloween says, the Uncle Floyd audio is the real deal, but the video doesn't circulate. Andy, did you get to hear the Uncle Floyd audio for the Misfits? John says, I found it years ago, haven't found it again. Jerry's skull on the hook headstock went flying. Man. Pete says, I think the Misfits lip synced on the Uncle Floyd show. I distinctly remember hearing that too. Or I think all the bands lip synced on the show a little bit. But maybe is the audio that you guys are referring to, is this audio supposed to be like the interview part of it, or is it like the like what kind of part of it is it? Oh, Andy. Andy, we got to talk, buddy. Let's talk. Andy, I'm coming for you, Andy. They did the lip sync. Oh, so it's just lip sync. Do you... Oh, all right. I got to hear that interview. What, you ripped it from YouTube? Oh, my God. I got to hear that shit. I've got to hear it, Andy, so I can talk about it here. I downloaded it on SoulSeek like 20 years ago. Yeah, I feel like maybe I have seen and heard this from like a long, long time ago. Because like, man, like 15, 12. I will, Andy. I'll PM you. I will. Floyd mentions during his portion of the segment that it flew off. Can you fix that? Is it broken? Yeah, I want to hear the interview. I wonder if I have. Maybe I have. Maybe I have, and I don't remember it. It's funny, especially with the Misfits Central stuff. You can pour over this stuff and pour over it and pour over it, and you fucking like you just forget it. I'm the one that shared it on YouTube, and then it was taken down by the boss man. Oh wow, yeah, man. Floyd is a stickler, man. He doesn't want any of his shit on there, and so he takes it down. He takes it the fuck down. That motherfucker. So yeah. Still got 8 people on here. You guys got anything else you want to discuss? Anything else we should talk about? Anything worth mentioning? I don't think so. I don't know. This always happens at the end of the broadcast, is like all of a sudden I get slews of comments, and then we riff on the comments, and it's good. Rob says, I heard a story years ago on the 7th House message boards that Danzig saved Marilyn Manson from Sharon Osbourne's goons on the Ozfest tour back in the day. Does that sound familiar? Never heard that story. Wow, what is that all about? Oh, I have a story, though. I have a fucking story for you guys. All right. You want a story? Andy says, glad you're doing a Joey thing. Looking forward to that. Andy, it is a Joey thing, but it's more than a Joey thing now. It's become more of a retrospective. It's going to have to be a lot. I don't know if you were here at the beginning of the episode, but if you go back and listen to the beginning of the episode, you'll be able to, I talked about it at great length and what it's about and what's up with it. John asks, when is my Joey tribute airing? It's going to be, it's for next week, next Saturday. I'm going to promote the fuck out of this. You know what? I'm going to create a Facebook event for it and invite all of you guys. How about that? That's what we're going to do. So let's do that. Rob, I haven't heard that story though about Sharon Osbourne. But here is a great Danzig tidbit. Ready? This is going to be really funny. This is fucking funny. So a long time ago, for this documentary, I interviewed Evil Presley and Willie B. And Willie B and Evil Presley, if you don't know, are the nucleus of the band The Independents, who really, when you think about this modern sort of era of horror punk or whatever you want to call it, they are really the first. They go back to 92. If you think about it, I don't know, and I'm sure there's a bunch of bands in between what I'm about to say, but you have like the Independents, then you have Blitzkid, you have Mr. Monster, the Green Goblin Project is somewhere, the Crypt Keeper 5, the 95 Misfits, who, by the way, here's another thing that I would like to say that I'd like to acknowledge too. The 95 Misfits are kind of a Christian metal band, a little bit, in the sense that they are a continuation of Christ the Conqueror. The band was called Christ the Conqueror, spelt all differently. A lot of the music from Christ the Conqueror was repurposed into American Psycho songs. And there are about 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 songs that are absolutely written about Christianity, specifically about Jesus Christ. In Resurrection, in the Rapture, all sorts of stuff. Dig Up Her Bones. Point me to the sky above. I can get there on my own. You know? Stuff like that. There's talk about Dead King's Rise. It's subversive. It's not, someone on the page said, "Oh, I feel duped." It's not duped. Those songs are great. And this is not a knock on religion in any way. I got no beefs or qualms with any religion. I love religion. Whatever. Religion is religion. Neither here nor there. My point is simply this. The fucking new Misfits are kind of a Christian metal band in a weird way. Even, Doyle's guitar is kind of metal. You know what I mean? Rob says it really is the anti-Danzig. It is, man. Which I suppose, and I don't think Danzig, do you think that Danzig really knew that they were writing about like Christian themes through misfit like topics, or trying to be this misfit formula? Because that's what Jerry's going to go. All right, we gotta get the misfit formula down. Let's do the misfit formula. Let's do the misfit formula. All right, get a song title. All right, good, yeah. Oh, we got Walk Among Us, yeah, because we have an album called Walk Among Us. That's it's just kind of like, it's just kind of funny. It's truly ironic that, because Glenn's pissed at Jerry and Doyle for bringing the band back, but not only that, they've made it Christian, or put Christian themes in the music, which I'm sure made Danzig very mad, because we know how Danzig feels about, Christianity and religion. So that's interesting. That's an interesting thing that sort of like came out with all that stuff, that controversy this week, that sort of bubbled to the surface of like, this has always been there. This has been there for 25 years. People just never realized it. It's always been there. Subversive. What is subversive? It's stuff that's under the surface, that something that sort of like hitchhikes on another message, and it's interesting. It's an interesting thing to think about in that sort of way. So there's that. And there was one other thing I was going to say about, we talked about that. I was going to say what? Oh, the story. I'm so sorry. I am the worst storyteller. Okay. So Willie B, I was talking about the tutelage, Andy says, I never thought about that before. Andy, I'm telling you. Okay, hold on. Again, by the way, I'm like afraid people are going to think that like I'm like attacking Christianity or hate religion or something. I'm nothing. So not the case. I just want to make that clear. So not like trying to like say that. I'm just saying like the truth. It's just observations when you listen to the stuff. Hold on. Let's pull this up real quick. This is so funny to me. Here's what I wrote. Some songs about Christianity. Seriously, these are songs about Christianity in the Misfits. Ready? Dig Up Her Bones, Blacklight, Descending Angel, Speak of the Devil, Resurrection, possibly Day of the Dead, Don't Open Till Doomsday, and Dead King's Rise. Don't Open Till Doomsday and Day of the Dead are the Rapture, right? Resurrection is Resurrection. It's about fucking Jesus coming back. I'm telling you, dude, it's so fucking funny. John says, after the Resurrection tour, they definitely went for a kinder, gentler Misfits. If you go back and look at the illustrations on the merchandise of the Crimson Ghost, the skull is definitely softer around the edges. You're so right. Well, John, it's not that it's softer on the edges. It's Basil. They have Basil Gogos, the famous Monsters of Filmland guy. They're really banking on the 1960s Monster Magazine ability of the Misfits. That was just one aspect of the original Misfits, along with all the other shit that Danzig had in there. This is something, this is Jerry going like, let's keep this like Saturday morning serial cartoons. John says there's a lot of stuff in there. Jerry humping in interviews that people were bringing their kids to the shows. Yeah, it's true, man. No, they changed the illustration. Oh, John, are you referring to John, you're referring to later. You're referring to the Jerry fits when Jerry. So that's interesting. Let me explain that. So you know what that's about, actually, and then I'll get back to my independent story. Since we found a little topic here to riff off of. That later edition. First of all, Project 1950s. There's a little Igor guy on the front with a Misfits hoodie on, turning on the Project 1950 sign. That is the first in a series or one of many attempts of Jerry trying to rebrand the Misfits image or the Misfits logo, moving away from the Crimson Ghost for a bunch of reasons. One, probably red tape with the original Republic cereal or whatever that is. I know a lot of people think it's in public domain. It's not. So I don't know if they're licensing it or if they purchased the trademark or how that works. I've heard like every, keyboard lawyer explain to me how and what it is, but I honestly don't know. I don't think any of us really know. The deal, the rights are so tangled. Then here's what John's referring to. John is referring to this sort of, it was for Psycho in the Wax Museum, which was just Jerry scraping the bottom. Jerry, I love you, man, but come on. We got to talk about this stuff. This is just Jerry scraping the bottom of the fucking barrel. He's got nothing. He's got no fucking recordings. And there's like this, he pulls up these two instrumentals. One is Psycho in the Wax Museum, which was never recorded vocals for it. And the other one was Spider Baby, I think, which was a Dr. Chud song. And if you look at the Fiend on that cover, he's got like sort of a cartoon face. And then Jerry would do it again with The Devil's Rain. And this is Jerry trying to, at that point, that's Jerry trying to continue the brand without having to cut in Danzig or deal with Danzig or get into lawsuits with Danzig or whatever the situation is. He's trying to move the Misfits. He's trying to take complete ownership and control of the licensing of the Misfits and separate it and make it more kid-friendly. John says, no, man, go back and look at some of the shirts through the 90s. John, are you talking about like those classic designs they did, like where he's like on the carriage and whatnot? He's on like the carriage with the two horses. I mean, yeah, probably that too. But what you've brought up is this sort of quest. That was one of Jerry's many quests. Besides getting into wrestling, he also had. Jerry would also got into. He was obsessed with trying to write a song for horror movie soundtracks, and there's a bunch of songs. Scream was for Scream, the movie Scream. Mars Attacks for the movie Mars Attacks. He wrote it based on the trading card set, which was being turned into a movie at the time. Because in his mind, The Secret, which he probably thought about the song Night of the Living Dead, because in his mind, that the secret was to get on movie soundtracks, tie in licensing and publishing and whatnot. He tried it again with Land of the Dead. And there was and Twilight of the Dead, because he had read probably that George Romero originally was going to call his movie Twilight of the Dead, and then he rewrote the song again, Land of the Dead, when it switched to Land of the Dead. I mean, he was like chasing a fucking dragon. What other? Oh, there's Bruiser is written for the movie Bruiser, but that was in a collaboration with George Romero. George directed their music video, and they appeared in George's movie. Trying to think. It's funny that they didn't use the Misfits, but they did use Creed. Yeah, I love those Scream movies, though. Scream is like my Halloween. So Scream is like my Halloween, and Sidney Prescott is my Laurie Strode. In the same way that Jurassic Park is my Jaws, right next to Jaws, of course, because I grew up on Jaws as well as a child of the 90s. John says, Scream the movie absolutely sucks. Mainstream horror absolutely goes against classic Misfits mantra. Glenn was the fan, as we know. I'm going to have to disagree with you there, John. I think Scream is great. I love Scream. It's a perfect slasher film. Masterpiece. And it could just be that, I know that you were sort of around in the 80s, doing your thing in the 80s, and this was a 90s thing, and maybe you just didn't connect with you when it came out at that time. But for me, it was something that informed me greatly growing up. Andy says Friday the 13th. He wanted to submit something for the remake. Wow. So that's where the Friday the 13th song comes from. Right. That's so crazy, man. Jerry is so fucking funny, dude. Jerry is so funny. See, Rob says Jamie Lee Curtis, Nev Campbell. Bro, Nev Campbell is my forever love. That fucking Rolling Stone issue, the Rolling Stone issue from 1997, the cover story. Hold on, let's scroll back up. Andy Halloween says it was fine to do new designs and stuff, but the back and forth erasing history thing was the only thing I had a problem with. Jerry changing the static age cover on shirts was bad. Glenn erasing Jerry off the Halloween on the shirt, that stuff. Yeah, man. Yeah, well, Jerry did a lot of historic revision. Again, this is not we're not bashing Jerry only. We love you, Jerry. We love you, Uncle Jerry. You're the best. You are, man. You are. My interaction with you was excellent. You are a fucking great guy. Just want to put that out there in case somebody from his camp watches this and is like, fuck that guy. Disable his Facebook page. But yeah, he was doing revision. He revised a lot there was a lot of fucking revision. There was a lot of revision. And yeah, that comes from likeness issues. Glenn couldn't put Jerry on a shirt and Jerry couldn't put Glenn on a shirt. And at one point, Jerry couldn't put Doyle on a shirt. So it's just Jerry. So Jerry, it's Jerry playing shows wearing a t-shirt of Jerry on the cover. Although it's not really Jerry. It's kind of like I guess it is Jerry, but it's kind of like a generic like Fiend, with the wrestling tassels on the sides. But yeah, that was his golden goose. Let me get my song on a soundtrack. He just had to do that, and it never happened except for Bruiser with George Romero. It was the only time, I think. I'm trying to remember. Rob Zombie used Halloween, but that was with Glenn Danzig. That wasn't with Jerry. Jerry didn't see it, didn't get to wet his beak at that, unless apart from mechanical royalties. Aaron Krieger says, "What's up, Aaron? How are you, my friend?" Aaron says, "Peter Roloff. It used to be online. Not sure if I ever downloaded it, but I don't think it is anymore. Nothing really exciting there." I guess he's referring to the Uncle Floyd. Oh, right. Dark Shadows, too. That's right. Yeah, he wrote a song for Dark Shadows. Great call, Peter. John says, I met him in Miami during the Resurrection Tour. He mentioned Mars Attacks was slated to be in the film, but Burton didn't use it. Yeah, man. Yes, that's right. We all love Jerry. This is just a mega misfit nerd discussion because that's what we are. We're misfits nerds. And what is my mantra? Misfits nerds are the Misfits fans are the Star Wars nerds of the music world. Kiss nerds too, man. I feel like people I'm not a big Kiss guy, but I feel like there's a special brand of music nerd for Kiss. Even like Axemen, like that should be embarrassed to like listen to Kiss, for what Kiss is, like are unabashed Kiss fans, unapologetic Kiss fans. Cause it's kind of lame to like Kiss, in a way. Kiss is almost like the ICP of classic rock, right? They're kind of like the Insane Clown Posse of classic rock in a weird kind of way. I don't know. I don't freaking know. John says only episodes 4, 5, and 6, sir. I'm not sure what you're referring to, John. Are you referring to Halloween? Or are you referring to of this show 4, 5, and 6? What is that about? This was fun. I'm glad that this has sort of grown into just a bunch of stuff. This is not just about, usually we just keep it about 77 to 83. But with I guess with the recent news in the air, the Resurrected Misfits have seeped into my Resurrected Misfits knowledge is not as my Resurrected Misfits game is not like the other, not like my fandom for the original stuff, obviously. Fiendcast Roy from Fiendcast says he loves Kiss. That's great. Here's the thing. By the way, I just want to say one thing. Two things. First of all, I love Love Gun. That song, Love Gun, is a fucking scorcher song. I love a lot of songs. I love Black Diamond is a great fucking Kiss song. I like Dr. Love, you know, like anything that was in fucking Detroit Rock City. Why? Because I think in my mind, and I say this as a non-Kiss fan or as a very casual listener of Kiss, Detroit Rock City is one of my all-time favorite movies. And for many, many years, I used to always sort of like, it was never perfect for me because I always wished that it was about the Ramones. I was like, I wish it was more like a rock and roll high school thing with the Ramones. Like, why did they have to be seeing Kiss? But, you know, now I've really grown to just appreciate that it's about Kiss. Because Kiss was kind of counterculture for the mainstream, you know, in a way. And it's just a fucking great fucking movie. And Love Gun is a great fucking song. Andy says 70s Kiss rules. Yeah, man, that's the era, man. The 70s. And I got to tell you, there is a performance that Kiss does in 75, like brand new Kiss. Like they've only been together for a little bit, and they play Black Diamond, and I had never heard the song before, and I was like, damn, fucking Peter Criss knows how to sing. You know, they don't give Peter Criss enough credit. They friggin' especially Paul Stanley feels so threatened by Peter Criss's contributions to that band. But you listen to him belt out that tune on Black Diamond, and you're like, man, fuck yeah, that's why Peter Criss is so great. And just the moves that they would do, the coordinated moves. You know, the Misfits. There's that show from Bethlehem, Halloween 1982, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, and you could see Jerry and Doyle trying to coordinate like Johnny Ramone and Dee Dee Ramone doing the up flank, upstage shift and backstage shift, and they're trying to copy it, kind of like Kiss moves in the same way that Kiss does with the guitar. They go during Black Diamond. Hold on, I missed a lot of comments here. Let's rewind this a little bit. Roy said he loves Kiss. Rue says, no way, man. ICP sucks. Okay, here's the thing. I'm not a fan of ICP. Insane Clown Posse, not a fan. Don't like them. Don't like their music at all. But the culture, they have an army. Kiss has an army. There's the face paint aspect. You know, Kiss sells millions of albums. It's unbelievable how much music Kiss has sold over the years. ICP sells million. ICP is one of the most successful. They are some of the most successful independent music artists of all fucking time, whether you love them or hate them. And they have a whole subculture, the psychopaths, the psychopathic subculture. And I'll be honest with you, I would love to go to a gathering of the Juggalos, not as a music goer and not as a fan, but as a journalist, as a documentarian of a subculture that is the Juggalo. And I think that in the same way that, you know, people look down on ICP in the same way that Rue just did, and people look down on Kiss in the same way. They do. They look down on Kiss. They're like, you know, Kiss is kind of an embarrassing thing, you know, for people to sort of like look at. And so that's why I say that Kiss is the 70s. Kiss is the classic rock version of ICP in a weird kind of way. Fiendcast, with a Misfits poster in the background. What do you mean by that, Fiendcast? I don't know what that comment is related to. What else we got here? John says, Kiss is untouchable until 1980. Horror influence, especially the Destroyer era stage show with Gene's Belfry Tower, is amazing. Yeah, man. I mean, they put out a ton of fucking albums before 1980. You know, that original lineup would just the amount of output was incredible. I mean, what was it, like in 5 years they put out like 7 or 8 albums? I think something like that. If you include the live album, how many albums got put out before 1980? Point is that, yeah, man, a lot of that material is fucking great. It's fucking great. Like not knocking it. Really not. 80s Kiss is a whole nother animal that we're not going to talk about, because we've gotten so far off topic here. Yeah, Black Diamond, man. Doyle loved Kiss. Yeah, Doyle is a huge Ace. Doyle is a huge Paul Stanley fan and played an Iceman. You know, there's the Iceman. John says it's called Kiss Swerve. I don't know what you mean by that, John. There's a huge fan lineage between the original Alice Cooper lineup, Kiss, and the Misfits. John, I would love for you to break that down for me. I think I know what you're trying to say. What you're trying to say is that it's sort of it's sort of, I'm trying to like think about that. That's a profound observation, I think. There is a huge fan lineage between the original Alice Cooper lineup, Kiss, and the Misfits. Well, as we know, Bobby Steele is like a diehard Alice Cooper fan. Doyle is as we just said, is a huge Kiss fan. And, if you think about it, they're all shock rockers to an extent. I saw someone mention above that they love the Stooges. I fucking love, Peter says, I love the Stooges. Peter, the Stooges are one of my bands. Quick story. We still have to get to the Independents, by the way. Quick story. See that? That right there is 16 years old. And the reason why I chipped my tooth is because I saw the Stooges at Little Steven's Underground Rock Garage Festival with the New York Dolls, the reformed New York Dolls, the Strokes, Nancy Sinatra played, Bo Diddley played, the Ravenettes played, the Pretty Things played, Chocolate Watch Band played, lots of garage rock stuff played, the Dictators played, and during Real Cool Time, No Fun, Real Cool Time Stooges songs, in the pit, somebody rocked me right in the fucking mush, shattered my tooth right there. I thought that someone's watch had broken off in my mouth. I thought it was a plastic watch. I thought all these fragments of tooth spit it out into my hand. And I was like, fuck yeah! And I just kept moshing, man. It was a great time. And another time I got up on stage and I jumped on Iggy. Everybody was jumping on Iggy during same exact songs 3 years later at the Congress Theater, RIP, in Chicago. And I was this close to Ron Ashton as he was jamming out, and Mike Watt. Hard to believe those dudes are not around anymore. Mike Watt, Ron, the Ashton brothers are gone, the Dum Dum Boys. But yeah, love the Stooges. Big Stooges guy. Matter of fact, I think Stooges and Kiss actually shared a bill at one time. Let's see what else we got here. Guys, I'm losing my voice. Yeah, Jerry and Doyle used to go to, when they first were trying to come back and like were dressing up in their garb, they were going to Kiss conventions dressed as the Misfits. Isn't that so funny? It's like Jerry just like, who wants to take a picture with me? I'm Jerry Oley. John says, Kiss released an album every 6 months between comps and original LPs. They broke their asses. Yeah, man, it's true. Listen, those guys are hard-working dudes. Can't deny that. John says, the Kiss Fits. The Kiss Fits. So the Kiss Fits is funny. The drummer of the Kiss Fits, Chuck Crisfits. So like Peter Criss and Chuck Biscuits, Chuck Criskits. So funny. Fiendcast says, Creatures of the Night is one of my faves. Their best effort without Peter and Ace. Fiendcast, Roy, to each their own, friend. I don't think I've ever listened to Creatures of the Night. Maybe I will for shits and giggles, just to see what it's all about, but that is those are some waters I've never waded through. 80s Kiss. Woo! That's a spicy meatball right there. John says, if you ask someone about Alice Cooper, they will immediately mention Kiss and then Misfits. Wow. That's interesting, John. Okay. That makes sense. So you're saying that there's a connection in terms of what people like between Kiss, Alice Cooper, and the Misfits. And I guess that makes sense when you think about like everything that, when you think about all that stuff, it makes sense. Rue says, Iggy is our Jesus. That's right. Iggy, I saw the Stooges covered with bruises. John says, Iggy is a huge personality. He lives in Miami. At one point, I literally ran into him 6 times in a year. Wow. I saw him the Saturday morning of his 65th birthday. I said, hey, Ig, happy birthday. He was not pleased. Probably because you called him Ig. When he is not on stage, he is not Iggy. He is Jim Osterberg. Hey, it's me, Jim. Hi, I'm Jim Osterberg. Yeah, Jim Osterberg is not Iggy Pop. 2 separate people. Guys, it's 10 o'clock. I'm going to wind this down. This was a lot of fun. I really want to say thank you to everybody for the conversation. I really, by the way, if you want some great Iggy Pop stories, especially just look up Henry Rollins talking about why Iggy Pop is the true king of rock and roll, of which he's correct, by the way. And you will, his story about trying to outdo Iggy at a festival is the best. It's the best. It's one of the best spoken word things out there. Definitely check it out. Andy says, I met them at the Kiss Expos. They were selling skateboards for $50. I wish I bought every single one. Andy, how much do those skateboards go for now? Yeah, that's funny. So they somehow had those. They wrestled those skateboards from Glenn, and then they wrestled those skateboards from Glenn, and then went to the Kiss convention selling Misfits merch. I mean, it makes sense if you think about it, like, because, you know, as we just said, there's overlap there. But it's just funny, like, we're not going there to sell Kiss merch. We're going to sell Misfits merch. You know, the Misfits could probably do their own convention if they really wanted to. Whoa. Oh, my God. Jerry Only, what are you up to right now, man? What about the Misfits cruise? I bet Glenn would be thrilled with the Misfits cruise, right? Peter says he stole the original Stooges tapes to give back to Iggy. Who? Who stole the original Stooges tapes to give back to Iggy? What you talking about? What you talking about? Wow, $1,000 for those skate decks now. Wow. $50 sounds like, I was about to say $50. That sounds steep, especially in the 90s. Jesus Christ. $1,000, man. Holy hell. You know, I got to tell you, it is not a bad, it is a good idea to buy Misfits vinyl. That appreciates. That appreciates well. Rollins stole the original Stooges tapes to give back to Iggy. Okay. Peter, do me a favor. I desperately want to hear that interview. Is it like a YouTube interview? If you could track that down and post it here in the comments, I would be eternally grateful, because I would love to read that. Would love to. John says no, he wasn't pleased that he was 65. Yeah, of course, sure, but John, you know, he hates being called Iggy. I think he's Jim, man. You know who knew him for quite a spell was Pete Damian Marshall. Pete, who played in his band The Trolls. He wrote a bunch of songs with Iggy. Blood on Your Cool. Yeah, man, Pete toured the world. Pete didn't do the Samhain reunion because he was with Iggy. What a gig. And Pete claims that had Mike Watt not ingratiated himself with Ron Ashton, that he would have been the shoo-in for the Stooges reunion. Could you imagine that? That Pete Damian Marshall would have actually played bass. And I believe it. He had to track down the masters. Wow. Well, they did a 50th anniversary remix of the original. No, sorry. They didn't do a remix. They restored the original John Cale mix, which was it was called a dirty mix. It was like a punk mix of the original Stooges album. But I'll tell you something. Maybe not the original Stooges, like that from 1969, the first album, but that second album, Funhouse, that is so fucking punk. That is the first punk album, man. You listen to Down on the Street and you're like, holy fuck, who was making music like that? And really, if you really want to hear the first true punk rock song, if you want to pinpoint on the map when punk rock truly begins, like this idea of what punk rock is, like by Ramones standards and all that, you have to listen to I Gotta Write, 1973, Iggy and the Stooges. James Williamson's guitar riff right there, which the Misfits used to cover. The Misfits would cover I Gotta Write. They covered it in the 70s, and Jerry and Doyle recorded it with Michael Graves in the 90s. I Gotta Write, man, is punk as fuck. Rue, I did see The Dead Don't Die, and Iggy was great in it, but I did not enjoy that movie at all. I hated it, actually. And I like Jim Jarmusch. I just did not enjoy it. I didn't dig it, man. Not gonna lie. All of the Stooges, there's such a wealth of material for the Stooges. It's great. Yeah, Down on the Street. Holy crap. That song is dangerous. Peter says, I hear there's a Samhain version of what? Of I Gotta Write? There's a Samhain version of I Got It Right. Are you sure about that? Where did you ever hear that? I would kill to fucking hear that. I don't believe it. You know, actually, we could ask fucking Pete. Pete would tell us. Steve would tell us. We'll find that out. We'll settle that right now. I did get to hear a bunch of those early Samhain. So before, when it was just a basement when it was just bedroom recordings, it's just Steve on drums and Glenn on guitar, and it just sounds like hardcore. Before they found the goth sound, very interesting. With just instrumentals with nothing on it. Steve has those tapes. Really interesting to hear. Glenn wrote a tribute in a book for the Stooges. All right, Peter, where are you coming at me with all these deep cuts? This is fucking nuts, man. You're blowing my mind right now with this shit. Pete, you got to post some of this shit in the comments about how he changed the lyrics to I Got It Right. Pete says about Glenn wrote a tribute in a book about how he changed the lyrics to I Got It Right, and that there's a Samhain version. Dude, you're blowing my fucking mind right now. I don't believe it, Peter. Peter, I'm not saying that you're a liar, and I'm just saying I can't, like, my mind can't wrap its head around this. Guys, let's wrap this up. I'm like dying. I'm dying. But if you listen, come back next week. Next week will be a special. You know what I'll do, actually? I'll do an intro. He says, I got a right to kill? What? How have I never heard of this before? And they performed it live? I got a right to kill? Was Steve in the band? Did they say what year it was? You wouldn't know if it was Steve or London. Oh, man, I want to know more about that now. Let me finish my independent story, because I'm like never going to stop talking, because I can continue to talk. So Evil Presley and Willie B are the nucleus of this band, the Independents. Some of you know them. They're like horror punk. They're like horror punk, but they're not. They're ska. They're like a ska band. They cover Mother. They do a ska cover of Mother, and as a matter of fact, you can see them on Rock and Roll Cooking, episode 7 live at Ghouls Night Out with Evil Tequila, it's called, with Salby and Evil getting drunk on tequila. And then Evil and Willie do a cover of Skulls with Steve Zing on bass and Dr. Chud on drums. But I think I'm going to have to take down that episode because it has Dr. Chud in it, unfortunately. I can't have anything Chud related on my page. Unfortunately. Probably shouldn't even say that out loud. Unfortunately. So, trying to think here. So Evil and Willie B were managed by Joey Ramone. Everybody knows this. Joey Ramone took a liking to the Independents and made them his pet project, like his special band. Like he managed them. He was trying to get them a deal. You know, it's funny. I don't think the Independents ever opened for the Ramones. Maybe they did. You would imagine that Joey would try and get them on tour support for Ramones concerts and whatnot. But yeah, and Joey has ties to the Misfits, even going back to 78. There's a photo shoot with Joey and Jerry. I don't know how well they knew each other, but there was definitely some overlap there during that time. And so through this girl, Natasha, who made clothes for lots of punks, Deborah Harry, fucking Dave Street, Jerry Only, Joey Ramone. And so what Peter is saying, that there was an unreleased version of TVI that was supposed to be on Danzig's Skeletons. Shut up, Peter. Dear Glenn Danzig, fucking release TVI right the fuck now. I gotta hear that shit. Let me finish this story. I'm never going to finish it if I don't tell it. And then in the 90s, there was a lot of ties between the Misfits and there was a bunch of ties between the Misfits and the Independents. Through the Independents, but also through Joey. Joey and Dee Dee were friends with Jerry, and Joey would come out and do songs with the band. Marky too. Marky was around then. Dee Dee and Marky were in a Ramones cover band, the only Ramones to start their own Ramones cover band called Remains. Rue says that the Independents lost all their gear and had a fundraiser, and he had a fundraiser for them back in '94. Joey did. Yeah, Joey loved them. He loved them, and they loved him, and they had a very special friendship. And as a matter of fact, I believe Evil Presley was in the hat for a Danzig replacement for the Misfits in the '90s. He was a contender with a bunch of other people. And there's that famous photo of Evil hanging out, wearing a Samhain shirt, hanging out. That's Evil Presley hanging out with Jerry and Doyle. And so there's all these connections. There's all these shared connections. So this is crazy. So Joey realizes that because of the horror rock edge of the Independents, that they need to be touring support for the right kind of band. Now, there's one band out there who did so much for up-and-coming artists. I mean, they would take out, every fucking big band that would burst out and fucking climb the charts, opened for this band. That they were just the coolest band in that way, that they would do this. They would hear a band and they'd be like, this band is fucking great. I'm taking them out on tour to help them get exposure, to support them. And that's usually what happens. Danzig was a very big band, but never reached the heights that any of the bands that he had open for him on tour. He had Soundgarden, and Soundgarden was way more mainstream than Danzig ever was. Soundgarden and Korn and Marilyn Manson. And who else? Who else opened for Danzig that blew that up? Blew up later. Godsmack or Godflesh, maybe. They're not as well known, but that's what Glenn does. And then later you had the Blackest of the Black, trying to highlight those music scenes, those bands. So Glenn takes bands out all the time, and so Joey Ramone calls up Glenn Danzig. That's right. Joey Ramone in the 90s calls up, White Zombie broke through Danzig. All of these bands. Thank you, Peter. I'm going to take a look at the book. Thank you. All of these bands broke through Glenn Danzig. Disturbed during Satan's Child. Disturbed opened up. Maybe Coal Chamber too. I believe Coal Chamber as well. Really cool when you think about what Danzig did for mainstream. In a way, he almost was like a tastemaker. He was he was shaping rock and roll. He was shaping it's funny. He's kind of shaping the corporate rock entity, or the corporate alternative rock and roll of the 90s by the bands he's taking out on tour. And so Joey Ramone calls up Glenn Danzig and says, "Hey, Glenn," I'm just going to pretend I don't know what really happened in the conversation, but "Hey, Glenn, what's going on? It's me, Joey Ramone." "Hey, Joey, what's going on?" And my voice is hoarse enough for Glenn. "Hey, Joey, what's going on? What can I do for you?" "Hey, Glenn, listen, I got this band called the Independents, and they should open for you on tour." And Glenn was not convinced, or Glenn was not, I don't know. Glenn was not interested, or not interested in the way. But he had one request. And I don't believe that request was honored, as the Independents did never tour with Danzig. But he requested one thing from Joey Ramone that he wanted in exchange for allowing the Independents to go on tour for him. By the way, where did I hear this story? From the Independents. That's how I know this story. I heard this from Evil and Willie B personally. Can I authenticate the story? No, I can't. This is a story this is third-hand information, second-hand information from the independents, and who were told this stuff by Joey Ramone himself. Andy likes the voices. All right, Andy, I'm going to keep doing the voices for the next part. Yeah, Glenn, come on. Hey. No, that's not them. That's Personal and the Pizzas. I had it before. So, Glenn, what do you think, huh? Maybe we'll let the independents come on tour with you, you know? I think that'd be really good, you know? They got a similar sort of musical style. I don't know, Joey. I'll tell you what. I will let the independents come on tour with me in exchange for a pair of your pants from the 70s. That's right. That's correct. Glenn Danzig was only going to let the independents tour with him in exchange for a pair of Joey Ramone's ripped jeans from the fucking 1970s. And that, like I said, how do you want me to, you know, I'm not telling tall tales. I'm telling third-hand information. I'm the third hand. Independents are second hand. Joey Ramone is first hand. And that's where they ended the story. I don't remember whatever became of that conversation, but that's what Glenn Danzig wanted, a pair of Joey Ramone's pants from the 70s, I guess for Glenn's collection. Glenn does collect things. He collects weird shit. He collects books. Welcome to my book collection. By the way, there is a great cover of Snakes of Christ. There's this guy, Garcinio Hall, and he has this girl from Baroness. And Pete says he was going to use it for voodoo. Yeah, that's exactly right, man. Glenn was going to use it for voodoo. There's this band called Baroness, and Glenn was going to start his own hard rock cafe. Probably. He had to be fucking with him. Glenn could fit into one pant leg. I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. That's just the way. And, you know, if you ever bump into Willie B or Evil, great guys, Evil and Willie B, shout out to you guys. I hope you're well and safe. Good. They'll know what that means. If you ever bump into them, ask them about it. Ask them about that story. Tell them that I said it. You know, I'm just repeating what I remember hearing when I interviewed them. Andy says that would have been a smart business move. Do you know what those pants would be worth today? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's where Glenn was probably coming from. You know, he probably, who knows, man? Definitely after Joey died, they'd be worth a lot today. So there's that. In any case, that's the fucking story. It's absolutely hilarious. This was a lot of fun, you guys. I really needed this. The last couple of days have been crazy. I can't believe I almost didn't do an episode tonight. I was like, man, I can't even get it together. I don't have anything prepared except for Little Fiend. What are we going to talk about? There's plenty to talk about. And, we can always sort of expand the conversation a little bit. It doesn't have to be always strictly 77 to 83 Misfits. It could be things that are in the spirit of that. Glenn trades stuff a lot for comic art, so having stuff like that makes a lot of sense. Peter says he probably traded for comics. So yeah, that's actually true. So two things about Glenn. Glenn, back in the day, used to work comic book conventions. He would sell comics at comic book conventions, pre-Misfits and during the Misfits. And he had a handsome, and we know if there's a great video of Glenn talking about, Glenn is also an art dealer on the side. He goes to very specific sort of niche comic book trade conventions and things and whatever you want to call them, sales, and sells and buys pieces of original art, Jack Kirby art. He's been collecting it for years and years and years. And there's actually a phenomenal, Glenn went on a podcast for original comic book art collecting. And it's a great fucking podcast. It's so illuminating about like the other side of Glenn Danzig outside of music and stuff, into some of his, hobbies that, obviously, it's like Glenn's always done very well for himself. Where does he spend all his fucking money on? Stuff like this. Now he spends his money on very expensive movies. Yeah, so the other thing about is back in the day, he'd be with Bob. Bobby would be picking him up. They'd be going somewhere, and he said that Glenn would open up a trunk and pull out a couple of choice comic books that he just had. He had them all bagged and boarded. He'd pull out a couple of choice comic books and sell them for money to get pocket money. That's how he would get pocket money. You know, he did. He was a wheeler and dealer of collectibles of all kinds. Even, and you know, you've seen those photos when he sold the brick house up for sale, you know, the Evil Bricks house, the original house that he had in LA. And, you know, there's like a walking tour of like the house as is. And there's the weirdest shit in there. I mean, weird fucking shit. Like, you're like, how could this be? There's some stuff where you're like, holy fuck. Of course, Glenn Danzig would have like a plastic, like, orb, like one of those Tesla orbs with like a thing. But then there's like Disney, there's like all sorts of like sealed toys and like kids toys from the 90s and like Disney princess collection and like monster cereal and like weird phones and weird like mattresses and stuff. Like he has all sorts of crazy shit, you know? So yeah, so that's it. So we're about to, oh man, we're 7 minutes from 2 hours. All right. All right. 7 more minutes and then we're done. 7 minutes. We could do this. Okay. Still is. Yeah, he still deals comic book art. Yes, I know. Like, as I said, if you go on YouTube, you can find him talking about some of the pieces in his collection, and he knows a shit ton about this stuff. He's like, has an encyclopedic knowledge of, of comic book art, you know, and comics and things. Yeah, but the Tiny Toons Burger King toys were a little weird. Yeah, he just had weird shit in his house. I don't even know everything that was in there. It was just a bunch of weird shit. You know, there's a funny video. I mean, that place has really become like this. It's like a landmark in LA to go to Glenn Danzig's old house where the bricks used to be. There's the evil bricks in the front yard. That's one thing. There's the you know, you could drive by and see the Jaguar in the driveway. But the funniest thing was there's a video of Fred Armisen and Carrie Bernstein from Portlandia. Carrie's also in the band Slater-Kinney, and Fred used to play in bands. Fred is a huge fan of Danzig. Danzig's a huge fan of Fred. And there's like this video of them touring around, driving around the streets of Glenn's old neighborhood, and they're like, they're just like naming, they're sitting in front of Glenn Danzig's old house, just naming Misfit songs to each other. Like, not even singing the Misfit songs, they're just naming the Misfit songs. Rob says there's an enamel pin of his house available. That's amazing. Whoever bought that house could open it up as a tourist attraction. If they were smart, they would buy the house. The house sold for over $1 million. They'd buy the house, and then they would just, you know, open it up as like, Glenn Danzig's evil house. And on Halloween, they would make tons of fucking money. They could turn the whole inside as like an evil attraction, you know, and you got an evil pile of bricks. Man, that would be so funny to put on my front yard. Just a big pile of evil bricks for Halloween. Andy says, he's always had crazy collection of random toys. My girlfriend owns a lot of his toys from the Thrasher magazine. All the He-Man figures and monsters and stuff. Peter says, didn't that singer Beck talk about the bricks? There's a story about the bricks. There's a story about the bricks where Glenn supposedly got into an argument with his neighbor and over when the bricks were going to leave because they were an eyesore, and Glenn picked up the fucking bricks and threw them into a thing. And Crazy Craig, his assistant, says that story is bullshit. It's not true. I like to believe that it's true. But the dialogue, the things that they said Glenn was saying sound kind of fake. It sounds fake. Here I am just throwing my motherfucking bricks into this motherfucking trash. Something like that. Andy says that his girlfriend owns a lot of his toys from the Thrasher magazine, all He-Man figures. Yeah, man. Yeah, you've seen those. That collection is insane. And he was into, as we said earlier in the episode, in case you missed it, he was into like Japanese animation and manga, whatever you call it, like way before anybody was into it. He was into Astro Boy and fucking just all that stuff. That's where the Captain Harlock and Devilman and all that stuff comes from. That obsession with and he would get tapes of that stuff from Japan and just loved that stuff. And it's just interesting because you think in the 70s, you think about Americans, you think about American kids who are into Kiss or into whatever. You think about them like being into like Japanese manga anime adaptations. It's kind of crazy. It's like that's like the fringe of the fringe of the fringe at that time. Rob Cooper says, I recall a story about an overzealous stalker who almost managed his way into the house before Glenn's security chased her off. She apparently dropped her bag, which was full of phonography, I think you mean pornography, with pics of Glenn taped onto the bodies. Wow, that's fucking crazy. That is why you need security. Andy says, he made a deal with a major toy collector around 2015 for some very rare My Little Ponies. He made a deal with a major toy collector around 2015 for some very rare My Little Ponies. I can only assume that he wanted the ponies for some comic art. At least I hope so. He could be a brony. Dude, that is so fucking funny. That is so funny, man. Oh my God. That was fucking great. That was fucking great. I hope that's true. Where did you hear that, Andy? That's fucking crazy. Glenn likes toys, man. Listen, I like toys. I'll tell you, you know what I miss pulling the trigger? I wish I had pulled the trigger on. I don't collect much of anything, but I wish that I had gotten those Movie Maniacs from Todd McFarlane's toy company. The ultra realistic takes on all those different, like, just like Michael Myers, and just they had everything. They had Pinhead. Those were fucking great. And they even had a Jaws. They had the Crow. They had like a deluxe one, Jaws. And I used to work at Sam Goody in White Plains. And man, we had a nice discount. We had a 35% discount. And I just couldn't be bothered. I couldn't be bothered. And now those toys, they go for hundreds of dollars online. And I regret it. I really regret it, man. They had Candyman. Oh, so many good ones. I wish they would bring that back in a big bad way. Peter says, I read that in Music Leaves the Stains. This Music Leaves Stains is a book written by James Green Jr., who spoke to many of the same people that I spoke to, although I spoke to a lot more than he did. But he, I don't know. I don't know much about it. I never read the book. I don't have anything negative to say about it. I don't have anything positive to say about it. I know Steve Zing has said many times that book is bullshit and that he thinks it's not done very well and yada, yada, yada. So I don't know. I don't know anything about it. Again, I don't want to disparage James or his book. As a fellow person trying to release a commercial Misfits related project is very fucking hard to do. So, if you're looking for something Misfits oriented to read, pick up This Music Leaves Stains. I'm sure I've heard it's a very fast, fun read. Check it out. Andy says, I know the guy he did the deal with. It was a high 5-figure My Little Pony deal. High 5 figures. 5 figures. What's 5 figures? 5 figures is, wow. So 5 figures is anything from $10,000 to $99,000. It's crazy. There was a Blair Witch one, which was weird. Because we never know what the Blair Witch looked like, but they showed us what she looked like, and that was just weird. The doll was better than the movie. John says, back in 1979, WNJU Channel 47 out of New York used to have a Japanese night on Saturday nights, sponsored by Nippon. They showed Captain Harlock, Cyborg 009 Galaxy Express, all in Japanese, subtitled. I'm sure Glenn was watching. John, I think you just hit the fucking nail on the head. Of course he was fucking watching. Of course he was. That's how it happened, man. That's how he got it. And with that, we have hit 2 hours flat. 2 hours and 1 minute. So I know it says 2:06 on here, but I started recording at 2:01. I am fucking exhausted. I thought this was going to be an hour episode. Thanks for keeping me busy, guys. You are fucking great, all of you. I'll see you next week. Listen, next week will be a live show, but there's going to be a pre-recorded element. You better fucking buckle in. I have a feeling next week's episode is going to be like 4 hours fucking long. It's going to be super duper fucking long. Okay. So check it out. The problem with that plan was that many of us just did not have any talent. But fandom was not the only gulf between the people, But fandom was not the only gulf between the people Glenn's age and the people who were 10 years younger than him. But fandom was not the only gulf between the people that were Glenn's age. There was missing a were. Between the people that were Glenn's age and the people who were 10 years younger than him. So Glenn surrounded himself with people that were 10 years younger than him. Erie was 10 years younger than him. Steve was 10 years younger than him. Doyle was 10 years younger than him. Pete Marshall was 10 years younger than him. Damien was 10 years younger than him. London May was way younger than him. He played with all these guys, these young guys, it's kind of interesting. So Sean is saying that fandom was not the only gulf between him and these younger people. The other factor I mentioned earlier was massive, and that was what the definition of cool really was, and how one sought to deal with the hippie problem, because hippies were definitely something that the most intelligent people... Because hippies were definitely something that most intelligent people were just fucking sick of looking at by 1976. I know I was. So that's the end of that episode. That was short as fuck. Or maybe I just didn't have a lot of commentary in between the things. I don't know. I thought it was pretty straight. No, it was pretty short. That was a short one. And then the last one is about 3 pages. And then that's all we get. And no, it's not. Whoa. Yeah, no, it is. Okay. So page 28. All right. I don't know if part 5 is the end of our story. It might be, it might not be. But yeah, we'll pick this up next week. I'm glad that I pushed myself to record. I was so lazy. I didn't even do the Photoshop this week for the episode. But like I said, this is my 11th week in a row. I've been very prolific. Despite the quality of the material, I've been very prolific. I've been very happy with this material. If you enjoyed it, please go to my website. Just click on Fromus.com. Click on some of the ads there. It puts pennies in my ad space account, which ends up subsidizing the yearly costs of running my website, which needs a drastic makeover. Those are probably the next steps I need to take during this quarantine time. I've been quarantined, I guess, 11 weeks. Holy crap. My first week was the first episode of this broadcast. So yeah, and if there's anything that you want to talk about or cover that we should do a deep dive on, post it to the Lodi page, and we'll see. Thanks for tuning in, Russell. Appreciate it, Russ and Russell. I don't know if Russell left. Whoever is left, all 3 of you. But yeah, man, I'll see you guys real soon. Peace and hair grease.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Jeff. So I've decided to make a Patreon. What is Patreon? I don't know how to define a Patreon. Let me look it up. Patreon is a membership platform that makes it very easy for creators to get paid for the things that they're already creating. I want to do it full time. I want this to be my full-time job. In my efforts to make that happen, I've set up this platform. Is it going to work? Is it going to be successful? I don't know, but I would rather try and crash and burn than not try at all. The goal is to create enough passive revenue so that I can continue to do this full-time, uninterrupted. Why? Because I love to do this. I love creating content. I love making videos. I love shooting films. I love doing podcasts. In case you couldn't tell, I love to talk and I never shut the fuck up. So right now I've kept the Patreon incredibly simple. There's 2 tiers, and that may change in the future. The Murdergram is a simple way to extend support for all of the hours and hours of free content on the channel for nothing more than $1. 38 cents goes to Patreon. What's $1.38, eh? It's less than a cup of coffee, but it's a great way that you can show support for very little effort. When you divide that $1.38 by the hours and hours and hours of time spent listening to this endless drivel of content, the dollar cost average works out. Next up is the YouTube Casualty for $6.66. The YouTube Casualty is loaded to the gills. Enjoy the archive ad-free as well as ad-free early access to special docu-style podcast videos, music reaction commentaries, and the like a month before they drop on YouTube, loaded with ads, I might add. You're also going to get exclusive content and behind-the-scenes content that is not available on YouTube or anywhere else. So you get to peek behind the veil. And believe me, there's a couple of choice pieces. Most of all, more than anything, whether you join the Patreon or not, I just want to thank each and every one of you that comes to the channel, that watches all the shows, that leaves comments, that participates, that subscribes. That's really the most important thing. This is just trying to find a way to earn a living as an artist. And with that, thank you for my TED Talk. Join the Patreon because we need you!
66 cents.